Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 975. The Dao Source 3 Heavens all had a Dao Source token, and the Dao Source token was the Life Source token GE used to command the battle. She could use the Dao Source token to issue orders to all Life Source tokens in the entire Thunderstorm area battlefield. Actually, this was just a precaution. The battle had been decided by her from the very beginning, so there was no need to issue any orders. But what was going on now? She didn't give the order, so who gave the order? It was impossible for the Half-Life Origin token to send orders to her. Only a Dao Source token could send a message to her Dao Source token. Could someone from the Dao Source sect have arrived? But who would give her orders? She was one of the Dao Source 3 skies, and her status was comparable to an elder. At this moment, it wasn't just Ziyi and Dachi Pu who were excited. On the northern battlefield, Di Luo, Autumn Frost Qing, and the others were also excited when they saw the magnetic pole in front of them. The Bloodburn realm had been forced to retreat to the Outerverse, and they had been under a lot of pressure. Now that they had obtained the magnetic pole, they could finally hold their heads high. Being able to show their faces in front of Zhitian was their greatest wish. At this moment, both of their Half-Life tokens received an order at the same time, reinforced the southern battlefield. Di Luo and Autumn Frost Qing are stunned. The southern battlefield. Their reinforcements. What did he mean? The southern battlefield is the Thunderstorm region. The two continents are fighting at the forefront. Could there be more than one 10 arbiter? Di Luo guessed. Autumn Frost Qing said in a low voice, even if that's the case, you shouldn't have asked for our help. We've already obtained the pole of magnetism. Di Luo was put in a difficult position. This is Zhitian's order. Autumn Frost Qing frowned. We went through untold hardships to reinforce the Thunderstorm area just to show our faces in front of Gu Zhitian. If we ignore Gu Zhitian's orders, then seizing the magnetic pole is meaningless, said Di Luo. Autumn Frost Qing said in a low voice, reinforce the southern battlefield. What about magnetic pole? With you? Di Luo shook his head. We can't take them. We've all been asked to provide reinforcements, and the situation on the southern battlefield might be disadvantageous. If we bring them along, they'll be easily robbed. Let's just leave them here. We have the absolute advantage on this battlefield anyway, and the Fifth Mainland won't be able to rob us. That's the only way, said Autumn Frost Qing helplessly. Before long, Di Luo, Autumn Frost Qing, and many of the Bloodburn Realm's experts headed south. In the southeast, Old 16 stared blankly at the orders on the Half-Life Origin medallion. It actually wanted him to support the west. That was far away, and he had already been defeated, so he was still waiting for reinforcements. Nan Yanfei, who was escaping, also received orders to support the southeast side. He wanted to vomit blood. He had just escaped from the southeast side, so how could he go back? Lu Yin continued to use the token to send out messages. He didn't care who he sent them to, as long as he disrupted Ziyi's orders. Every cultivator of the Sixth Mainland who possessed a Half-Life token received Lu Yin's order. On the southern battlefield, Ziyi pondered for a moment before she issued an order. Everyone, stay where you are. Dachi Nu had just flown to the northwest battlefield when he saw the order to stop. Wait for orders. What did he mean? Di Luo, Nan Yanfei, Old 16, and the others from the Sixth Mainland who had half a Life Origin medallion were all confused. When Lu Yin saw Ziyi's order, he sneered and immediately issued another order. Send reinforcements immediately. Ziyi looked at the command token with a cold gaze. Who are you? Lu Yin blinked. I'm Zhi Tian, who are you? How dare you give out orders so carelessly? Ziyi was furious. This person dared to impersonate her. I am Jitian. Who are you? Why do you have a Dao Source token? I am Jitian. How dare you impersonate me? You're courting death. Everyone from the sixth mainland who had half a life origin medallion was stunned. They looked at the words on the medallion and felt like they had seen a ghost. What was this? Two Zishans. Was this a joke? Dachi Nu was stunned. What should he do now? He wasn't the only one, everyone from the sixth mainland was stunned. Even Shang Rong took a look and was stunned. He had been severely injured by White Knight yet again. Who are you? How dare you impersonate me? I, Zi, swear that I will find you. Who are you? How dare you disobey my orders? I, Zi, will kill you. The battle of words on the medallion continued, and Zi's attention was completely focused on it. Tai Yuanjun and the others took this opportunity to slip away. No one could understand Zi's current feelings. She had been gifted since she was young, and she loved military strategies. She was a true genius, and after she had revealed her talent, she had been favored by the blood progenitor and had become one of the Dao Source Three Skies. Nobody dared to defy her, and even the other two from the Dao Source Three Skies had tolerated her because she was a woman. She had never been wronged like this before. Her plans had been disrupted, and she had even been impersonated. This was the first time she had experienced something like this. I swear that I will find you and kill you. Ziyi was furious. How dare you impersonate me? I swear that not only will I find you, but my man, Wu Taibai, will also find you and kill you. Lu Yin's message shook the entire thunderstorm region. Many people stared at the half-life origin medallion in a daze. Her man, her man. Wu Taibai was Ziyi's man. Dachi Nu's face went pale. How was this possible? How was this possible? Countless people's hearts were instantly shattered. Ziyi's pupils shrank, and a storm raged in her mind. This bastard should be hacked to death. Who are you? I swear that even if I have to use the entire Dao Source Sect's resources, I will find you. Lu Yin laughed maniacally and put away the medallion. He looked up and saw Starsabil's inquisitive gaze. What's wrong? She calmly turned away. Nothing. In the southern battlefield, Ziyi was no longer in the mood to fight. She did not chase after Tai Yuanjun and the others, and instead, she took the magnetic poles and left. She did not care which battlefield that person was on, and she would head over to one. She would find that bastard no matter the cost. Everyone else was still immersed in the shock brought about by the medallion's words, and they were unable to extricate themselves. Dachi Nu, in particular, was shouting like a madman. Lu Yin's disruptions were completely random, and he did not know what the final outcome of sending out those messages would be. It was better than starting a battle according to Ziyi's plans. The people from the sixth mainland could not tell whether the command from the medallion was real or fake. Some people decided to stay put and wait for orders, such as Di Luo and Autumnfrost Qing. They had already snatched a magnetic pole, and there was no need for them to take the risk of leaving. Since they could not tell whether the command was real or fake, they simply stayed put. However, there was still someone who acted according to the order, and that person was Dachi Nu. He was not exactly acting according to the order, as he was just like Ziyi, and his mind was filled with thoughts of finding the imposter. He needed to prove Ziyi's innocence, not only to others, but also to himself. His rationality told him that Wu Taibai could not possibly have anything going on with Ziyi, but when he thought of Wu Taibai's face and how gentle he had been with Ziyi, he could not help but feel jealous. Was there really nothing going on? There was definitely nothing going on, and even if there was something going on, Ziyi would not have sent it out. But what if she was expressing her love for him? No, that was impossible. Ziyi was not that kind of person. He had to find the impostor, find him, and kill him so that he could clarify the relationship between Ziyi and Wu Taibai. He had to prove Ziyi's innocence. Dachi knew through all thoughts of the battlefield and the magnetic poles to the back of his mind. After being provoked, Dachi knew sped up and quickly arrived at the northern battlefield. He discovered that the magnetic poles had already been seized by Di Luo and the others. It was obvious that the impostor would not be in this battlefield. With that thought in mind, Dachi knew headed towards the northeastern battlefield. In the western battlefield, Shang Rong had still been defeated, and the magnetic poles had been seized by White Knight. In a normal battle, he would not have lost so quickly, but it was all because of Dachi Nu and the medallion's words that had caused him to lose the will to fight. On the other side, Ziyi headed towards the southeast. She did not know where the impostor was, but it did not matter. She would search for them one by one, and the southern magnetic pole had been brought along by her. She had originally wanted to use battle tactics to obtain victory in the thunderstorm zone, but now that something like this had happened, she did not intend to wait any longer. She decided to personally take action and seize all the magnetic poles. With her strength, she could do it. The moment the magnetic poles moved, the entire thunderstorm zone's weather changed. Some magnetic poles attracted lightning, while others repelled it. Starsabil's magnetic pole was meant to attract thunder, while Ziyi's magnetic pole was meant to repel thunder. When these two magnetic poles moved, the weather in the southern part of the thunderstorm zone completely changed. The weather in the north also changed. The 10 arbiters did not see the light, and they headed west with the magnetic poles. Their goal was the same as Ziyi's, to take action and seize all the magnetic poles. Their original target was the north, but as the weather in the south changed, the entire thunderstorm zone changed as well. The 10 arbiters looked towards the southeast and then charged in that direction. The 10 arbiters were unparalleled existences that stood at the very peak of the continent. They did not fear anyone, and even if they knew that the source origin 3 skies were right in front of them, they would not avoid them. The thunderstorm zone was very large, and it was not considered a strange weather phenomenon. It would take a normal cultivator a long time to cross it, but for the Tao Source 3 skies, the 10 arbiters, and the Realmlings, this area was not that large. This was especially true for the enraged Ziyi. The only thing she wanted to do now was to find the bastard who had impersonated her. Even tearing off his tendons and skinning him would not be enough to quench her hatred. A woman's intuition was terrifying, and she did not choose to head west or north. Instead, she chose to head southeast. Nan Yanfei had fled, and the remaining hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the 6th mainland were forced to retreat. Hua Xiao was invincible, and no one could stop him. Even Old 16 and the others were forced to retreat. Lu Yin and the rest had relaxed, and Ling Ke had even suggested that they go to the other regions to take a look. Perhaps they could seize another magnetic pole and increase their contribution points while also being conferred a title. At the very least, he wanted to be made a marquis. Suddenly, Starsabil's expression changed. Not good. Let's go. Ling Ke was stunned. What? Starsabil suddenly turned around and stared towards the west. At the same time, Lu Yin looked over as well, and he saw a wave of rune lines rushing towards them. The number of rune lines was not exaggerated, and under the suppression of the weather phenomenon, they could only reach a power level of 200,000 at most. However, the speed of the rune lines was truly ridiculous. If the void was torn too large, then without a certain level of control, it could easily exceed that power level. Back when they had escaped from the Greyweed continent, only imprinters had been able to catch up to them. Everyone else could tear through the void, and hunters could easily travel to distant places. However, they had not dared to do so. At this moment, Lu Yin saw that the rune lines had not torn through the void. Just the speed alone made his scalp go numb. In the blink of an eye, the rune lines had arrived, and the void was pushed aside by the speed, forming layers of ripples. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 976. A girl appeared in front of Lu Yin and the others. Her appearance was ordinary, and she was not particularly stunning. However, this girl had caused Starsibyl's expression to change, which caused Lu Yin to unconsciously become vigilant. This girl was Ziyi, and she had rushed to the battlefield southeast of the magnetic pole as quickly as she could. She saw the hundreds of thousands of Sixth Mainland cultivators who were in a sorry state, and after a single glance, her gaze locked onto Lu Yin's group of 3. More accurately, she was looking at Starsibyl. Starsibyl had used a strange method to conceal her appearance. Although she was absolutely beautiful, she was still able to cause others to forget her with a single glance. This ability was very peculiar, but the more peculiar it was, the more attention Ziyi paid to her. In Ziyi's eyes, Starsibyl was the brightest light on the entire battlefield, and she would be noticed with a single glance. The two girls were separated by a battlefield, and they stared at each other. Starsibyl had never revealed such an expression before. Even against an imprinter, she was confident that she could delay them. Even against the Realmling Nan Yanfei's attack, she had not panicked. Now, however, her expression was much more solemn, and her eyes constantly flickered. It was obvious that she was divining something. "I'm Ziyi," Ziyi said, her tone indifferent. Lu Yin and Ling Kei's expressions changed. "The Tao Source 3 skies, Ziyi." Starsibyl unconsciously clenched her fists. Sure enough, only the Tao Source 3 skies could make her feel this way. Lightning suddenly descended from the sky, crashing into the seabed. Ziyi looked over. "The magnetic pole has been snatched by you guys. Where's Nan Yanfei?" Across from them, Ling Kei asked in a low voice, "Do you think that you can escape if you split up?" Lu Yin frowned and looked at Ziyi. He did not believe that he could not stop this girl. The rune progenitor had changed the weather, and only those who cultivated the Aeon evolution true scripture were trial takers. Everyone else was just a foil, and the Tao Source 3 skies were no exception. Why would the dignified Tao Source 3 skies personally take action? Starsibyl asked. Ziyi's gaze turned cold. "I'm asking you, where's Nan Yanfei?" As she spoke, Hua Xiao suddenly appeared behind her and struck out with his palm. 999 stars appeared and exploded, enveloping Ziyi. Ziyi frowned. The invisible light shield around her completely blocked the power of Sirius's palm. Hua Xiao was shocked. His palm could not move an inch forward. The Sirius sect is a very powerful sect, but it's a pity that their successor is nothing more than this, Ziyi said indifferently. She casually waved her hand, and a visible shockwave obliterated Hua Xiao's star energy and sent him flying back 1,000 meters. His palms were red and trembling. He had not been able to block the shockwave that his opponent had casually unleashed. That shockwave had not been formed from physical strength or star energy, but rather an indescribable and irresistible power. Attack! Lu Yin barked as he leaped towards Ziyi. Since the Tao Source 3 skies had appeared, there was no reason for them to escape. Furthermore, with Ziyi's speed, they might not be able to escape. In truth, he didn't want to face the Tao Source 3 skies head-on, but he couldn't avoid them now. Ziyi glanced at Lu Yin in astonishment. A 5-cycle cruiser. There was a thump, and Lu Yin's single palm landed on Ziyi's invisible light shield. He erupted with 100 stacks, but it was useless. Just like Hua Xiao, his palm could not move an inch forward. Ziyi was shocked. The overlaying stacks path is a domain that the Divine Fist specializes in. It's a pity that you only have 100 stacks. If you could reach 200 stacks, I'd be impressed. She waved her hand as well, causing a shock wave to surge out and crash into Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin felt his star energy being suppressed, as well as his own strength. However, it only lasted for an instant before he could no longer feel the shock wave. He stepped forward again and gathered star energy in his right palm. Single Sunday, Ziyi was shocked. He's actually fine. A resplendent sun slammed into the invisible light shield, causing an intense explosion that tore through the void and tore open a crack. This was the most powerful attack that Lu Yin could use under the suppression of his astronomical phenomenon, but it still could not break through the invisible light shield. This light shield seemed to be invincible. Hua Zhao's 4 arms appeared, and he used soft star palms in an attempt to break through Ziyi's invisible light shield, but it was useless as well. In the distance, Starsabil continued to observe the battle without saying a single word. She had been able to divine and direct the battle against Nan Yanfei, allowing Lu Yin and Hua Zhao to seize the initiative from start to finish, causing Nan Yanfei to feel aggrieved. However, she could not say anything when facing Ziyi. No matter how she divined, she did not think that the two of them would be able to break through Ziyi's defenses. Ziyi stopped staring at Starsabil and instead focused on Lu Yin. She clenched her fingers together, causing a visible shockwave to appear in the void and trap Lu Yin. As she clenched her fist, a formless shockwave condensed and trapped Lu Yin within. Lu Yin was flabbergasted, and he could feel that the shockwave was barely able to suppress him. He looked at Ziyi in confusion. What was this? This shockwave did not have any power at all. Ziyi's expression changed, and the shockwaves in the void changed as well. However, no matter how they changed, they could not harm Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not even be bothered to defend himself as he focused on breaking through that invisible light shield. He had not used the true scripture of Aeon evolution yet, as he was facing the Dao Source 3 skies. He wanted to use it as a trump card and use it at the most crucial moment. Who are you? Ziyi asked as she stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin tapped out, and the dream finger struck the invisible light shield. However, it was useless, and his fingertip could not advance even an inch. Hua Zhao panted heavily, and he looked at Ziyi as if she were a monster. What had this woman cultivated that they could not even hit her? How were they supposed to fight her? Do you only know how to defend? Lu Yin asked. Ziyi's eyes narrowed. Why are you not affected by the origin energy of life? And why aren't you suppressed? Where are you from? You're not from the 5th mainland. Lu Yin raised a brow. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm from the outerverse. Impossible. No cultivator from the 5th mainland can be unaffected by the origin energy suppression. You can attack without any hindrance or suppression. Where are you from? Speak. Ziyi barked. Lu Yin clenched his fist and suddenly punched out with the day-night punch. His spiritual force transformed into a devastating storm that swept towards Ziyi. Ever since he had absorbed Lu Ying Zishan's spiritual force sphere, his spiritual force had risen to a level that was close to that of the 10 arbiters. Furthermore, his spiritual force had always been growing, and it had never stopped growing. The spiritual force that erupted from his punch stunned Ziyi for a moment. Lu Yin took the opportunity to use the Aeon evolution scripture to weaken Ziyi's rune lines. Star energy gathered in his right palm, and he was just about to attack with the first sun when Starsabil shouted from the distance, "Back off." Lu Yin subconsciously retreated. Hua Zhao also retreated. Nothing happened, and Ziyi calmly stood in the sky. Lu Yin looked at Starsabil in confusion. If she had not told him to back off, his first sun would have landed on Ziyi's body. Although he was not certain that he would be able to break through that invisible shield, he could still try. Ziyi looked at Starsabil strangely, her eyes filled with curiosity. What do you know? Starsabil looked at Ziyi. Your defense is not purely defensive, it also has some sort of counterattack ability. If you can't break through it, you'll suffer a backlash, right? Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked at Ziyi's invisible shield. Was that even possible? How was he supposed to fight? He could not guarantee that he would be able to break through it in one strike. Ziyi looked at Starsabil in astonishment. How did you know? Starsabil did not answer. Ziyi looked at her and then at Lu Yin. I'm curious about both of you, especially you. She fixed her gaze on Lu Yin. Did you do something just now? Like a secret technique? Lu Yin's brows rose. No, you so wrong. Really? I'm not too sure. Let's try again. If you don't break through my astral origin shield, then you won't be able to hurt me. Lu Yin was speechless. He looked at the invisible shield around Ziyi's body and felt like he could not attack her. Starsabil's voice rang out beside his ear. Scatter and run. We're not her match. In the distance, Ling Ke had already run away. He still remembered the three's original intentions, which had been to use this battle to return to the Fifth Mainland's camp. They had not wanted to fight to the death with the enemy. He felt like he was loyally carrying out their plan, not running away. Below them, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the Sixth Mainland who had been in a sorry state finally saw Ziyi. The appearance of the Tao Source Three Skies had roused their spirits, and they were ready to fight back. Ziyi seemed to be responding to them. She raised her hand, and the invisible current that Lu Yin had seen as useless swept out. It swept past the Sixth Mainland's cultivators and descended upon the Fifth Mainland's cultivators. All of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators who were swept by the current rapidly aged before turning into dirt. Tens of thousands of people had turned into dirt, and the scene shocked everyone. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he looked at Ziyi in disbelief. Ziyi's lips curled up into a smile. Did you see that? This is vitality energy. It can absorb a person's vitality and turn them into dust. That's why I'm very curious as to how you blocked it. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he felt a lingering fear. He had actually allowed this current to attack him, and he felt as if he had walked on the brink of death. How had he blocked it? Lu Yin's first thought was the Stonewall Scriptures, but he quickly dismissed them. Although the Stonewall Scriptures were mystical, they were not omnipotent. He then thought of a technique, the arcane art of life and death. He had used this technique twice before, both times when he had been on the brink of death. It had greatly increased his strength, and he had thought that this technique would not be of much use in the future. However, during his battle with Zhanlong Day Night, he had relied on this technique to suppress the Day-Night Restoration technique. Later on, he had used this technique to get involved with the Spectre clan. This time, it might be because of this technique once again. The arcane art of life and death was something that Lu Yin had not understood back then. Only now did he realize how heaven-defying this technique was. It was a technique that could turn a dead person back into a living person. This was something that even a secret technique could not accomplish. Unfortunately, this technique could not be cultivated, and whether or not one could use it depended entirely on one's luck. It seems like you've remembered something. Vitality energy is a mystical technique of my Sixth Mainland's Tao Source sect, and you're not affected by it. I'm very curious, so come with me. Ziyi stepped through the void and appeared in front of Lu Yin. She did not move, but vitality energy condensed and transformed into a sword that she held in her hand. Actually, when I was bored, I practiced some sword techniques. As she spoke, the vitality energy sword stabbed out, and a cold light flickered. At this moment, there was only this sword in the world. This was Ziyi's sword. The Tao Source Three Skies were the future sky of the Sixth Mainland, and their innate gifts were unimaginable. Ziyi had indeed practiced some sword techniques when she was bored, but even so, this sword was terrifying enough to make one's scalp go numb. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 977. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. He could clearly see the sword, but he couldn't dodge it. The sword's speed had exceeded his body's ability to react. It was too fast, too fast. Or perhaps it was because his movements had slowed down. Either way, he wouldn't have been able to escape under normal circumstances. He waved his right hand and used the Yu's secret art when Ziyi's sword pierced towards him. The sword of natural origin energy was diverted, and it pierced through thin air, slicing through the void and splitting the world in half. Lu Yi narrowly avoided the sword and raised his hand to grab the hilt of the sword of natural origin energy. He activated the overlaying stacks technique, and the 100 stacks vibrated through the sword towards Ziyi. Ziyi let go of the sword, but she was still a little too late. The vibrations had traveled along the sword hilt and injured her fingers. Although she didn't bleed, it was obvious that her index and middle fingers had been bent and fractured. Lu Yin quickly retreated, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had seen hope of defeating Ziyi. This woman was almost unbeatable. Her defense was invincible, her attacks were strange, and she also had a strange sword technique. She truly surpassed Nan Yanfei, and no matter what he did, he couldn't defeat her. He couldn't even injure her. However, no one was perfect. He had taken a risk to test her, and sure enough, her physical strength wasn't that great. As long as he could break through the formless barrier, he could defeat her using the overlaying stacks technique. In the distance, Ziyi looked at her right hand, and then she looked up at Lu Yin. "You're quite bold. You didn't even have the confidence to break through Yuan Tiangong's attack, but you still dared to approach me. Ever since I became a Dao Source 3 Skies cultivator, aside from those two, you're the first person to injure me. You also used a secret technique to dodge my sword. You have more than one secret technique. Who exactly are you?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "You're not invincible." Ziyi raised her head. "Of course not. I can tell you clearly that I'm not good at physical defense. As long as you can break through Origin Dipper, you can use a secret technique to fight me. Unfortunately, you'll never be able to break through Origin Dipper." In the distance, Hua Shao stared at Ziyi, trying to find a way to break through Origin Dipper, but he couldn't find anything. Starsabil was also staring at Ziyi, trying to think of a way to break through Origin Dipper. She could use divination to delay the imprinter, but Ziyi could also use Origin Dipper to become invincible. "I've had enough fun. 2 secret techniques that have the ability to resist natural Genesis Qi. You're very interesting. I won't kill you, but I'll take you back to the Dao Source sect. Perhaps we can find a way to improve your natural Genesis Qi there." As she spoke, the formless barrier around Ziyi's body suddenly expanded, and it instantly enveloped Lu Yin, forming an enormous formless barrier. Lu Yin frowned and tried to tear through the void to leave the barrier's range, but he found that he couldn't. The barrier had enveloped the entire area, and unless he could break through it, he wouldn't be able to leave. The next moment, the invisible barrier suddenly shrank. Lu Yin pressed his hands against the barrier and unleashed the 100 stacks in a futile attempt to break it open, but he failed. "You can't break through Origin Dipper. Come with me," said Ziyi coldly. The formless barrier of light continued to shrink. Lu Yin was squeezed by the shrinking barrier, and he was forced to retreat in Ziyi's direction. If Ziyi didn't have another layer of Origin Dipper, he would have been more than happy to engage in close combat. However, Ziyi's Origin Dipper was unbreakable, and the closer he got to Ziyi, the greater the danger he felt. He was now less than 10 meters away from Ziyi, which was an extremely dangerous distance. Ziyi's strength was enough to heavily injure him. In the distance, Starsibyl's eyes flickered. Luin repeatedly slammed his palm against the formless barrier, but he was still forced back in Ziyi's direction. It was as if Ziyi had caught him in her palm, and he couldn't escape or resist. Hand over everything I want to know, and I won't kill you. I'll even allow you to join the 6th Mainland's Daosaur sect and become a red servant under my command, Ziyi said coldly. Seeing that Luin was right in front of her, she condensed another sword of natural Genesis chi. Countless sword lights flashed, shattering the void. Before, it had only been one sword, but now, it was countless. Luin could use the secret art to divert one sword, but he couldn't divert countless. It was just like how Night King Jinwu had suppressed him in the past. Just as he was about to use the Aeon Evolution True Scripture to weaken Ziyi's sword technique, the sky in the distance suddenly changed. An indescribable pressure suddenly descended, and the sky collapsed. Ziyi's countless swords suddenly changed directions and pierced behind her. At the same time, an invisible force gathered in the void and transformed into the illusory image of a man with closed eyes. His hands slowly spread apart, forming numerous afterimages that paused in the void. Finally, his palms came together and perfectly caught Ziyi's sword of natural Genesis chi. Ziyi's terrifying sword technique was suppressed just like that. Luin was stunned. Was this a domain? In the distance, a figure tore through the void and walked out. His eyes were closed as he faced Ziyi. As he appeared, the illusory image of the man with his palms together vanished, and Ziyi's sword of natural Genesis chi also vanished. Starsibyl stared at the newcomer in astonishment. One of the 10 arbiters, invisible light. Among the 10 arbiters, there was one whose eyes were forever closed. Legend had it that he did not need eyes, as his battle technique had blinded him. There were also legends that said that when he opened his eyes, the world would lose all light. In short, there were many legends about invisible light, and many people were curious about his name. Invisible light did not sound like a name, but he was indeed called Invisible Light. It was as if his eyes were tightly shut, and he would never be able to see the light. One of the 10 arbiters, Invisible Light, had arrived. None of the 10 arbiters could be underestimated. The Realmlings were on par with the 10 arbiters in terms of status and strength. Ziyi was above the Realmlings, but that did not mean that she was above the 10 arbiters. Invisible Light was a mysterious existence even among the 10 arbiters. I've long heard of the Daosaur's 3 skies, and I'm honored to meet you today. Invisible Light slowly walked through the void and faced Ziyi. Although he could not see, at his level of cultivation, it made no difference whether he could see or not. Ziyi had a strange look in her eyes. Invisible Light of the 10 arbiters? I've heard a lot about you. Was that your domain? That's right, Invisible Light replied. Ziyi sighed in admiration. You're worthy of praise for being able to cultivate your domain to such a level. Invisible Light's lips curled up. Is it only worthy of praise? Why don't you ask the Daosaur's 3 skies for guidance? Sure, Ziyi happily agreed. She was now almost certain that the person who had impersonated her was Invisible Light. Aside from the 10 arbiters, who else in the 5th mainland could do such a thing? However, how had this person obtained a life origin token? Their personalities did not resemble each other, but no one else could have done such a thing. Dodge! Starsibyl suddenly barked. A cold light exploded in front of Lu Yin's eyes as Ziyi once again condensed a sword of raw energy. She turned around and slashed at him in an attempt to heavily injure him. He hurriedly used the secret art to transfer his sword, and the sword light was deflected. However, he quickly followed up with a second attack. At this moment, a vast domain swept over them, and both Ziyi and Lu Yin felt as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Invisible Light's force field was a phantom image of himself that had been magnified 100 times. As he raised his hand, the phantom image that was 100 meters tall also raised its hand and pressed down on Ziyi. Even Lu Yin was caught in the attack. Lu Yin cursed under his breath and tried to escape, but he was trapped by the invisible barrier. Ziyi raised her hand, and her raw energy transformed into a giant palm that could be seen with the naked eye. It collided with the invisible domain. The void exploded like a sudden clap of thunder. An enormous bolt of lightning flashed past, and the sky was densely filled with countless cracks. As for Lu Yin, he had been knocked down into the sea by the two of them. The moment that Ziyi's domain had struck him, the formless barrier that had trapped him had been taken away by Ziyi, and he had been caught off guard. He experienced what Nan Yanfei had experienced before, and the sea was icy cold. Fortunately, he had broken through to the cruiser realm and had a powerful physical body, which allowed him to avoid being heavily injured. Otherwise, he would have suffered even if he had been swept by the shock waves. Lu Yin looked up and saw two mighty forces colliding on the surface of the sea. The invisible force field was a phantom image that was 100 meters tall, while Ziyi's raw energy could take on any form. It was like two giants clashing against each other. Regardless of whether it was the invisible domain or Ziyi's raw energy, neither was something that ordinary cultivators could withstand. Even the shockwaves that swept across the battlefield caused the millions of cultivators on the battlefield to suffer. The invisible domain suppression caused them to vomit blood, while Ziyi's raw energy turned them to dust. Each was more terrifying than the last. Starsabil and Hua Xiao had both retreated, as they did not need to interfere in this battle. The 10 arbiters were very powerful, and everyone considered them to be on par with the Realmlings. However, the Dao Source 3 skies had always been above the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin had been suspicious for a long time. The 10 arbiters usually won more than they lost against the Realmlings, so did that mean that they could challenge the 6th continent's Dao Source 3 skies? Did that mean that they represented an even higher level of power? Back on Earth, there had been 7 sky soars, and they were known as the 7 sages. The 7 sages were also divided into 3 upper sages and 4 lower sages. Although both sides were known as the 7 sages, there was a huge difference in power. What about the 10 arbiters? Was there a similar division between the 10 arbiters? Was it just that no one else knew about it? Or perhaps, they had never truly fought against each other before. Lu Yin hid at the bottom of the sea and watched as the 2 peak experts of the same generation battled it out. Unfortunately, if not for the suppression from Tian Xiang, the battle between the two would have been even more exciting. The sea roared, and Ziyi's domain, which did not see any light, clashed with her life energy for more than 10 minutes without showing any signs of weakening. At a glance, the entire sea seemed to be their battlefield. There were no fancy moves in their battle, and they relied solely on their domains and their life energy. As more and more shockwaves rippled out, the millions of cultivators were forced to stop their battle and wait for the final battle between the two. It was extremely rare for someone to cultivate a domain to the point where it could not see light. At the very least, Ziyi had never seen someone like this in her dozens of years of cultivation. The life energy that she cultivated was considered a top-notch technique even in the 6th mainland, and there were very few people in the 6th mainland's Dao Source sect who could cultivate it. Anyone who could cultivate it was a top-notch expert, and she had relied on her life energy to stand at the top of the Dao Source 3 skies. Now, however, her life energy was actually being blocked by a domain. No one would believe her if she said this, as she had never thought that there would come a day when her life energy would be blocked by a domain. It was not just this domain that could not see light. She glanced down and saw that the man did not seem to care about life energy at all. There must be something wrong with his constitution. Regardless, it was a fact that her life energy was unable to invade the domain that could not see light. At the very least, due to Tian Xiang's suppression, she was unable to do so with a power level below 200,000. Since that was the case, Zi suddenly stopped releasing her life energy. Instead, she charged towards the domain that could not see light. She wanted to rely on her Genesis Dipper and her sword techniques to cut down the domain that could not see light. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 978. At the bottom of the sea, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Ziyi's origin dipper was too difficult to deal with, and he did not believe that Shadowless could break through it. If he could not break through origin dipper, then Ziyi would be invincible. Origin dipper was derived from natural source energy, and it was a manifestation of one's mastery of natural source energy. The Tao Source Three Skies were known as the future heavens of the sixth mainland, but that was not just for show. The Tao Source Three Skies were the inheritors of three progenitor powerhouses, and their positions were coveted by countless people. The same was true for the Realmlings. Any one of the Tao Source Three Skies had been challenged by a Realmling, but no one had ever succeeded. This was the Tao Source Three Skies, and this was their reputation for being invincible. Shadowless's domain was powerful, but it could not break through Origin Dipper. No matter how he attacked, he could not even slow down Ziyi. Ziyi approached and slashed out with a sword made from natural source energy. This sword technique was even more powerful than the one that had been aimed at Lu Yin. Shadowless's domain clasped its hands together in a futile attempt to block the attack, but it was sliced apart by the sword. The sword light then pierced towards Shadowless. The millions of cultivators from the fifth mainland felt their hearts rise to their throats. Even Starsabil would find it difficult to immediately divine what would happen in a battle between these two. There was only one person on the battlefield who was not worried, and that was Lu Yin. He had fought with Shadowless's war spirit in the space of the Golden Sea, and he knew how monstrous it was to cultivate one's domain to its peak. Once one's domain was cultivated to its peak, they would be able to predict attacks. Shadowless's sword slashed down, but it missed. A giant hole had been torn open above the cosmic sea, and the void had split apart as seawater poured in. Ziyi had been full of confidence, and her sword had missed. Shadowless had only shifted half an inch to dodge the sword. Ziyi's sword light swept out, instantly enveloping the entire area. Anything that appeared in this area could not avoid it, but Shadowless was like duckweed. He drifted along with the sword light and was unable to be struck. Lu Yin was shocked. Were the 10 arbiters really weaker than the Tao Source Three Skies? There were strong and weak Realmlings, and the 10 arbiters also had their own strengths, but no one knew for sure. Shadowless's strength was something that even Mr. Mu could not help but sigh in amazement at the appearance of such a genius. Ziyi's shock was no less than Lu Yin's. She could tell that this person was actually able to predict her attack. She did not know what the other 10 arbiters were capable of, but this person was definitely the type that no one wanted to encounter. Left with no other choice, Ziyi's sword covered the entire battlefield. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators from the fifth mainland or the sixth mainland, they were all within range of her sword. In any case, the cultivators from the fifth mainland far outnumbered the cultivators from the sixth mainland. Even if all of them died to her sword, she would not suffer any losses. She wanted to force invisible light to take this attack head-on. Genesis Chi enveloped the entire sky, transforming into an incomparably huge sword. Lu Yin's expression changed. This crazy woman. Starsabil's expression also changed. Everyone, retreat. On the battlefield, Old 16 and the others had their mouths wide open as they stared blankly at the giant sword that covered the sky. The life Genesis Chi wrapped around the sword terrified them. If the sword fell, everyone would die. No one could stop the sword from the Tao Source Three Skies. The attack had a wide range, but Ziyi managed to keep it within 200,000 combat power. Her control over her combat power was no weaker than the imprinter's. If this sword truly fell, there would not be many people left alive. Invisible Light stood tall in the sky and looked up. The life Genesis Chi had replaced the sky, and it was impossible for his domain to block this attack. Thus, he opened his eyes at that moment. Countless people had said that there was one person among the 10 arbiters whose eyes were tightly shut. Once he opened them, the sun and moon would lose their light. Lu Yin did not know whether Invisible Light had opened his eyes during battle, but when he had fought Invisible Light's war spirit within the Golden Sea, he had opened his eyes. At that time, Invisible Light had bled from his orifices, and he had almost died. He had felt an indescribable pressure. Now, he had finally seen Invisible Light open his eyes. Invisible Light closed his eyes to suppress a domain that had reached its limit. When a cultivator reached the peak of a certain aspect within the same realm, they would have to pay a price to suppress their domain. Lu Yin had once used 3 grains of Fate Sand to suppress his physical body, and Invisible Light had closed his eyes to suppress his domain. When he opened his eyes, his domain suddenly erupted. Everyone felt stifled, and they could not help but cough up blood. Across from him, Ziyi's pupils shrank as she sensed Invisible Light, who seemed to be the source of a storm. That storm was his domain, and his unbridled domain caused the life Genesis Chi in the sky to disperse. Her sword could not slash down. Ziyi had underestimated Invisible Light. In the sky, Invisible Light's illusory figure appeared once more. He opened his eyes and stared at Ziyi with a strange feeling. Everyone looked at those eyes, as if they had replaced the sky. Everyone was shrouded by the pair of eyes and felt the terrifying pressure. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators from the 5th or 6th mainland, when Invisible Light opened his eyes, they all felt as if they had been hypnotized. They subconsciously felt that this person was invincible and that no one could stop him. Even Ziyi, who was one of the Tao Source 3 skies, was ignored. Everyone only saw Invisible Light. Invisible Light was very powerful, so powerful that it was indescribable. When his eyes opened, the sun and moon did indeed lose their light, and even the thunder in the sky stopped rumbling. However, Lu Yin did not let his guard down, as Ziyi had only used her life Genesis Chi. She had not used her innate gift, bloodline, imprint, or even secret technique. As one of the Tao Source 3 skies and the inheritor of the blood progenitor's inheritance, how could she not have a bloodline or secret technique? The Tao Source 3 skies had only revealed a portion of their strength, and it was still unknown whether or not they had even revealed half of their true strength. As Invisible Light's illusory figure slammed down with a palm, the domain that covered the sky and earth crashed down, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to cave in. Ziyi exhaled and looked up. Ever since I became one of the Tao Source 3 skies, there have been a total of 9 challengers. Some have come from the 3 regions, some from the Tao Source sect, some from the Realmling, and some from the same sect. All of them are known as unparalleled powerhouses in the same realm. However, out of the 9, only one has been able to force me to this point, and you are one of the 10 arbiters. You are the second. Her voice reverberated throughout the land and landed in everyone's ears. At that moment, those from the 6th mainland who had been intimidated by Invisible Light suddenly remembered that this was Ziyi, one of the Tao Source 3 skies. No one had ever doubted that she was an unparalleled powerhouse. How could she lose? How could she lose? You should be proud of yourself. 10 arbiters, Invisible Light. Ziyi's eyes changed, and her originally ordinary black pupils turned red. Then, her pupils seemed to burn as they transformed into refined pupils. The giant illusory figure formed by Invisible Light's force field was set ablaze by the flames. The seemingly ordinary red flames were actually able to burn through Invisible Light's domain. Not only did they burn through the domain, but they also burned through the void without any heat. This was Ziyi's innate gift, scarlet flame refined pupils, which could burn through anything. The giant illusory figure formed by invisible light's force field was incinerated, and invisible light calmly looked at Ziyi. What a powerful innate gift! Ziyi's eyes recovered, and she stared at invisible light. You should be the strongest among the 10 arbiters. Invisible light shook his head. Not necessarily. Ziyi's eyes narrowed. Everyone underestimated the 10 arbiters. Shang Rong's defeat was not unjust. She then looked up and sighed emotionally. It's a pity that astral phenomenon was suppressed, so I couldn't fight with my full strength. Otherwise, you would not have been my opponent. I can tell you that the Tao Source 3 skies are all enlightened. Invisible light was stunned for a moment, but then he nodded. It is indeed a pity. You guys were suppressed too ruthlessly. It was common knowledge that the 10 arbiters were all hunters. Everyone had assumed that the Tao Source 3 skies were all hunters like the 10 arbiters and the Realmlings, but no one had expected that they were all enlighters. Lu Yin heard this and subconsciously relaxed. If not for astral phenomenon suppression, then he had no idea how much power the enlighters from the Tao Source 3 skies could display. But then again, that might not be the case. He had plenty of external items, and even if the Tao Source 3 skies had a power level of 300,000 or even 400,000, he would not be afraid. But even if he had external items, how could the Tao Source 3 skies not have any? Astral phenomenon suppression was still the best option. With invisible light around, it was unlikely that Ziyi would be able to seize the magnetic pole. She had not forgotten that invisible light had only used his domain from start to finish, and he had not used any of his innate gifts or secret techniques. What she was more afraid of was that invisible light had teamed up with that person from before to deal with her. That person's secret technique could divert attacks and weaken her strength. It could also ignore any source of origin energy. If the two of them worked together, it would be impossible for her to escape unscathed. Of the Tao Source 3 skies, she was the first to appear on the battlefield, and this would also be the first battle. If she was injured, it would be a huge blow to the 6th mainland's morale. Ziyi muttered to herself for a moment, and then her eyes flashed as she looked at invisible light. Our battle will not end anytime soon. As long as you promise me that you won't impersonate me again, I can leave. Invisible light was puzzled. Impersonate you? In the distance, Starsabil looked at the bottom of the sea. The word impersonate reminded her of Lu Yin. At the bottom of the sea, Lu Yin felt awkward. Impersonate me? She couldn't have come here just because of that, right? What, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. Aside from you and White Knight, who else in the thunderstorm area can do such a thing? Ziyi asked indifferently, her tone cold. Invisible light remained silent. He did not admit it, but he did not deny it either. If you impersonate me again, I'll make sure that you have no door to heaven or hell, no matter what price you have to pay, Ziyi barked before tearing through the void and leaving. She was certain that invisible light was impersonating her, and her anger had dissipated after the battle. Ziyi had acknowledged that invisible light was someone on the same level as her, which meant that the impersonation had turned into a ploy. There was nothing to be angry about if the ploy had failed. After Ziyi left, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the 6th mainland also left. Both sides had separated when Ziyi and invisible light had fought, and now that they had retreated, the cultivators from the 5th mainland did not pursue them. There was a price to pay if they did, and anyone could die. They were cultivators, not soldiers, and they would not seek death for no reason. Besides, they were also afraid of luring Ziyi back. Regardless of whether it was the source of origin energy or the flames from the scarlet blaze eyes, they were all quite difficult to deal with. Invisible light closed his eyes once more, and the stifling domain dissipated. Countless people breathed a sigh of relief. The millions of cultivators from the fifth mainland were excited, as they had witnessed the power of the 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters, who had once stood at the peak of the universe and had the authority to judge and supervise the younger generation, were indeed invincible. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 979. Hua Xiao looked at invisible light with a complicated expression. The Neoverse had also heard of the 10 arbiters, but they had not paid much attention to them. They had not believed that the Innerverse could produce an expert that could match them, just like how the Innerverse looked down on the Outerverse. However, after the sixth mainland's invasion, they had joined the battle and gradually understood who the 10 arbiters were. They were 10 freaks, and they could not understand how the Innerverse had managed to produce 10 freaks. The Neoverse resources, inheritances, and cultivation environment far surpassed the Innerverse, and it also had its own invincible powerhouses. However, even the Neoverse invincible powerhouses might not be able to defeat the 10 arbiters. It was too strange and did not make sense. Star Sibyl approached invisible light. I didn't expect you to be in the thunderstorm zone. Invisible light replied, the thunderstorm zone is one of the largest zones in the cosmic sea, so of course I had to come. The Tao Source 3 skies have all appeared, so it's not a loss for me to come. It's not just the Tao Source 3 skies. Realmling Shangrong and Realmling Nan Yanfei are also in the thunderstorm zone. Invisible light nodded. It's a pity that I didn't meet them. Hua Xiao approached. There are 5 magnetic poles in the thunderstorm zone, and we have one here. You should have snatched one, so you need to snatch another one. Invisible light replied, White Knight can snatch one. But she met a realmling, Hua Xiao could not help but say. Invisible light smiled. So what? Hua Xiao's eyes trembled. Invisible light was so confident. They were both 10 arbiters, but she trusted her opponent's strength so much. Even if White Knight can snatch one, Zi has gone to the west. Won't she attack White Knight? Star Sibyl asked. Invisible light frowned. Let's go to the west. I thought you were going to say, so what? Hua Xiao could not help but ask. Invisible light looked at him. You people still haven't lost your arrogance. Star Sibyl also looked at Hua Xiao. The sixth mainland had invaded, and the Innerverse had been defeated and had retreated to the cosmic sea. The Neoverse had joined the battle, and those people had been very arrogant when they had first joined the battlefield, even more so than the sixth mainland. Although Hua Xiao's character was not bad, his arrogance still existed, but now that invisible light had shattered his arrogance, he snorted and did not say anything else. There was a thump as Lu Yin charged out from the bottom of the ocean. She looked at Lu Yin. You're very powerful. You were able to injure Ziyi. Even I couldn't do that. Invisible light was puzzled. Ming Guang was puzzled. Who are you? Lu Yin. Invisible light was astonished. So it's you. You were once an unequaled leader. I never thought that you'd reach this level in just a few years. He had seen the 10 arbiters before, including White Knight Ling Gong, the scholar Wen Sansi, and the divine fist Lan Si. He had seen them all fight, but until now, none of them had been as unfathomable as invisible light. This person made Lu Yin fear him from the bottom of his heart, and the more he probed, the more unfathomable he felt. He didn't know if it was because he had cultivated his domain or if it was because he had closed his eyes, but his closed eyes gave off a mysterious feeling. Furthermore, his domain had been cultivated to the extreme, allowing him to predict attacks, which made it very strange. If he had to choose one of the 10 arbiters to fight, he would rather choose someone like Lance than fight someone who couldn't see the light. It had been almost 10 years since Lu Yin had first heard of the 10 arbiters during Earth's trial. During these 10 years, the 10 arbiters were still high and mighty, and they had a godlike status among the younger generation. Lu Yin did not know when he would be able to challenge the 10 arbiters. Everyone was worried that Zi would cause trouble for White Knight, so aside from Hua Xiao, Starsabil, and Lu Yin all followed Invisible Light to the west. Starsabil had the ability to divine while Invisible Light had witnessed Lu Yin's strength. These two were qualified to travel together. Invisible Light brought along a magnetic pole while Starsabil brought along a magnetic pole. Together, they attracted the weather in the thunderstorm zone and headed west. Meanwhile, Dachi Nu arrived at the northeast battlefield where the magnetic pole was being contested. He discovered that the magnetic pole had been taken away by Invisible Light, and they had been defeated. In a fit of rage, he headed southeast and bumped into Nan Yanfei. When Nan Yanfei discovered Dachi Nu, he was pleasantly surprised and turned back. He believed that the two of them would be able to defeat Lu Yin and the others if they worked together. In the west, White Knight had seized the magnetic pole, and Shang Rong had been forced to retreat with heavy injuries. However, White Knight still did not give up and wanted to destroy Shang Rong. But even if she could defeat Shang Rong, it would not be easy for her to kill him. Shang Rong was a realmling after all, and he had fought with White Knight many times. There was not much of a difference in their strength. The entire thunderstorm zone was filled with chaotic battles, and even though the magnetic pole was gone, many battlefields were still filled with slaughter. Starsabil's guess was not wrong. Ziyi had retreated to the southeast battlefield, but that did not mean that she had given up on the magnetic pole. Instead, she had rushed to the west battlefield. She had seen Lu Yin's order to cause trouble, and she was worried that Shang Rong and Dachi Nu's alliance would result in an accident. There were 5 magnetic poles in the thunderstorm zone, and she already had one in her hands. She needed to obtain 2 more. She had been full of confidence, but those orders had disrupted her plans. Along the way, they passed by the southern battlefield, which gave Tai Yuanjun and the others a fright. However, Ziyi was in a hurry to rush to the western battlefield and ignored them. Not long after, Invisible Light's trio also passed by the southern battlefield and headed west. When Lu Yin passed by the southern battlefield, he saw a strange person. A black blade had transformed into a human form and was shuttling through the battlefield. Was this person also human? He thought back to Starlight Island, where the people of the 6th mainland had discussed that there were many strange cultivators in the Neoverse. Not long after, Invisible Light's trio arrived at the western battlefield and saw that the Sky Palace had collapsed. White Knight was fighting Ziyi head-on, and she had been beaten to the point of spitting blood. She had fought with Shang Rong for a long time, and now that she was facing Ziyi, especially with Ziyi's fully activated Scarlet Blaze Essence eyes, it was difficult for her to resist. Not only had the Sky Palace collapsed, but it was also burning. However, as the bell tolled, a mighty might descended once more and extinguished the flames. White Knight would not be defeated so quickly. Ziyi did not believe that Invisible Light was one of the 10 arbiters, and she summoned her origin energy to form a large sword that slashed down. At the same time, Shang Rong created a white sun that smashed towards White Knight. White Knight coughed up blood and retreated in the face of the 2 attacks. At that moment, Invisible Light's domain swept out as Lu Yin activated the U-Secret Art and shifted the white sun away. The 2 of them acted together to prevent White Knight from being hit by Ziyi and Shang Rong's combined attacks. Ziyi was unwilling to accept this outcome. She had expected these people to come, so she had attacked with all her might and even had been willing to join forces with Shang Rong in order to obtain the magnetic pole as quickly as possible. However, she had not expected that this White Knight would not be so simple and would be able to withstand her attacks. Even if she was in a miserable state, being able to withstand her and Shang Rong's combined attacks was still impressive. Now that Invisible Light's trio had arrived, there was no use in Ziyi's unwillingness. Under the suppression of the celestial phenomenon, it would be very difficult for her to defeat invisible light. With Lu Yin and White Knight by her side, it would be impossible for her to snatch the magnetic pole. Shang Rong's mouth was bleeding as he stood beside Ziyi. When he saw that invisible light and Starsabil both had magnetic poles, his expression turned ugly. White Knight had also snatched the magnetic pole here, which meant that she had 3. Jitian, they have 3 magnetic poles, Shang Rong said bitterly. Ziyi glanced over. I know. Across from them, White Knight looked at Lu Yin in shock. Why are you here? I took the wrong path, Lu Yin casually replied. White Knight choked on her words. The two were old acquaintances. Invisible Light looked at White Knight. Can you still fight? White Knight solemnly replied, it's fine. That woman is one of the Dao Source 3 skies, right? That's right. Her astral origin is indestructible, and her life energy is very powerful. She also has an innate gift, and she hasn't used any of her secret techniques yet. White Knight's eyes narrowed. She'll be difficult. Invisible Light smiled. Not really. I can hold her back. That Shang Rong isn't hard to deal with since he's injured. Leave Shang Rong to me, Lu Yin said. He was eager to find a realmling to fight one-on-one, especially one who was heavily injured. This was a rare opportunity. White Knight frowned and glanced at Lu Yin. You can deal with a realmling. Have you forgotten how miserable you were back then? A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Do you believe that I can beat you up even now? Lu Yin retorted. His confidence had swelled, and he had been trembling with fear when facing White Knight back then. Now, however, he no longer needed to. This woman had no chance of defeating him, and with the suppression of astral phenomenon, even if he could not win, he could still escape. White Knight raised a brow. You're provoking me. Are you two familiar with each other? Invisible Light was puzzled. Lu Yin was about to speak when he sensed White Knight's threatening gaze. He recalled the cute and elegant face beneath the white armor. Forget it, a gentleman would not fight with a woman. Not really, but we've met a few times. Starsabil was puzzled, as Lu Yin had met many people before. White Knight rarely showed herself, but he had met her a few times. Across from them, Shang Rong looked at Lu Yin. This person looked familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen him before. Let's go, Ziyi said indifferently. Shang Rong was stunned. Go. What about the magnetic poles? No, Ziyi replied. Shang Rong did not understand. They have 3 magnetic poles, which is 1 more than us. According to the rules, they'll win the thunderstorm zone. Are we going to give up on it? That will depend on whether or not they can snatch away the remaining 2 magnetic poles, Ziyi coldly replied. She then left without looking back. Shang Rong was unwilling to give up. In his impression, the Dao Source 3 skies were invincible, and the people across from them should not be a match for the Dao Source 3 skies. He could not understand why Ziyi had given up. He had been one of the 9 people who had challenged Ziyi, so he had a good understanding of her strength. She had an unfathomable astral origin, terrifying vitality, and scarlet flame eyes that could incinerate the void. When combined with her enlighter's power level, he was powerless. Even with the suppression of astral phenomenon, she should not have retreated. White Knight sighed in relief as she watched Ziyi and Shang Rong leave, but she also felt that it was a pity. She really wanted to fight against the Dao Source 3 skies. With 3 magnetic poles, we should have won, but the 6th mainland might not leave the thunderstorm zone. Unless we gather all 5 magnetic poles and change the entire thunderstorm zone so that no one can survive, we'll isolate the area and stop the 6th mainland from trying to invade the Neoverse, Starsabil said. Of the remaining two magnetic poles, one is in Z's hands, and the other has been snatched away by the sixth mainland for the time being. The two magnetic poles are most likely to appear on Starlight Island. We'll rest for a few days before attacking Starlight Island. White Knight had no objections. They had to snatch all the magnetic poles. Only by gathering all five would they be able to completely change the thunderstorm zone and put an end to the sixth mainland's ambitions. Lu Yin could not help but ask, if the thunderstorm zone's weather changes, what will happen to the people living on the islands? White Knight coldly replied, it will take a long time to completely change the weather, and we can use that time to move those people away. If we can't, then we'll leave it to fate, Invisible Light replied. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 980. Lu Yin and Starsabil looked at each other, and they both thought of Yaya. If there were any changes in the weather, they would have to bring Yaya out. Although they were not cold-blooded and heartless people, they were able to see the big picture and knew how to give up. The current balance of power in the thunderstorm zone was very strange. Previously, the sixth mainland had held the absolute advantage. They had two realmlings, as well as many Imprinter, World Imprinter, and even Ian Imprinter's descendants. When they had first invaded the Innerverse, these people had displayed terrifying strength. Even with the suppression of celestial phenomena, they had won more battles than they had lost. Later on, the Dao Source Three Skies had joined the sixth mainland, and the sixth mainland had been determined to obtain the thunderstorm zone. However, 10 of the fifth mainland's top powers had arrived, and a few more powerhouses that had not shown themselves before had joined. For example, Sirius Sect's second disciple, Mu Ziying, had surpassed Hua Xiao in strength, but was still a marquis. Another example was the man who had transformed into a black blade. What truly changed the balance of power was the addition of Lu Yin and Starsabil. Lu Yin had cooperated with Hua Xiao and Starsabil to defeat the Realmling, Nan Yanfei. He had also caused Shi Yi of the Dao Source Three Skies to feel apprehensive. It could be said that even without Lu Yin, the sixth mainland would still have been the victor of this battle. Even though the sixth mainland hadn't invested too much power into the thunderstorm region, they were still able to suppress it, even with the addition of the 10 arbiters. Ziyi thought about it for a long time. She thought about the strength of the thunderstorm zone, and then she thought about the current situation of the fifth mainland. Ever since she had joined this battlefield, she had felt that something was amiss. She had originally thought that the sixth mainland would have far more top-notch experts than the fifth mainland, but the fifth mainland did not seem weak at all. This was especially true for those from the Neoverse. There were many powerhouses who were comparable to the descendants of imprinter families. The fifth mainland's Neoverse was the true representative of the strongest inheritance. If even the 10 arbiters had appeared in the Innerverse, then the Neoverse definitely had existences that could rival them. If that was the case, then the sixth mainland's Dao Source Three Skies and the 9 realms Realmlings might not even surpass the fifth mainland's elite experts. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. The skies of the fifth mainland had clearly been covered, and it was precisely because the Sea King had restored the skies of the fifth mainland that this war had started. Logically speaking, this war should have been a devastating one, but first, a progenitor had changed the weather, and then they had fallen into the whirlpool that was cosmic ocean. Then, the great beings of the Neoverse had joined in one after another. She could not help but feel that the fifth mainland had not been defeated so badly. Up in the sky, Zi hovered in place, her eyes flickering. She lowered her head, and it was as if she could see the entire battlefield of the fifth continent. A battle between the younger generation could often reflect many things. If the younger generation of the fifth mainland was not any weaker than the younger generation of the sixth mainland, then the older generation would not be any weaker. If his guess was correct, then why didn't they break through the sixth mainland's defenses? With the sky covered, it was impossible for the fifth mainland to give birth to a progenitor realm expert. Why didn't they resist? The progenitor realm was the end of the cultivation civilization. Without the birth of a progenitor realm expert, everything would be meaningless. It was not that the fifth mainland did not know this. Could it be that she had guessed wrong? Had the fifth mainland reached its limit? After thinking for a long time, Ziyi's gaze became resolute. Since she didn't know, she might as well test the waters. After returning to Starlight Island, Ziyi ordered all the cultivators of the sixth mainland to gather and protect the magnetic pole. A new order was issued, and through the Tao Source token, it appeared in the eyes of all the sixth mainland's masters who possessed a half-life origin token in the thunderstorm area. Dachi Nu and Nan Yanfei saw the order, but they didn't know if it was real or fake. Everyone else saw the order. Di Luo and Autumn Frost Qing did not hesitate, and they headed toward Starlight Island with the magnetic pole. They might have hesitated if they had been told to go anywhere else, but Starlight Island was one of the sixth mainland's main points of attack. If Starlight Island was a trap, then there was no need to fight in the thunderstorm area. At the various battlefields in the thunderstorm area, all of the sixth mainland's cultivators headed toward Starlight Island. On the western battlefield, Lu Yin looked at the command on his progenitor token and then turned to invisible light. Ziyi is going to defend the magnetic pole on Starlight Island. That's not surprising. The only thing they can do is ensure that they remain undefeated in the thunderstorm area. It's impossible for them to win, Invisible Light replied. Gather everyone and form a group to attack Starlight Island, White Knight said coldly. She then thought for a moment. Leave Ziyi to me. The others all looked at her. Lu Yin could not help but speak up. I think it's better to leave it to Invisible Light. White Knight glared at him. Shut up. Invisible Light replied, leave Ziyi to me. You should deal with Shang Rong. After all, he's a realmling, and aside from you, no one else can fight him alone. His bloodline can cause a lot of damage. White Knight was unwilling to give up. You can deal with Shang Rong as well. I want to experience the power of the Tao Source Three Skies. Save it. Don't lose the advantage that we've worked so hard to accumulate, Lu Yin said. White Knight was furious. I told you to shut up. This is an order. Lu Yin found it funny, but he did not continue arguing with her. This woman was stubborn. Invisible Light was helpless. Ziyi counters you. Her scarlet flame eyes just so happen to burn your innate gift. Counters. Have you guys really seen my heaven palace in its perfect state? White Knight retorted. Invisible Light was stunned, and Starsibyl's eyes flashed. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Fine. Since you insist, I'll leave Ziyi to you, Invisible Light said. White Knight's gaze turned cold. She had finally defeated Shang Rong, but Ziyi had suddenly ambushed her and seriously injured her. If not for Invisible Light and the others arriving in time, she might not have been able to escape unscathed. She would not forget this grudge. She was one of the 10 Arbiters and White Knight. So what if the Tao Source Three Skies were here? If Invisible Light could deal with them, then so could she. Leave Shang Rong to me. As for Nan Yanfei, Brother Lu, I'll leave him to you and Starsibyl. How about that? Invisible Light asked. Lu Yin had no objections. Starsibyl agreed as well. The two of us can deal with Nan Yanfei, but if we want to restrain him, we'll need Hua Xiao as well. White Knight replied, aside from Hua Xiao, our thunderstorm zone has other experts, and we don't have any fewer than the 6th mainland. Rest for a few days. Once everyone has gathered and White Knight's injuries have healed, we'll attack Starlight Island, Invisible Light confirmed. Half a day later, the Sixth Mainland's experts returned to Starlight Island one after another. Di Luo had brought back the second magnetic pole, which improved Ziyi's mood greatly. However, this good mood had vanished with Nan Yanfei's appearance. She stared coldly at Nan Yanfei. Why did you leave the battlefield without permission? In her plan, the Realmlings were very important, as they were the strongest fighting force. If Nan Yanfei had still been at the southeastern battlefield, then the two of them might have been able to seize another magnetic pole, which would have completely changed the situation in the thunderstorm zone. Nan Yanfei knew that he was in the wrong, but the Realmlings had their own dignity. They respected the Tao Source Three Skies, but they were not their subordinates. They have someone who can perform divinations. If I stay behind, I'll be in danger. Besides, I didn't know that Zhitian would go. Ziyi frowned. With your strength, even if you stay behind, you can't win, but you can't lose either. Nan Yanfei was dissatisfied. Zhitian wants me to gamble with my life. An unknown outcome. Ziyi coldly stared at him. Nan Yanfei showed no signs of fear. Shang Rong hurriedly tried to smooth things over. The Tao Source Three Skies and the Realmlings were both peak experts of the Sixth Mainland. The Realmlings were restricted by the Tao Source Three Skies, but that also depended on the person. Nan Yanfei was the type who did not care about his status as a Realmling. At worst, he could just give up his position, but if he did not, then no one in the Blood Homage realm could. Realmlings relied on their strength, not their background. Ziyi could think of a way to strip him of his status, but she would have to find someone to replace him, which would be very troublesome. Thus, even though the Tao Source Three Skies had always been able to suppress the Realmlings, they had always respected each other, as both sides had relied on their own strength to reach this point. The last person the Tao Source Three Skies wanted to encounter was a pain in the ass like Nan Yanfei. Threatening him was useless, killing him was impossible, and ordering him around was even more useless. Ziyi exhaled. After this battle, I'll settle things with you. Nan Yanfei did not care, as he had never cared about the position of Realmlings. If someone wanted to take it away, they would just have to defeat him. He was a very strange person. He was arrogant, but he could also escape at any time. He had an impulsive personality, but he could also be very casual at times. His actions were both righteous and evil, and he was very strange. Ziyi had been annoyed by Nan Yanfei, but the war was very important right now. The Fifth Mainland had 2 10 arbiters, as well as experts from Sirius and Burial Garden. Starlight Island was not safe. Ziyi no longer paid any attention to Nan Yanfei and used her star energy to draw an image of Lu Yin in the sky. Do any of you know this person? The 10 arbiters were famous throughout the universe, so there was no need to ask. Only Lu Yin had caught her attention. He did not care about generating origin energy, had 2 secret techniques, and was only a 5-cycle cruiser. This was the person she wanted to understand the most and capture the most. When Nan Yanfei saw Lu Yin's image, he immediately said, "It's him. He's the one who tricked me. He has a secret technique." When the words "secret technique" were mentioned, countless people were shocked, and at the same time, they looked at Lu Yin's image with envy. Even the Realmlings might not have secret techniques, and at the very least, Nan Yanfei and Shang Rong did not. Anyone who had a secret technique was an absolute genius. Secret techniques could turn something rotten into something magical, and once one grasped a secret technique, challenging those of a higher realm would be child's play. In the crowd, Autumn Frost Qing's eyes widened. "It's him." Ziyi turned around and looked at Autumn Frost Qing. "You know him." Autumn Frost Qing stepped forward and respectfully said, "Zhitian, this person's name is Lu Yin, and he's from the Fifth Mainland's Outerverse. When my Bloodburn realm attacked the Outerverse, we fought with him. He went to the fifth mainland's Dowsor sect ruins, and I suspect that the reason why my Bloodburn Realm's attack on the Outerverse failed was because the fifth mainland had been prepared for it. Ziyi did not care about the rest of his words, as the Bloodburn Realm's defeat was a defeat, and there was no reason for it. What she cared about was Lu Yin's experiences. You said that he went to the fifth mainland's Dowsor sect ruins. Autumn Frost Qing replied, yes, I've seen him more than once. Shang Rong suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. This person was there when the fifth mainland's Dowsor sect was fighting over the inheritance in the mountains and seas. He was the one who destroyed the inheritance. Ziyi muttered to herself. Only the 10 arbiters could enter the fifth mainland's Dowsor sect ruins, but this person had actually been able to do so, which meant that he was definitely not one of the 10 arbiters. Then, did that mean that the 10 arbiters were not the only ones who could enter the fifth mainland's Dowsor sect ruins? When the fifth mainland's Dowsor sect ruins were mentioned, Ziyi could not help but think of a certain person, Wu Taibai. That guy liked to disguise himself and wander around, and the fifth mainland's Dowsor sect ruins were one of the places he frequented. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 981. His name is Lu Yin. Ziyi asked. Autumn Frost Qing nodded. Yes. Pass down my orders. Everyone from the sixth mainland is to capture Lu Yin in my name, and they can only capture him alive. I will personally recommend anyone who is captured to the Blood Ancestor and give them a chance to acknowledge him as their master, Ziyi announced loudly. Everyone was excited, as acknowledging the Blood Ancestor as their master was the dream of countless cultivators from the sixth mainland. Even Shang Rong and Nan Yanfei were excited. Who would not want to acknowledge the Blood Ancestor as their master? Even if it was just a 1 in a billion chance, everyone would fight for it with their lives. The Blood Ancestor was one of the 3 people with the highest status in the sixth mainland. Even just one encounter with him was enough to make one famous throughout the sixth mainland. Everyone's blood rushed to their heads as they stared fixedly at Lu Yin's image. This person was their shortcut to the future. Ziyi's gaze was deep. In her heart, Lu Yin's value far surpassed the 10 arbiters and even the outcome of the battle in the thunderstorm zone. She did not care too much about the 2 secret techniques that he had, as some of them were only passed down to a single person. Besides, she also had her own secret techniques. What she cared about the most was this person's physique. Why did he not care about generating Genesis energy? Generating Genesis energy was a mystical technique of the sixth mainland's Dowsor sect, and there were very few people who cultivated it. However, anyone who successfully cultivated it could consider themselves invincible. Lu Yin's complete disregard for generating Genesis energy gave Ziyi a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, the 10 arbiters had not appeared, or else she would definitely have been able to capture this person. However, whether or not she could capture him now depended on luck. Any news that involved a progenitor would definitely spread as quickly as possible. Soon, all of the sixth mainland's cultivators in the thunderstorm zone received the news. If they could capture Lu Yin, they would have a chance to meet the Blood Ancestor. The rumors became more and more exaggerated, and by the time the news left the thunderstorm zone, it had already become about capturing Lu Yin to become the next Dowsor's 3 skies and acknowledge the Blood Ancestor as their master. In just a few days, the news had completely shaken the cosmic sea, and all of the fifth mainland's cultivators knew about it. Lu Yin's name had spread in the shortest amount of time. There was a strange place in the cosmic sea that had a red color as far as the eye could see. The seawater here was hot, and magma flowed beneath the surface. Countless streaks of sword chi surged and wantonly swept through the area. They were all experts from the sword sect. On the other side, the cultivators of the sixth mainland were not weak either. Lu Xiaoqiu gripped his sword's hilt tightly as fresh blood dripped down his wrist. His opponent was a disciple from an imprinter family from the Black Blood realm. His innate gift, bloodline, and battle imprint were all perfect, and he was also an explorer like Lu Xiaoqiu. The two had been fighting for a long time. Your 13 swords is indeed powerful, but it's impossible for you to defeat me. Lu Xiaoqiu gripped his sword hilt tightly, his gaze unwavering. I'll give it a try. The Sixth Mainland had invaded, and the entire sword sect had retreated to the Cosmic Sea. Over the past few years, Lu Xiaoqiu had been constantly battling the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland. His title was General Qiu, and he had narrowly escaped death numerous times. He had long since become indifferent to life and death. From the moment the sword sect retreated to the universe ocean, he had no intention of returning alive. At that moment, a strange fish swam past his feet. Its body was long and narrow like an arrow, and there was something in its mouth. It was a messenger fish, a specialty of the cosmic ocean. In the cosmic ocean, a gadget signal was intermittent, and it was not easy to use. Most messages were transmitted by messenger fish, and they had no natural enemies in the cosmic ocean. No creatures ate them, so they were the most suitable for transmitting messages. They were also extremely fast, comparable to an enlighters. Lu Xiaoqiu and the disciple moved at the same time to grab the messenger fish, but it was too far away from Lu Xiaoqiu and was caught by the disciple. He took the letter out of the fish's mouth and looked at it. His eyes widened, and he could not hide his ecstasy. Lu Xiaoqiu was puzzled. On the other side, the disciple showed the letter to Lu Xiaoqiu. Do you know this person? The letter contained an order that Zi had issued to the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland, and it contained Lu Yin's image. When Lu Xiaoqiu saw Lu Yin's image, he was shocked. More than 5 years had passed, and he had been immersed in the battlefield for so long that he had forgotten about Lu Yin. A day without him felt like 3 autumns, and 5 years on the battlefield felt like a century. The battle from back then had been so distant that he had gradually forgotten about it. But now, this person had appeared in front of him again. It seems like you know him. The Dao Source 3 Skies have issued an order to capture this person, and anyone who can capture him alive will have the opportunity to become the Blood Ancestor's disciple. If you can help me capture this person, I'll guarantee that you will join the Sixth Mainland, and I'll make sure that you have a meteoric rise in the future, the disciple announced. A cultivator from the Sixth Mainland said the same thing in front of Lu Xiaoyun. Lu Xiaoyun stared blankly at Lu Yin's image. This person really was like a ghost that refused to leave. He had managed to return even after the inner verse and outer verse had been cut off, and he had even attracted the attention of the Dao Source 3 Skies. They had paid such a huge price to capture him, so he must have done something extremely disgusting. Damn it! The cosmic sea's weather was ever-changing, and there were many strange places. There was one area where meteorites rained down from the sky. No one knew where they came from, but there were countless meteorites crashing down at any given moment. These meteorites were quite powerful, and even hunters did not want to be hit by them. When Sansi looked at the meteorites raining down from the sky, he then looked into the distance with a messenger fish in his hand. Behind him, Mira was still as seductive as ever. Her long white hair cascaded down to her bare feet, and she looked extremely seductive. When Qianer and Han Chong stood next to her. One was an elite of the Wen family, and she had even participated in the battle for planet Pyrolite. The other was the student leader of Astral, too, and the realm master of the Azura realm, and he had once drawn a picture of the world. Both Wen Qianer and Han Chong had experienced several years of war and had narrowly escaped death. Now, they had finally reached Wen Sansi's side and were qualified to stand here. When Sansi passed the messenger fish to Mira. Take a look. Mira was puzzled. She took the fish and opened it, and her pupils shrank. How is this possible? Wen Qian'er and Han Chong were both very curious. Mira showed them the fish, and both of them were shocked. They knew who Lu Yin was, and they all had different thoughts about him. Back when Lu Yin was an unequaled leader, Wen Qian'er had wanted to challenge him, but her dreams had been shattered by Ling Quebec. The Wen family had invited Ling Ke to help them fight on planet Pyrolite, but Ling Ke's strength had left Wen Qian'er powerless. Mu Rong, who had appeared right after, terrified her. However, both of them had been defeated by Lu Yin. Lu Yin's appearance on planet Pyrolite seemed to have settled everything. That person had unequaled strength, and he was at least an unequaled leader. However, over the past few years, she had been tempered by the battlefield, and she had long since forgotten about this person. Ling Ke, Mu Rong, Lu Xiaoqiu, Han Fei, Night Queen Yanqing, and the others had all revealed their talents and been conferred titles. Lu Yin, who had once suppressed them to the point of suffocation, had already been forgotten. This person was still enjoying life in the outerverse, and they should have long since left him behind. But now, they had actually seen him again, and his appearance was accompanied by the name of the Tao Source Three Skies. Whether it was in the 6th or 5th mainland, the Tao Source Three Skies were the pinnacle of power. They had heard too many rumors that the Tao Source Three Skies were about to appear, but they had all been false alarms. Now, the Tao Source Three Skies had truly appeared in the cosmic sea, and this person was actually able to attract the attention of the Tao Source Three Skies. Needless to say, she knew what this meant. This person had not been left behind by them, and he had even grown to the point where even the Tao Source Three Skies had issued an order to capture him. Han Fei's emotions were complicated, but he did not think too much about it. He had known from the start that this person would not have remained dormant. A person who had dared to challenge the Day-Night clan after just a few years of cultivation was not surprising at all. Myra's emotions were the most complicated, as she was the one who had brought Lu Yin out of Earth. If not for her, this person might have already been killed by someone from the Great Yu Empire who wanted to curry favor with some of the nobles. It could be said that she had single-handedly brought up a freak who had shocked the universe. She had once had high hopes for Lu Yin, but that was only because he had joined the Astral Combat Academy or because he had revealed his talents. That was all. She had felt that even that little bit of hope was impossible, as it was far too difficult. However, as Lu Yin walked step by step towards the peak, she had experienced what it meant to be unstoppable. Her experiences on the battlefield over the past few years had also caused her to forget about this person. How could someone who was content to enjoy life in the outerverse catch up to people like her who had been tempered by life and death situations on the battlefield? But now, she was at a loss. This person was still unstoppable. When Sansi looked up with a smile on his face. The two people in the thunderstorm region must have seen this person. Interesting, as even when Sansi himself had almost forgotten about this person. He believed that after so many years of life and death battles, the people who had once competed with this person would have forgotten about him as well. This person was truly destined to appear. Perhaps he would also participate in that competition. The sea roared as hundreds and thousands of cultivators knelt on one knee, facing a man who stood tall in the sky. The man's long black and white hair fluttered in the wind, with a hint of gray in the middle. He had a valiant appearance and was filled with dignity. Just by standing there, the void was unable to bear his presence, and he gave off a feeling that he could not be defied. This man was Night King Jinwu, one of the 10 arbiters. Bro, this Lu Yin actually appeared. How did he come to the Interverse? And why did he attract the attention of the Tao Source Three Skies? Night Queen Yanqing asked as she stood behind Night King Jinwu. She could not figure out how this person had appeared. Night King Jinwu clasped his hands behind his back. If he appears, then so be it. It's even better that he's here. Then we'll settle everything that happened back then. At a certain seabed in the cosmic sea, Grandani Mavis and Lulu Mavis were hiding. "Why are these people trying to capture us?" Lulu asked with a headache. Grandani Mavis rolled her eyes. "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? You must have done something that angered the heavens." Lulu was furious. "You're the one who angered the heavens. I'm a beautiful young lady who's loved by everyone." Grandani Mavis immediately mocked her. Above their heads, cultivators from the sixth mainland would occasionally fly past. At this moment, a messenger fish flew past them. Grandani Mavis was extremely fast, and she reached out to grab it, but the fish was even faster. Lulu's eyes suddenly changed, and the messenger fish that had been swimming off into the distance suddenly turned back. Lulu had a smug look on her face as she took out the letter in the fish's mouth and looked at it. She was stunned. There's someone even more ruthless. Grandani Mavis looked at the letter and was shocked. Luin. Wasn't he in the Outerverse? Why is he back? He even made the Dowsaur's three skies pay such a huge price to capture him alive. Lulu, he's even more troublesome than you are. You're the troublemaker. Your whole family is troublemaker. My whole family is your whole family. We Mavis are all from the same source. Don't spout nonsense. Be careful not to be overheard. Sure. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 982. Back in the Cosmic Sea, there was a place called the Whitefall region that was completely white. Regardless of whether it was the sky, the sea, or the bottom of the sea, the rocks were all white. Strangely, one could not touch the sea here, as one would be melted. There were battles everywhere in the Whitefall region. In the southernmost region, there was a tall platform. This was the General Appointment Platform, which was the largest battlefield in the Cosmic Sea. The best young experts from the 5th and 6th mainlands were all gathered here, and from time to time, someone would fall into the sea and be melted into nothingness. On the surface of the sea, blue mystic ice was frozen, and a woman wearing a veil stood atop it. She wielded a long sword, and with a casual wave of her hand, a sword light flashed. Several 6th mainland cultivators in front of her were sliced in half and fell into the sea. The woman held a messenger fish in her left hand. "I'm back. Are the Innerverse and Outerverse connected? After this battle, it's time to go home." Earth. Not too far away from the woman, a group of sylvan dragons roared. Each dragon had a cultivator from the 5th mainland standing on its head. There was a beautiful woman who used serious palms that far exceeded 999 stars. There was also a 3-meter-tall burly man who was the 10 arbiters. There was also a solemn man whose attacks could pierce through the void and attack in a straight line. There was also a phoenix who used flames to burn the sea. It was the 10 undying birds. Each of these people was extremely powerful. As for their opponents, they were also extremely powerful. This was the largest battlefield, and those who could participate in the battle in the sky were at least king-ranked powerhouses. Even so, news from the Dowsaur's three skies could still reach this place because those were the Dowsaur's three skies. The woman put down the messenger fish in her hand and looked up into the sky. There, the 10 arbiters' undying birds were fighting with a sword-wielding man from the 6th mainland. No one knew the man's real name, and they only knew that he was the Martial Immortal Domain's realmling. He was known as the Sword Scholar, and his longsword swept out in all directions. This was the Sword Scholar, and even the 10 undying birds were being suppressed by him. To the 6th mainland, the Martial Immortal Domain was special because it had given birth to many powerhouses. Even the Martial Progenitor had come from there. Realmlings from other domains might not be able to become realmlings in the Martial Immortal Domain. Of the 6th mainland's 9 realms, even if the martial immortal domain's realmlings were not the strongest. Right below where Jian Ru and the Undying Bird were fighting, there were also cultivators from the 6th and 5th mainlands fighting. If Lu Yin were here, he would definitely recognize one of the girls. It was Miss Qing. The two had met a few times in the ruins of the 5th mainland's Daosaur sect, but they had not met again after that. Miss Qing's opponent was a cruiser seedling from Shamrock Enterprises. He was from the same generation as the 10 Arbiters, and he was one of the top geniuses who had been suppressed by the 10 Arbiters. He had only fought a few times in the Innerverse, but he had already been included in the top 100 rankings. He was ranked 8th, and he was considered an expert among the 5th mainland's younger generation. He had already been conferred the title of general, but he still could not suppress Miss Qing. Miss Qing seemed more like a game than a serious fight. The messenger fish rushed out of the sea, but the seawater of the White Cliff district, which could melt everything, was unable to melt the messenger fish. This was also a miraculous phenomenon. Miss Qing's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Yin's image on the letter. Long time no see. On the other side, the seat of Shamrock Enterprises was sullen. He could feel Miss Qing's disregard, but there was nothing he could do. These peerless experts were not the only ones who appeared in the sky and on the ground. There were also peerless experts fighting in the distance. White smoke drifted and covered the void. Warhorses neighed and black flames spread. There were even huge buildings that looked like brothels flickering. This was the biggest battle in Universe Ocean. This was a battlefield. Further south, at the edge of the Universe Ocean, the celestial phenomena gradually disappeared. When the celestial phenomena completely disappeared, countless older experts from the Innerverse, Universe Ocean, and even the Neoverse were gathered there. The Wind Family, Sword Sect, Day-Night Clan, Divine Great Hall, Blaze Realm, and so on. There were also the 4 tyrants of the Universe Ocean, Sirius Sect, Hall of Honor, Home of the Gods, and so on. It was their existence that had suppressed the many imprinters of the 6th mainland's 3 filaments, including the world imprinters, cosmic imprinters, and even the celestial imprinters. They were the ones who determined the situation, and the younger generation was still like a child. Even so, the final outcome of the cosmic ocean was decided by the younger generation, and the Daosaur's 3 skies were the top talents of the younger generation. News of the Daosaur's 3 skies had also spread to this place quickly. No one had expected that a junior from the Outerverse would actually return to the Innerverse and attract the attention of the Daosaur's 3 skies. More importantly, it even involved the blood progenitor. This was too ridiculous. The Blaze Realm, Day-Night Clan, and other major powers had already forgotten about Lu Yin over the past few years. Now, he had actually reappeared. Night King Yuanjing stared at Lu Yin's image in a daze. His expression was strange and indescribably complicated. At first, he had been able to control this brat, but as time went on, the brat had lost more and more control. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that he had not been the one controlling Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had been the one controlling him. Although they had managed to track down the 3rd Night King, it had been completely useless. Night King Yuanjing had a deep impression of Lu Yin, but after so many years of war, he had long since forgotten about this person. He had even assumed that Lu Yin was dead. He was very clear about the Day-Night Clan's attitude towards Lu Yin, but he had never expected Lu Yin to return alive and even attract the attention of the Daosaur's 3 skies. Now that he's back, it'll be troublesome. Night King Yuanjing frowned as Shua Day-Night's figure appeared in his mind. News of Lu Yin's return had caused such a stir because the Daosaur's 3 skies were paying attention to him. They had even paid a huge price to capture him alive, which had even involved a progenitor. Actually, if it had been Lu Yin himself, he would not have been able to cause such a huge commotion. Even if he had become a king-ranked martial artist, there were too many king-ranked experts in the Neoverse. In addition, there were also the 10 Arbiters. Liu Yin's return had caused the various major powers to speculate about the Dao Source 3 Skies and the Blood Progenitor, but some people were truly happy. Above the sea, the warship swayed, and the sky trembled as the laughter traveled further and further. This was Leon's armada, and the one laughing was Heizage Leon, a terrifying powerhouse who had once barged into the technocracy and battled with the Sea King. The loud laughter continued to reverberate throughout the sea, and it gradually affected the surrounding waters. Many people walked out and frowned as they looked in the direction of Leon's armada. The Ross Empire was very close to Leon's armada, and they were greatly affected by the laughter. Many of their technological products were even emitting sparks. Some people wanted to negotiate, but they were stopped. "Are you crazy? That's Heizage Leon. We can't afford to offend him. What's there to be afraid of? Now that we're united against him, do you think he'll dare to attack us?" "Not necessarily. He's a madman. He controls all the pirates in the universe, and there's nothing he won't do. You expect a pirate to reason with you. Besides, that guy has a bunch of freaks behind him. Offending him is the same as offending those freaks. Even the behemoths in the Neoverse don't want to face them." "Humph, a madman. As expected of one of my people. You've got guts, and you're already doing big things as soon as you come out. Ha 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 ha." Heizage Leon gripped his overlord blade and pressed it against the warship, causing invisible ripples to spread out and cover an increasingly large area. The ripples spread to the Ross Empire, as well as the Blaze Realm, which was even further away. The flames burning outside the Blaze Realm were extinguished, which caused a wave of curses. Heizage Leon did not care, as he had long since been annoyed by these people. If not for the fact that he had to use these people as the vanguard in the war against the Sixth Mainland, these people would not have been able to leave the Cosmic Sea alive. They had actually dared to plot against Little Seven. The members of Leon's Great Legion smiled bitterly, but when they looked at Liu Yin's image that Heizage Leon had posted on the warship, they all felt comforted. The kid from back then had grown up. When the Innerverse and Outerverse had first been separated, they had been worried that this kid would be killed by the huge organizations that had been left behind in the Outerverse. Leon's Great Legion had 7 legions under it, and Big Sis's Great Legion was second only to the 7 legions. It was considered the 8th legion. When she looked at Liu Yin's image in the letter, the depression that had been plaguing her for many years suddenly disappeared. "It's good that he's alive." Behind her, Reuben, the Dirty Brothers, Guema Bro, and the others all relaxed. To them, it did not matter what Liu Yin did, as long as he was alive. Big Sis, Little Seven has attracted the attention of the entire Sixth Mainland. The Dao Source 3 Skies are giving him too good of a reward, and he's in danger, Reuben said. Big Sis's eyes narrowed, and a cold glint flashed through them. "I know." Regardless of the commotion in the outside world, the thunderstorm zone remained quiet for only a few days. Soon, Obscured Light, White Knight, Liu Yin, Starsabil, Mu Ziying, Taiyuanjun, and the others gathered and decided to attack Starlight Island together. With Obscured Light leading the way, a group of top experts from the younger generation followed. They led millions of cultivators from the Fifth Mainland through the thunderstorm zone and toward Starlight Island. Among them, Liu Yin saw Avery, the strongest member of the Dire Barbarian clan's younger generation. He was known as the Second Battle King and was one of the 10 Battle King's subordinate counselors. Liu Yin had encountered this person during the ported battles and had been crushed. Liu Yin also saw Taiyuanjun, who was ranked second on the top 100 rankings and 2 places ahead of Avery. This person was infatuated with Starsabil and had almost hugged her the moment he saw her. There was also Mu Ziying, the second disciple of the Sirius sect, as well as the strange man from Burial Garden. Luin had not known about Burial Garden before, but now he did. They were one of the three Dark Hands and also one of the most mysterious organizations. The three Dark Hands were the Neo-Human Alliance, the Seven Courts, and Burial Garden. Among them, the Neo-Human Alliance was the universe's public enemy. Luin had once thought that the Seven Courts and Burial Garden were also humanity's public enemies, but as he learned more about them, he realized that this was not the case. The Neo-Human Alliance was completely against humanity, and they did not care about factions at all. If the Sixth Mainland invaded, they would cause trouble behind the scenes and ally themselves with the Sixth Mainland. They were a power that had to be killed. The Seven Courts were known as one of the three Dark Hands because they had competed against the Hall of Honor and the other powers for progenitor Chen's tomb that Ku Wei had mentioned, and they had even won. This could be considered a deliberate attempt to tarnish their reputation. Although they had been tarnished, they were not considered public enemies and could only be considered enemies. The Hall of Honor represented humanity and was the true strongest power, which was why the Seven Courts were considered dark. In the end, the Hall of Honor had lost in the battle for progenitor Chen's tomb, and they had lost face. As for Burial Garden, it was the most mysterious of the three Dark Hands. Who knew what was in that place, and no one knew anything about it. However, the name of the place made Lu Yin's hair stand on end. Xian Jiu had once said that he had met the gaze of the dead and had written the word burial. Now, Lu Yin knew that the word represented Burial Garden. Xian Jiu had once said that Burial Garden would send someone to find him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 983. Lu Yin stared at Starlight Island, which was not too far away, as the sounds of battle echoed in his ears. Even under such circumstances, he still took the time to look at the person from the Burial Garden. What was the purpose of this power's existence? The attack on Starlight Island went exceptionally smoothly, and the Sixth Mainland had only managed to defend against a few 100,000 cultivators. Although it seemed like a lot, most of them had already perished. Even a fool would know that something was amiss. What was even stranger was that the magnetic pole was actually on Starlight Island. If the magnetic pole was not there, then White Knight and the others would have relaxed, as that meant that the Sixth Mainland had not given up on the thunderstorm zone. However, the magnetic pole was on Starlight Island, which meant that the Sixth Mainland had given up on the thunderstorm zone. The importance of the thunderstorm zone was self-evident, and the Sixth Mainland had definitely given up on it for something more important. Starsibyl had been constantly divining the moment she stepped onto Starlight Island, and it was only when Obscured Light and the others had obtained the remaining two magnetic poles that she paled. We've been tricked. Ziyi gave up on the thunderstorm zone and went in that direction. Starsibyl then pointed southeast. Many people exchanged glances as they looked southeast, and they saw the shock in each other's eyes. The Whitefall region, White Knight blurted out. Starsibyl's expression turned ugly. Perhaps Ziyi's appearance in the thunderstorm zone was just to attract attention. Her true goal was the Whitefall region, and there must be more than one person from the Dao Source Three Skies here. The Whitefall region is in danger. The Sixth Mainland doesn't need to conquer the entire cosmic sea. They just need to open up a path to a place without the suppression of astronomical phenomena. At that time, their older powerhouses can act, Obscured Light said. White Knight continued, after paying such a huge price, if they fail, then not only will the Whitefall region have no place for the Sixth Mainland in the entire cosmic sea. They plan to charge out of the cosmic sea in one go, and they must have many powerful imprinters backing them. They might even have celestial imprints. And it's not just one person, Starsibyl said. Everyone's hearts sank as they listened to their conversation. Lu Yin frowned, as he did not know if this had been Ziyi's plan from the very beginning or if she had only made such a decision after the 3 magnetic poles had been stolen from the thunderstorm zone. Regardless of the reason, she should have left the thunderstorm zone a long time ago. The Dowsource 3 skies were enough to change the situation of the battlefield, and not every 10 arbiters would be able to stop the Dowsource 3 skies. What was even more frightening was that it was possible that more than one of the Dowsource 3 skies would appear. It was even possible that all 3 of them would appear without any light. White Knight had been held back in the thunderstorm region, and the rest of the 10 arbiters had definitely been held back in other regions. The Whitefall region was in danger. At this moment, a short man came to Lu Yin's side and whispered, "7th bro, XANU." Lu Yin looked at the man in confusion. "You are?" The man smiled. "I'm from Leon's Armada." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "Really?" Through Uncle Reuben, Lu Yin had learned that he belonged to Leon's Armada. He was grateful to them, curious, and apprehensive, as he did not know what kind of people they were. After all, they were all pirates. Regardless, they were his family, as Big Sis and the others were all from Leon's Armada. Apparently, Lu Yin had been rescued by Heizage Leon, and he had not appeared in the Interverse. He had first appeared in the Cosmic Sea before awakening in the Interverse. Heizage Leon was his savior. "7th bro, take a look. XANU is a specialty of the Cosmic Sea, and it's used to transmit news throughout the Cosmic Sea," the man said. Lu Yin nodded and took out the letter. He glanced at it, and his expression changed. "The Whitefall region is in trouble." Everyone looked over. White Knight saw the fish in Lu Yin's hand and immediately took it. "The Whitefall region has been defeated, and they've retreated to the edge. They're using this fish to request reinforcements from the 4 seas. One of the Dowsource 3 skies, Secret Ancestor Successor Bukong, and the Blood Ancestor Successor, Ziyi, have both appeared in the Whitefall region." Before anyone could recover from their shock, White Knight continued, "The 10 warlords have been defeated. Glory Shu Jing has also been defeated. The general appointment platform has been stolen by Bukong. In the name of the Dowsource 3 skies, he has challenged all of the 5th mainland's experts of the same generation." Everyone was shocked. Another Dowsource 3 skies had appeared, and even the general appointment platform had been stolen. Shouldn't the general appointment platform be in the hands of the Hall of Honor? This was a way to motivate all of the 5th mainland's youths. The general appointment platform had been stolen, which was a huge blow to the 5th mainland's cultivators. Bukong looked up and faced the Whitefall region, feeling a deep pressure. Only those who had fought against the Dowsource 3 skies would understand this kind of pressure. Even though Bukong had forced Ziyi into a corner, he could not think of a way to defeat her. Moreover, this was under the suppression of celestial phenomenon. Without it, Ziyi would be able to display strength that surpassed an Enlighter's, and he would not be able to easily resist her. If Ziyi was already in such a state, then what about the Secret Ancestor Successor, who was rumored to have the most secret techniques? Secret techniques were a threshold that could never be crossed, and no ordinary person could deal with any secret technique. The Secret Ancestor had the most secret techniques, and the Secret Ancestor Successor was the most mysterious. Now that the Secret Ancestor Successor had stolen the general appointment platform, even Bukong did not know how to take it back. Perhaps the 10 arbiters would be able to do it if they worked together, but they could not leave the thunderstorm region. To the 6th mainland, this was an invasion, and there were many ways to do so. But to the 5th mainland, there was only one way, and that was to defend to the death and not give up any territory. Otherwise, they might become the root of the 5th mainland's defeat. Everyone fell silent. Lu Yin looked around, and everyone's expressions turned ugly. If the Whitefall region was broken through by the 6th mainland, then the older generation of experts from the 6th mainland would march straight in. At that time, it would be a battle of absolute power, and even if the fifth mainland managed to defend itself, the cosmic sea and even the Neoverse would be shattered. No one could imagine how terrifying the celestial imprint was, and no one dared to take the risk. Just the remnant spiritual force of a progenitor was enough to cover the entire innerverse and half of the cosmic sea. No matter how weak the celestial imprint was, it would still be enough to shatter a huge region. The Whitefall region has requested reinforcements, and Bukong and I cannot leave. Otherwise, the Thunderstorm region will be in danger, White Knight said. She then looked at Luin and Starsabil. You two can go. Luin did not refuse. Starsabil replied, I hope that you two can stay behind and restrain the other two Realmlings. White Knight frowned, as this was only a hope. They had no other choice. Once they left the Thunderstorm region, Shang Rong and Nan Yanfei would appear, and the 5 magnetic poles would be snatched away. Of course, there was also the possibility that the 2 Realmlings would head to the Whitefall region, and they would be of no use if they stayed behind. However, they could not take that risk. Do a divination. Luin could not help but ask Starsabil. Starsabil indifferently replied, divination is not omnipotent. It's just finding the one that's closest to the truth. They must stay behind, or else there's a 90% chance that those 2 Realmlings will cause trouble in the Thunderstorm region. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Why don't you try the Shantian mirror? Starsabil's eyes widened, and she stared at Luin. Where did you hear that? Your grandpa Joe. Bukong, White Knight, Hua Shao, and the rest all looked at Luin with strange expressions. Why was he suddenly cursing? Starsabil's expression turned ugly. I told you not to mention him again. But he knows the Shantian mirror. Why don't you? Luin asked. Starsabil was dissatisfied. There's no Shantian mirror. He made it up himself. Is that so? Luin did not know who to believe. Xianzhou had divined his family's fortune, and he had almost vomited blood. If it had been fake, then his professionalism would have been admirable. However, Xianzhou had not asked for money or anything else, so he did not seem like a swindler. Tai Yuanjun walked over and stood beside Starsabil, glaring at Luin. Don't mention that swindler Xianzhou again. That old swindler takes advantage of everyone. When Xianzhou was mentioned, Starsabil became unwell. White Knight glared at Luin. You can leave now. Luin did not want to waste any more time, as Zi had clearly tricked them. If they allowed the Whitestone district to be conquered by the 6th mainland, then they would become a joke. It was not just Luin and Starsabil, Tai Yuanjun wanted to go as well. He wanted to follow them no matter what, and he looked at Luin as if he were a thief. Another person wanted to go as well, and it was the short man from Leon's armada. He wanted to lead the way. Luin was all too familiar with Tai Yuanjun's gaze. Zhu San had always looked at him the same way. Luin was considering whether or not to tell Tai Yuanjun about Zhu San and remind him that the harder he pursued, the faster he would lose her. There were many experts in the Thunderstorm district, but there were only a few who could truly be considered experts. At the very least, they were all sealed generals. Everyone else stayed behind, and Lu Yin's group of 3 headed towards the Whitestone district. Ling Ke was nowhere to be seen. The moment Zi had arrived, he had slipped away at lightning speed. The cosmic sea was vast, and although the Thunderstorm district was not far from the Whitestone district, it was difficult to reach in a short time. The 4 tyrants had traversed the cosmic sea for many years before finding a safe route. Lu Yin's group was only able to reach the Whitestone district as quickly as possible under the short man's guidance. Even with someone leading the way, it would take at least a few days to reach the Whitestone district. At the same time, the battle in the Whitestone district was becoming more and more intense. The giant general roll platform should have been used to host the Fifth Mainland's elites, and having their names engraved on it was a supreme honor. However, at this moment, the platform was being stepped on by Bukong and Ziyi. Countless cultivators from the Fifth Mainland had bloodshot eyes. Bukong was a man with a jade-like face. At first glance, he looked extraordinarily handsome, but upon closer inspection, he seemed rather immature, as if he had just reached adulthood. His eyes were filled with insufferably arrogance and longing for the future. In reality, he was only 20 years old, which was even younger than Lu Yin. However, his cultivation talent was extremely high, and he had grasped all of the secret techniques that the secret progenitor had passed down, which had shaken the entire Sixth Mainland. Throughout history, he was the only one who had grasped all of the secret techniques at such a young age. In the past, very few from the Dao Source Three Skies had been able to fully grasp the secret progenitor's techniques. Countless praises had gradually made Bukong arrogant, and just like his name, he considered everything beneath him. However, he was worthy of this arrogance, as aside from Wu Tai Bai and Ziyi, who were also from the Dao Source Three Skies, no one else was a match for him. Snatching the general roll platform had been a complete accident, as he had not expected that the forces defending it would be so weak. Moreover, Ziyi's sudden appearance had given him a great deal of glory. The more the general roll platform inspired the Fifth Mainland, the greater the glory he had achieved. He wanted his name to be forever engraved in the history of the Fifth Mainland, becoming a stain on the entire Fifth Mainland. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 984. Ziyi looked at the platform beneath her feet. She did not know what material it was made of, but it was indestructible. It was probably an ancient relic, but it was useless and could only serve as a facade. If we work together, we'll be able to crush the Whitefall district, Bukong said loudly with a proud expression. Ziyi calmly replied, let's wait a little longer until everything is ready. What do we need to prepare for a mere Fifth Mainland? Bukong said disdainfully. Ziyi was too lazy to explain to him. This guy was becoming more and more arrogant, and perhaps he no longer cared about her. You came here so quickly because you lost in the Thunderstorm district, right? Bukong suddenly asked. Ziyi frowned. So what if that's the case? The 10 arbiters aren't easy to deal with, and there are still experts on this battlefield who aren't any weaker than them. Don't be careless. Bukong sneered. 10 arbiters. That's all there is to it. Bastard, put down the general appointment platform, someone shouted. Below the platform, a dozen or so cultivators joined forces and charged towards Bukong. They used a combination battle technique to force back a few of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. They then charged up the general appointment platform and pressed down on Bukong. Bukong narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. You're overestimating yourself. As he spoke, his body disappeared. Then, he swept past the dozen or so cultivators. Immediately after, the dozen or so cultivators were stunned on the spot. Then, their bodies quickly disintegrated until they completely disappeared. Ziyi's expression changed slightly. Every time she saw Bukong fight, she could not help but feel shocked. His innate talent and secret techniques were almost unbeatable, and even Yuan Tiangang might not be able to completely withstand them. Although Bukong was young, he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Just as Ziyi was shocked by Bukong's methods, the void in the distance was sliced apart as an invisible attack descended. She did not move and allowed the attack to descend, directly striking Yuan Tiangang. She had thought that he would be able to completely block the attack, but he was still forced back several steps. She turned around in shock and saw a man with a solemn expression. In this entire battlefield, there are no more than 3 people who dare to take my attack head-on. As expected of the Dowsaur's 3 skies, the solemn man said in a low voice. Wukong looked over and said to Zi, "This guy is a glory disciple from the Hall of Honor. His name is Xu Jing, and he's quite strong. He can just barely fight me." Zi's eyes narrowed. It wasn't just not bad. There were too few people who could force her back, and only the 10 arbiters and realmlings could do so. This glory technique might not be any weaker than invisible. As a person, one must be upright, Xu Jing said indifferently. Then, he pointed a finger, and the void was cut open again. This time, the attack caused Zi's expression to change. She also raised her hand, and her origin chi transformed into a long sword and slashed out. The 2 attacks collided in the void, and the aftershock slashed towards the White Sea, splitting it in 2. Countless people were shocked and hurriedly dodged. At this moment, a huge figure soared into the sky and charged towards the commander appointment stage. He didn't even have time to look back as he raised his eyebrows. "It's you again." The figure was 3 meters tall, had large earlobes, and a square head. It was none other than the 10th Battle King. "Fighting with you is very interesting. Come again." The Battle King grinned and slapped out. Amyakong snorted. "Loser, you're courting death." In the distance, the undying bird soared while the sword scholar swam through the void. His body moved with his sword, and the scholar's sword surged. Even further away, thick smoke filled the air as arrows were shot out, but they were quickly covered by the smoke. This smoke came from the Neoverse smoke-gulping mountain range's young master, Gu Shower. His opponent was the secret ancestor's eastern region realmling, the Little Arrow Saint. The battle in the Whitefall district had never stopped. The 10 arbiters, realmlings, and even the Dowsaur's 3 skies were constantly fighting. The commander appointment stage was the focal point of both sides, but until now, no one had been able to snatch it from under Amyakong and Zi's feet. Elsewhere, in the thunderstorm area, a group of 4 flew towards the Whitefall district. Lightning occasionally fell from the sky, illuminating their faces. However, the sky soon cleared up, and the strange and ever-changing weather of the cosmic sea was vividly displayed. Not long after, just as the group was about to leave the thunderstorm area, a white sun rose from the bottom of the sea. Shang Rong's eyes were ferocious as he stared at the 4. "I knew you guys were going to support the Whitefall district. Die here." As he spoke, the white sun smashed down, illuminating the 4's terrified faces. The 4 were disintegrated without any resistance. Nan Yanfei flew up from the bottom of the sea and looked at where the 4 had been disintegrated. "No, they're not that weak." Shang Rong's eyes flashed. "We've been tricked. These 4 are fake. The real support for the Whitefall district has already left. Forget it. We don't have any hope of dealing with them anyway. Let's just stay here and delay those 2 arbiters," Nan Yanfei said. Lu Yin's group of 4 was not too far away from the Whitefall district. Starsabil had already divined what had just happened. She had captured 4 cultivators from the 6th mainland and had used some unknown method to make them unable to say a single word. They could only fly towards the Whitefall district. Lu Yin did not know what had happened to the 4, but they had successfully left the thunderstorm area. 7th Bro, it's rather dangerous to travel from here to the Whitefall district. I suggest that we ask Starsabil to perform a divination every once in a while, the short man from Leon's Armada said. Lu Yin did not reply, but Tai Yuanjun became unhappy. You think you can command Starsabil? Why are you spouting so much nonsense? The short man stared at Tai Yuanjun. Tai Yuanjun raised his brows. What? You're not convinced? He knew that this person was from Leon's Armada, which was a group of pirates that Tai Yuanjun looked down on. "Brat, this is the cosmic sea. Put away your arrogance as the second on the top 100 rankings," the short man said sinisterly, his eyes filled with iciness. Tai Yuanjun sneered. "What arrogance? You're just an explorer." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Please be more polite with your words. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson." Tai Yuanjun stared at Lu Yin. "Teach me a lesson." "You?" Lu Yin raised a hand. "Speak if it hurts." "I'll be gentler." Tai Yuanjun was about to attack when Starsabil shouted, "Enough. Why are you still fighting at a time like this?" Tai Yuanjun's expression immediately changed, and he licked his lips and smiled at Starsabil. "Yes, yes, yes. This is the time to unite against outsiders. I won't bicker with these trash." The short man pulled out his knife and was about to attack, but Lu Yin pressed a hand on his shoulder. "Forget it. Forgive him. Unrequited love is scary." It was unknown if Tai Yuanjun had heard him, but he just stared at Starsabil and smiled. Starsabil was helpless, as she had long since grown tired of being pestered by Tai Yuanjun. She could only lower her head and continue flying forward. One day later, a huge storm swept through the area. Even with Lu Yin's strength, they were almost blown away, but that was not all. After the storm, hailstones began to fall from the sky. Lu Yin had never seen such mountain-sized hailstones before, and they covered the entire sky. He did not know where the hailstones had come from. The hailstones fell from the sky, and the sea was not stable either. From time to time, pillars of water would shoot up into the sky, bringing with them strange creatures. Some of these creatures were not weak at all, and some even surpassed in lighters. Lu Yin did not know why they had not been erased by the celestial phenomenon. It seemed that the talisman progenitor's celestial phenomenon only targeted humans, which meant that the beast tamer's flow zone had the advantage. Regardless of whether it was the talisman progenitor's celestial phenomenon or the cosmic sea, both were filled with strangeness. Along the way, Tai Yuanjun only cared about currying favor with Starsabil and did not pay any attention to Lu Yin. Lu Yin also saved himself from unnecessary chatter. Every once in a while, Starsabil would perform a divination, but Lu Yin did not know if it was useful. In any case, they would often take detours. A few days later, they saw a vast expanse of white in the distance. That was the Whitefall district. When they saw the Whitefall district, they became excited, as they had finally arrived. They had forgotten that they were not here for sightseeing, but rather to provide support. It was only when the sky was torn apart by Sword Qi that they remembered. The short man from Leon's armada instantly paled. Seventh bro, you guys go. I'm not going." Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. That Sword Qi had nearly reached the critical point of 200,000 rune lines. Not only that, but even though the battle force had been controlled, it was still extraordinarily powerful. It also contained an unfathomable strength, and it was definitely a Ryumling's attack. Even further away, rune lines filled the sky and covered the sea, covering everything that could be seen with the naked eye. This was the battlefield in the Whitefall district, the most intense battlefield in the cosmic sea. Seventh bro, don't fall into the sea. The seawater here has a very strong corrosive ability, and even your corpse will be gone if you fall in. The short man then ran away, as he did not dare to approach the battlefield in the Whitefall district. Tai Yuanjun did not have the time to curry favor with Starsabil, as the battlefield was approaching. Soon, Lu Yin's group of 3 approached the battlefield. Lu Yin had originally planned to be a normal support and see if he could use the Yu's secret art to snatch back Point General Station. However, he had underestimated his own influence. Ziyi had announced his arrival to the entire cosmic sea, and regardless of whether it was the fifth or sixth mainland, everyone recognized him. The moment Lu Yin appeared, a group of sixth mainland cultivators' eyes turned red. They did not announce anything and just charged over. Lu Yin dealt with them one after another. When he had learned that Ziyi had placed a bounty on his head, he had known that he would be in big trouble. However, he did not want to disguise himself. Since he had come to the Innerverse, he did not want to let go of the Star Tower's inheritance. His status as a glory child was enough for him to compete for the Star Tower, but he needed more opportunities to make a name for himself and greater contributions. When he had been weak, he had been able to contend with Night King Yuanjing and the Blaze Realm's other powers because he had joined the Lockbreaker Society and was a student of Astral 10. He had always understood the importance of having a strong background, and he had tried to find a powerful backer while also creating his own power. Now, it was the same. Contributions meant fame, and fame meant background. No one would dare to recklessly attack those who had made contributions. Lu Yin needed to be conferred a title at Point General Station, or at least a king. However, it was too dangerous. He could still hold on for now, but once he was targeted by a realmling, he would have no choice but to disguise himself and hide. Lu Yin was like a whirlpool that constantly sucked in the sixth mainland's cultivators. When the sixth mainland's cultivators came over, many of the fifth mainland's cultivators would naturally follow. Wherever he went, the battles would become more intense. Above his head, sword chi descended, and Lu Yin hurriedly dodged. He looked up and saw a quiet man staring at him. He's Jianru, the realmling of the martial immortal realm. A woman's voice came from beside him. Lu Yin looked over, and his expression changed. Miss Qing. Miss Qing smiled at Lu Yin. Long time no see, deaf-mute brother. Lu Yin laughed when he saw another familiar face. I didn't expect you to come to this battlefield as well. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 985. Miss Qing suddenly attacked Lu Yin. You're in high demand right now. Don't let others take advantage of you. After all, we know each other. Lu Yin dodged Miss Qing's attack and asked, Do you know who Mr. Bai is? Miss Qing shook her head and sent a palm strike towards Lu Yin. It seemed powerful, but in reality, it was not at all. He's Wu Tai Bai, Lu Yin said. Miss Qing was shocked. Wu Tai Bai of the Dao Source Three Skies. No wonder he's so powerful. What about you? What's your true identity? Lu Yin asked with a probing gaze. Miss Qing retreated 100 meters. I'm just an ordinary sixth mainland cultivator. Lu Yin laughed. You're not any weaker than a realmling. Miss Qing was shocked. Don't spout nonsense. It won't be good if others hear you. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He was not spouting nonsense, as he had fought many Innerverse battlefields, whether it was against realmlings, enlighters, imprinters, or even world imprinters. The moment he had exchanged blows with Miss Qing, he had sensed that her strength was not bad, and she was not any weaker than Nan Yanfei. She was hiding her true strength. Forget it, there's no point in fighting you. I can't win. I'm leaving. Miss Qing turned to leave. As soon as she left, many of the sixth mainland's cultivators surrounded Lu Yin once again. In the sky, the sword scholar slashed down once again. Lu Yin did not know whether the attack was aimed at the sea or at Lu Yin, but he was always within range of the attack. Lu Yin raised his brows and looked up at the sky again. The sword scholar was fighting against the undying bird, and the only person who could fight against the scholar was definitely Sarati Phoenix. Flames filled the sky. Lu Yin casually waved his palm, causing 100 stacks to erupt. Dozens of Sixth Mainland's cultivators were sent flying, and quite a few of them died on the spot. Lu Yin was annoyed beyond endurance, and he just happened to see a fog in the distance. He leapt into the fog. After charging in, Lu Yin discovered that it was not fog, but rather smoke, and it was somewhat choking. He entered, and at the same time, he lured in a group of Sixth Mainland's cultivators. Countless arrows shot out in all directions, and many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators fled. Run! It's the Junior Arrow Saint. This is the Junior Arrow Saint's battlefield. An arrow shot towards Lu Yin, and he raised his hand to catch it. The arrow was extremely powerful, and even more frightening was the fact that it was imprinted with 9-line battle force. There were very few people in the younger generation who could cultivate to 9 lines of battle force. Lu Yin had encountered very few experts with 9 lines of battle force, and he had not expected to encounter one here. The white smoke was torn apart, and a young man walked out with a bow and arrow strapped to his back. He stared at Lu Yin in shock. "It's you." Lu Yin did not recognize this person, but anyone in the cosmic sea with even a little bit of strength would recognize him. If he could cultivate his battle force to 9 lines, then he was most likely a realmling. The man did not waste any more words. He raised his bow and released an arrow that was imprinted with 9-line battle force. The arrow tore through the void and directly arrived in front of Lu Yin. This arrow was extraordinarily powerful, and it was not inferior to the sword chi that Lu Yin had seen when he had first arrived in the Whitestone district. However, it was still not enough to cause any harm to Lu Yin, and he was confident that he could withstand it. However, the man quickly followed up with a second, third, fourth, and so on. Each arrow was faster than the last, and they all arrived in front of Lu Yin at the same time. Every arrow had reached the critical point of celestial phenomenon suppression with a power level of 200,000. With so many arrows arriving at the same time, the explosive power was definitely not something that an ordinary cultivator with a power level of 200,000 could achieve. It was almost equivalent to the destructive power of an imprinter's suppressed power level. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He had encountered such a powerful attack the moment he had arrived, and he had not been prepared for it at all. Fortunately, these arrows were very destructive, but they were not enough to completely seal his movements. He dodged them, and the void exploded where he had been standing. A giant black crack spread out in all directions, and the white smoke was directly swallowed up by the void. Lu Yin had thought that the white smoke would be swallowed up, but strangely, the white smoke actually sealed the void crack. A gust of wind blew past his ears, and Lu Yin suddenly turned around. Behind him, a young man's hand was in the air. It looked like he had wanted to pat Lu Yin's shoulder, but he had missed. The young man looked at Lu Yin in surprise. "Bro, pretty good reflexes." Lu Yin looked at the man. "Who are you?" The man grinned. "Let's get to know each other. I'm Gu Shower from the Smokescreen Mountain Range." Lu Yin was puzzled. Smokescreen Mountain Range. Gu Shower replied, "You're from the Neoverse. Bro, your name is Lu Yin, right? I've heard about you, and you're valued by the Tao Source 3 skies. Even the 10 arbiters and the rest of us can't do such a thing. You were once an unequaled leader, hee." At that moment, arrow after arrow descended, shooting towards Lu Yin and Gu Shower. Gu Shower was displeased. "Little slut, can't you see that I'm talking to a new friend? We'll fight later." The white smoke appeared in front of Lu Yin, and the seemingly ethereal smoke actually blocked the arrows. Lu Yin looked at Gu Shower seriously. This person should be a top descendant of a powerful organization in the Neoverse, someone who could rival the 10 arbiters. "Don't worry, that little slut has been trapped in my smoke for a long time, and he can't even find his way out. If you hadn't happened to come in, then he wouldn't even have a target to attack, Gu Shao said smugly. Lu Yin was puzzled. He can't leave. He can, but he's very stubborn and wants to defeat me. He can't even see my shadow, so he wants to defeat me. I might not be his match in a direct fight, but when it comes to hiding, I've never been afraid of anyone. Those disciples from Sirius have been searching for me for years, but they haven't been able to find me. He, Gu Shao said smugly. Lu Yin looked around and saw that the archer's rune lines were constantly moving. He's getting close to us. Gu Shao looked at Lu Yin in shock. How did you know? Lu Yin blinked. I saw it. Impossible, the smoke of our smokescreen mountain range can block vision, domains, and all other methods. Aside from those charlatans from the home of the gods, no one can see through it. Hold on, you're not related to those charlatans, are you? Gu Shao muttered as he sized Lu Yin up. Lu Yin wanted to tell him that he was, as the home of the gods had always been searching for the ruins of the Rune Technology Corporation. They must have cultivated the Ian Evolution True Scripture and were able to see rune lines. Lu Yin also cultivated the Ian Evolution True Scripture, so they must have come from the same source. However, he did not say, my eyes are very powerful, and I can see what others cannot. Is that so? Gu Shao was seriously skeptical. No matter how many people entered Gu Shao's white smoke, they would all lose their sense of direction unless they used a large-scale attack. However, the white smoke was very unique, and the larger the attack range, the faster its power would weaken. Furthermore, Gu Shao should be able to use the white smoke to control the direction of an enemy's attack, so even the Realmlings could not do anything to him. In the distance, atop the general appointment platform, Ziyi looked at the white smoke. She had received news of Lu Yin's appearance the moment he had entered the white smoke, and her eyes flashed with a cold light. She had to obtain this person, but that white smoke was somewhat troublesome. The fifth mainland's neoverse was filled with strange things, and a single white smoke had been able to hold back a powerful realmling. No matter how mysterious the white smoke was, she did not believe that it could defeat life origin energy. With that thought in mind, Ziyi left the general appointment platform and tore through the void under countless gazes. She appeared outside of the white smoke and raised both hands, causing an endless amount of life origin energy to enter the white smoke. Gu Shao had been happily chatting with Lu Yin when the white smoke suddenly surged. His expression changed, and he looked in the same direction as Lu Yin. There, Ziyi had used her life origin energy to tear through the white smoke, and she had seen them. Gu Shao was shocked. Woman, don't be rash. It wasn't easy for me to get this white smoke. Ziyi's expression turned grave, as she had underestimated this white smoke. She had originally thought that she would be able to tear through the white smoke with the same amount of life origin energy, but in the end, she had paid several times the price. This white smoke was very strange, and it could even block life origin energy. You won't be able to escape this time. Ziyi stared at Lu Yin and suddenly sped up, her life origin energy transforming into a long sword that slashed down. At the same time, the junior arrow saint appeared from another direction and shot out arrows that were aimed at Lu Yin. The Dao Source Three Skies and the Realmling attacked at the same time, causing Lu Yin and Gu Shao's expressions to change, and they hurriedly tried to escape. They could dodge the junior arrow saint's arrows, but Ziyi's attacks were difficult to dodge. She was extremely fast, and her sword slashed through the void. What followed was a sky-shattering amount of life origin energy and a strange flame that burned through the void. The desperate situation only lasted for an instant, and Ziyi attacked, treating Lu Yin as if he were a white knight. At the same time, she also included Gu Shao in her attack. Gu Shao screamed, "I'm innocent." Lu Yin gritted his teeth and waved his hand, activating the Yu's secret art. One of the junior arrow saint's arrows was redirected towards Ziyi, but Gu Shao did not stay idle either. White smoke continuously wrapped around his body in a futile attempt to block the flame. The junior arrow saint's arrows could not break through the origin astral shield, and Ziyi was too lazy to even try to block them. She slashed out with her sword, causing sword chi to tear through the sky and land on the surface of the sea. Perhaps she was too arrogant, or perhaps she was too eager to capture Lu Yin, but Ziyi did not even notice that there was another girl besides Lu Yin and Gu Shao, within the range of her attack. She was from the 6th mainland, and she treated Lu Yin very well. Axian Nu had not been on the battlefield for long, and she had only arrived a day before Lu Yin. She had sensed Lu Yin's arrival the moment he had arrived at the Whitefall district. She was not interested in the war between the two mainlands, but she was very concerned about Lu Yin's safety and was prepared to help at any moment. However, Lu Yin had not been in any danger until now. Now that Ziyi had made a move, she could no longer hold herself back. She did not know why, but even though she clearly belonged to the 6th mainland, she instinctively wanted to help Lu Yin. Ziyi's sword slashed down, but it was blocked by a spotlessly white palm. Immediately after, the star energy that had been attached to the sword of natural origin energy visibly dissipated until only the sword of natural origin energy remained. This was a lock-breaking technique, as Axian Nu had unlocked Ziyi's star energy. Ziyi's gaze turned cold, and she looked at Axian Nu. What's the meaning of this? Axian Nu's tone was icy. You want to kill me? Ziyi frowned. That's none of your business. Go away. Axian Nu's gaze turned cold. I won't let anyone who wants to kill me off. Ziyi's eyes widened. How dare you? She recognized Axian Nu. This girl was from the stone realm, and she had strength comparable to a realmling. However, Ziyi did not even place a realmling in her eyes, let alone one who was not even a realmling. She raised her hand, and the sword of natural origin energy swept out. This time, her target was Axian Nu. Axian Nu asked, Why do you want to kill me? She raised her hand and continuously tried to dissolve Ziyi's star energy, but she could not do anything to the sword of natural origin energy and was suppressed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 986. Although Maiden could not deal with the origin energy and could not harm Ziyi, she was still able to block Ziyi for the time being. The pride of the Tao Source 3 Skies was not enough to explain the situation to Maiden, and Maiden wanted to help Lu Yin, so there was no need for her to explain. She had already achieved her goal. In the sky above the Whitefall district, Ziyi was held back by Maiden. Countless people from the 6th mainland were stunned. Women really could not understand why they would even fight their own people. Lu Yin was astonished. Maiden had come as well, and she was helping him so brazenly. Was she all right? They were not that close. This sister is amazing. She even dares to block the Tao Source 3 Skies, and she's from the 6th mainland. Bro, she's mine, Gu Shao said seriously to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was speechless. Why did he keep running into people like this? 7th bro, did she fall in love with you? The monkey asked. He had not spoken in a long time, and Lu Yin had almost forgotten about him. Now that the monkey spoke, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that the monkey had been speaking less and less recently, which was very abnormal. Monkey, are you all right? Lu Yin asked. The monkey was confused. What's wrong? Nothing, Lu Yin casually replied. There was definitely something wrong with that damn monkey. Ziyi was held back by Maiden, but the young arrow saint was not. This man was very stubborn, and he did not waste words. He only wanted to get rid of Gu Shower and capture Lu Yin alive. He attacked and filled the sky with arrows that pressed down on Lu Yin and Gu Shower. Gu Shower hurriedly used the white smoke as a blanket to block the arrows, but the white smoke was torn apart by the origin energy, and he could not gather it back together in a short period of time. He could only shrink it a little, and his entire body was smashed into the sea by the arrows. Star energy gathered in Lu Yin's right hand, and he unleashed a scorching sun that collided with the arrows. However, he was only able to cancel out one of the arrows, and the young arrow saint shot out dozens of arrows that Lu Yin could only dodge. The little arrow saint's method was to make up for the combat power suppressed by celestial phenomenon. Although it was simple and crude, it was very effective. Lu Yin did not want to passively take a beating, so he dodged the arrows while approaching the young arrow saint. The junior arrow saint wasn't stupid, and he could tell what Lu Yin was trying to do. However, he didn't try to stop Lu Yin. As Lu Yin approached, the junior arrow saint struck out with a palm. The junior arrow saint gripped his longbow and covered it with 9-line battle force. He grabbed the longbow and smashed it towards Lu Yin, using it as a weapon. The might of 9-lined battle force far surpassed that of 8-lined battle force. The moment they clashed, Lu Yin's 8-lined battle force collapsed. However, he relied on the 100 stacks and his powerful physical body to make up for the lack of battle force. Both he and the junior arrow saint retreated. The junior arrow saint was astonished by Lu Yin's physical strength, and he raised his longbow to shoot another arrow. The junior arrow saint was a typical person who did not speak much. He fired a volley of arrows, and even if Lu Yin dodged them all, the sea would still be covered. The attacks were indiscriminate, and even the cultivators from the 6th mainland would be affected, let alone the 5th mainland. The little arrow saint was cold and emotionless as he continued to shoot. On the surface of the sea, 2 figures charged over and glared at the junior arrow saint. Lu Yin pushed out with his palm and deflected the arrows. 2 figures flitted past him, and one of them was easily killed by the junior arrow saint's arrow. The other person was terrifyingly powerful, and just like Lu Yin, he deflected the arrows and used the star energy in his palm to form a strange weapon. The junior arrow saint's longbow collided with the strange weapon, and the bowstring bent as an invisible arrow shot out and forced the other person back. That person retreated 100 meters and arrived at Lu Yin's side, panting slightly. As expected of a realmling. Lu Yin looked at this person and felt that he looked familiar, but he was also certain that he had never seen this person before. The person glanced at Lu Yin, and his eyes flashed with astonishment. He then looked back at the junior arrow saint. Suddenly, the junior arrow saint looked up. Giant meteors were crashing down from the sky, one after another. They were attacking in the same manner as the junior arrow saint. Unfortunately, the number of rune lines on these meteors was far less than the junior arrow saints, and they did not reach the critical point of a power level of 200,000. Even so, the numerous meteors still distracted the junior arrow saint. Lu Yin looked at the surface of the sea and saw that the rune lines on these meteors were being controlled by a man. The meteors were the man's attack method, and Lu Yin felt like he had heard of it before. Meteors fell from the sky and the stars fell. Right, Yixingchen was one of the 4 unequaled meteors. Lu Yin had encountered Mu Rong and Ling Ke, but he had never seen Yixingchen before. This person should be Yixingchen. An explorer who could display power comparable to a hunter's was definitely Yixingchen. This strength was enough to be bestowed with the title of general. Then, who was this person beside him? He had the power to directly contend with a realmling, but he was still slightly inferior. This person should be able to be bestowed the title of king. The meteors falling from the sky were shattered by the junior arrow saint's arrows. Yixingchen's attacks could only distract the junior arrow saint for a moment, but they were not enough to pose a threat. While Lu Yin and the others were working together to deal with the junior arrow saint and Ziyi was being held back by Maiden Xayan, a man in the distance tore through the void and stepped onto the battlefield in the White Cliff district. He stepped onto the commander appointing platform and faced Bukong directly. There were 10 arbiters, the Glory Prince, and Sirius Sect's number 1 disciple on the White Cliff district's battlefield, but all of them were being held back by the 6th Mainland's Realmlings. In a one-on-one battle, no one was confident that they could snatch the commander appointing platform from Bukong. The Dao Source 3 skies were more famous than the Realmlings, and the 10 arbiters were on par with the Realmlings. Trying to snatch something from Bukong was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, not to mention that there was also Ziyi. Although there were people who could not stand the provocation and stepped onto the commander appointing platform to challenge Bukong, they all died. Even the warlord Xing Kai's challenge to Bukong had ended in failure. At this moment, the man stepped onto the commander appointing platform, which immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Bukong turned to look at the man, and the more he looked, the more serious his expression became. Interesting. Tell me your name. The man clasped his hands behind his back, and his gaze was even more arrogant than Bukong's. It was as if he had been born to rule over all living beings. Tai Yishin. Bukong raised an eyebrow. What arrogance! In the distance, the Glory Prince, Xu Jing, Sirius Sect's number 1 disciple, Qiu Shi, warlord Xing Kai, Zarati Phoenix, and the others all revealed strange expressions when they saw the man. In reality, the man's name was indeed Supreme God, but he had not given it to himself. Instead, he had been given this name the moment he was born because he came from the Neoverse home of the gods. Regardless of whether it was the Neoverse, the Cosmic Sea, or the Innerverse, no one really wanted to interact with the home of the gods. This group of people was like a bunch of madmen who had proclaimed themselves gods and viewed everyone as superior. They were terrifyingly powerful and possessed all sorts of strange techniques that were impossible to guard against. Even the Hall of Honor did not want to interact with them. Although this group of people was arrogant to the point of madness, they were truly powerful. Supreme God's strength was comparable to the 10 arbiters and the Realmlings. If not for this battle, he would definitely have had a place in the Neoverse struggle for the Star Tower. Leave the commander appointing platform and get out of the Cosmic Sea, and I can spare your life. Supreme God's voice was not loud, but his tone was so arrogant that even Bukong could not stand it. Bukong had always been arrogant, and now that he had met Supreme God, who was even more arrogant, he immediately became unhappy. You're crazy. Many people from the Neoverse heard Bukong's words. Although they were on opposing sides, they all felt that he was right. The people from the home of the gods were crazy, otherwise, why would they proclaim themselves gods? Supreme God's lips curled up. Mortal ants. He slowly bent his right hand, and a small crystal bottle appeared in his palm. He aimed it at Bukong, and a formless attack appeared from the bottle that tore through the void and slashed at Bukong. Bukong was shocked, as countless people who saw this scene were shocked. What was this? In the distance, Qiu Shi's eyes trembled. This was the battle method of the home of the gods. That bottle had not been retrieved from a cosmic ring, but had been directly created. They had studied the home of the gods for many years, and all they knew was that it was related to a strange ancient civilization. As for the specifics, they still did not know. Even someone like Qiu Shi, who had come from the Neoverse, was shocked, let alone Bukong. Although Supreme God's attack was not very powerful, this attack method was too strange. It was so strange that Bukong found it hard to believe. Creation. Was this a domain that they could dabble in? Even further away, Lu Yin also saw this scene. Indeed, the people from the Rune Technology Corporation could create anything out of thin air, but how did they do it? Supreme God's success attracted the attention of countless people, and they all looked at him with fear. Creation was a mighty force, and it was called a god. Was he really a god? It should be a secret technique, Bukong growled. He raised his hand and disintegrated Supreme God's attack with the bottle. His figure flickered as he approached Supreme God and struck out with a palm. Great reincarnation technique. Supreme God's eyes narrowed as he felt an extreme sense of danger. Although he was arrogant, he was no fool, and he did not dare to be careless against the Tao Source Three Skies. He did not dare to let Bukong hit him, so he hurriedly retreated. The void where he had been standing trembled, but there was no reaction. Supreme God was puzzled, and Bukong pressed forward again, pressing down with his palm. Don't let that guy touch you, you lunatic. He can beat you back into your mother's womb. Xing Kai roared, his voice echoing throughout the Whitefall district. Supreme God was furious and looked at Xing Kai. You're insulting me. Xing Kai grinned. No, it's the truth. It's his secret technique. Supreme God looked at Bukong strangely. Beat him back into his mother's womb. What kind of secret technique was that? Bukong sneered. Try it, he said as he sped up. Supreme God was furious. He was arrogant, even when facing Qiu Shi. However, he knew that these people were on the same level as him, including the 10 arbiters. Now that even the 10 arbiters had said something like that, he did not know what was going on. He was a little confused and could only keep dodging. People continued to arrive at the Whitefall district from all directions. Not only were there reinforcements from the 5th mainland, but there were also cultivators from the 6th mainland. Although the heirs of the imprinter families were not at the level of a realmling, they were not weak either, especially the heirs of the cosmic imprinter families. If they worked together, they would be able to contend against the 10 arbiters, just like how Lu Yin and the others had fought against the junior arrow saint. The battlefield in the Whitefall district was filled with millions of cultivators fighting to the death. The most glorious battlefield was naturally the commander appointment stage. Supreme God's attacks were strange, but Bukong's secret technique was even stranger. In the end, he could not escape the fate of being struck by the secret technique. He was struck in the abdomen by Bukong's palm, but he was not injured. However, his body inexplicably shrank until he was the size of a child. He looked at Bukong, who was a head taller than him, in confusion. Bukong sneered and pressed down with a palm. Die. Supreme God was stunned. When he had been struck by Bukong's palm, he had raised his hand against Bukong's attack. A long blade had appeared in his hand and slashed out, but it had been easily shattered by Bukong. At that moment, an arrow pierced through the void and shot towards Bukong. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 987. Bukong frowned and flicked his finger, breaking the arrow. Tai Yishan took advantage of this moment to hastily retreat, panting heavily. He had almost died. Bukong looked in another direction. That arrow had come from the junior arrow saint. Only a realmling's attack would be worth his attention, but that arrow had definitely not been fired by the junior arrow saint. Bukong's mind repeatedly replayed the scene of the battlefield, and his gaze finally landed on Lu Yin and the man beside him. What had they done to cause the junior arrow saint's arrow to shoot at him? A secret technique. The junior arrow saint's gaze grew even more fervent as he looked at Lu Yin. This person was extremely valuable, and capturing him alive would not only allow him to obtain Ziyi's promise and meet the blood ancestor, but this person also had a secret technique. Did Ziyi want to capture him because of that secret technique as well? Lu Yin had no other choice, as he could not just watch Tai Yishan die. He still wanted to interact with the home of the gods, and it would be best if he could learn from it. Perhaps he would be able to improve the Ian evolution true scripture in the future. Although the secret technique could turn something rotten into something magical, it was not invincible. Wukong's great reincarnation technique had been enough to take Tai Yishan's life, but he had been saved by Lu Yin. In just a few seconds, Tai Yishan had recovered and looked at Lu Yin gratefully. He then stared at Wukong. "That's your secret technique. The same trick won't work on me." Wukong looked away from Lu Yin and ignored Tai Yishan, instead looking at Ziyi. Ziyi's expression changed, and she stopped. On the other side, Maiden's face was pale. She was having a difficult time dealing with the Dao Source 3 skies. "After this battle, I'll settle this debt with you," Ziyi said to Maiden before returning to the platform. Tai Yishan immediately retreated when Ziyi arrived. He dared to deal with one of the Dao Source 3 skies, but he could not deal with two. He was not stupid. "Time's up. It's time to end this battle in the cosmic sea," Ziyi said. Wukong raised his head. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I've played with these trash for so long, so it's time to end it." Ziyi took a deep breath, and then a vast amount of life origin energy descended, spreading out like a mist that gradually pressed down. The majestic Genesis Chi attack was like a signal to all the Fifth Mainland cultivators. The Sixth Mainland Sword Scholar, the Little Arrow Saint, the Sword and the Stone, who had been fighting Qiu Shi, and DFA, who had been holding back Battle King Xing Kai, all leaped up and stepped onto the general appointment platform. Under the gazes of millions of people, Wukong shouted, "Step on the right foot. Break through the White Cliff District. Go!" The general appointment platform trembled as the two Dao Source 3 skies led the four Realmlings towards the south. They wanted to directly break through the Whitefall District and reach a place where celestial phenomenon could no longer suppress their strength. The faces of Xing Kai and the others changed, and they all rushed to the platform. Lu Yin's expression changed. This group of people had suddenly attacked, which meant that they had definitely made ample preparations. The Fifth Mainland's older powerhouses were no fools. If the Sixth Mainland had truly been allowed to break through the Whitestone District, then the Sixth Mainland's group of imprinters would have been able to unleash their full power. The Fifth Mainland's older powerhouses would definitely have made a move at the last moment. Under such circumstances, these people still wanted to break through the Whitestone District. Could it be that the older generation powerhouses of the Sixth Mainland were hiding somewhere? Lu Yin was not the only one who had thought of this, as everyone had thought of the same thing. Right now, everyone's goal was to prevent Wukong and the others from breaking through the Whitestone District. Xing Kai, Sarati Phoenix, Xu Jing, Qiu Shi, and the others all rushed to the platform. Ziyi's astral nova suddenly expanded, and Lu Yin shouted, "Be careful. Don't get caught in it." Xing Kai roared, and his body suddenly expanded to 10 meters, 100 meters, and then 1,000 meters. He turned into a giant that soared into the sky and slammed down with a palm. Ziyi's astral nova was not enough to completely envelop him, so she had no choice but to withdraw it. She then used the sword and the stone, and the sky-splitter sword slashed through the void from below towards Xing Kai. Xu Jing tapped out with a finger, and the attack descended in a straight line. Ziyi's astral nova blocked the attack while Jianru and DFA attacked at the same time. Sarati Phoenix and Qiu Shi stepped forward as well. The sky was torn apart as the most powerful powerhouses gathered high up in the sky, displaying a glorious battle. This was the best battlefield for the younger generation. Amu Kong snorted and suddenly walked off the platform, charging towards Xing Kai, who was the closest to him. Xing Kai was too large, making him an obvious target, and it would be easy for Amu Kong to hit him. However, Xing Kai had fought with Amu Kong several times, so he understood the methods of the Dao Source 3 skies very well. The moment Amu Kong stepped off the platform, his body returned to its original state. He opened his mouth and roared, causing sound waves to sweep out in all directions. Amu Kong's gaze turned cold. It's useless to talk. The sound waves that had almost materialized in front of him were instantly disintegrated, and countless arrows shot towards Xing Kai from above. Tai Yishan appeared, and his eyes flickered with runes. The arrows were all weakened, and in the end, they were all shattered by Xing Kai's fist. This was a chaotic battle, and those who had not reached a certain level would not be able to participate. Aside from the Dao Source 3 skies, everyone else was a hunter, and the Dao Source 3 skies were enlighters. The battle did not last long, but the millions of people below could feel the danger. Any single shockwave was enough to kill many people. Lu Yin watched in shock, and Gu Shaoer soared into the sky from the surface of the sea. Although I'm confident that I can pin down a realmling, I'm not confident that I can participate in such a large battle. You can release some white smoke to cover yourself, the man beside Lu Yin said. Gu Shaoer looked over. So it's Xia Tian. You're pretty smart. Alright, I'll cover you. He then took out a bag of loose items from his cosmic ring and fiddled with it. White smoke was released from the bag, and it slowly floated towards the platform. Xia Tian. Lu Yin was astonished, as he had heard of this name before. Xia Tian was number 1 on the top 100 rankings. It was no wonder why he could fight against a realmling alone. In the Outerverse, Xia Tian was the number 1 person below the 10 arbiters, and he was strong enough to be conferred the title of king. Through this battle, he would qualify to compete for the Star Tower. Xia Tian and Xia Luo both had primeval surnames. Could these two be related? Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly remembered why Xia Tian looked so familiar. His facial features were very similar to Xia Luo's. Xia Tian looked at Lu Yin and smiled. I've heard Xia Luo mention you before. Brother Lu, we finally meet. Lu Yin suddenly understood. You and Xia Luo are relatives, Xia Tian replied. Lu Yin thought of someone else. Then you and Xia Ya are as well. Relatives, Xia Tian continued. Lu Yin had a deep impression of Xia Yi. At first, he had thought that Xia Tian was just an area master, but he had displayed astonishing strength during the Astral Combat Tournament, defeating Chaos God Mountain's Zhangshi, and even using 4-line battle force. Even Kuang Wang might not have been a match for him. Xia Luo, Xia Yi, and Xia Tian all had the same primeval surname. Brother Lu, you entered Astral 10 at the same time as Xia Luo, but you've already reached such heights. I'm impressed, Xia Tian praised. Lu Yin exhaled, his thoughts complicated. Although the person in front of him was not one of the 10 arbiters, he was number 1 on the top 100 rankings. Among the countless youths in the Outerverse and Innerverse, he was ranked 11th, which was very terrifying. Once one of the 10 arbiters abdicated, this person would almost certainly inherit the position and could be considered one of the future 10 arbiters. More importantly, this person was not much older than them. He was younger than Tai Yuanjun and younger than the 10 arbiters, and he had an extremely terrifying innate gift. Brother Xia, you flatter me. How is Xia Luo? Lu Yin asked. Xia Tian sighed and shook his head. Lu Yin's heart sank. Could it be? I don't know, Xia Tian replied. Lu Yin was speechless. If you don't know, then don't know. Why are you sighing? He had thought that Xia Luo was dead. The white smoke drifted across the sky and then turned into wisps that wrapped around Xing Kai, Sarati, Phoenix, and the others. This white smoke could even block the little arrow saint's attack. It was very mysterious, and it could be considered as an additional layer of protection for them. Gu Shaoer's action of releasing the white smoke attracted the attention of Bukong and the others. A figure soared from the surface of the sea and attacked Gu Shower. It was Dachi Pu, Chiu He. As a powerhouse from the Daosaurus sect who had once challenged the Daosaurus Three Skies, Chiu He was no weaker than a realmling. His arrival greatly increased the pressure on Gu Shower. I didn't do it on purpose. Chiu He snorted. He had been suppressing a bellyful of anger for a long time. After the battle in the thunderstorm zone, he had been brooding over the words on the half-life token, and now, he wanted to kill Gu Shower to vent his anger. Chiu He was stubborn. Lu Yin and Xia Tian were not too far away, so he did not attack. Instead, he targeted Gu Shower. As they watched Gu Shower being chased around by Chiu He, Lu Yin and Xia Tian exchanged glances. This had nothing to do with them. Lu Yin was thinking about how to restrain the Sixth Mainland. The general appointment platform flew south under the control of Bukong and the others. Lu Yin did not doubt that once Bukong and the others passed through the region where the astronomical phenomenon was suppressed, they would attract the attention of those old monsters from the Sixth Mainland. Those old monsters would definitely be hiding somewhere, ready to act at any moment. The same was true for the Fifth Mainland as well. The Hall of Honor and the other powers' old monsters were ready to act at any moment. The location where the older generation powerhouses from both sides would definitely be extremely close to the edge of the astronomical phenomenon suppression. In other words, Lu Yin needed to keep Bukong and the others away from the edge of the astronomical phenomenon suppression. Otherwise, those old monsters could act at any moment. Even though Xing Kai and the others tried their best to resist and delay Bukong and the others, they were up against two Daosaurus Three Skies. Regardless of whether it was Xing Kai or Sarati Phoenix, it would be very difficult for them to resist. Ziyi's vitality energy made everyone wary, and Yuandiangang's primal chaos made everyone feel even more helpless. What they lacked now was an opportunity. The general appointment platform was surrounded by vitality energy, and Xing Kai and the others could not break through it. They could only passively defend. If anyone could break through the vitality energy barrier, then they would be able to lure Xing Kai and the others in for a decisive battle with Bukong and the others. Lu Yin was conflicted about whether or not he should act. He had exchanged blows with Ziyi before, and vitality energy was useless against him. In reality, Ziyi was also occasionally glancing at Lu Yin from atop the general appointment platform. She was certain that only Lu Yin could break through the vitality energy barrier, and this was the opportunity that she had left for Lu Yin. It seemed to be disadvantageous to them, but it was actually part of her plan. She needed someone to lure the Fifth Mainland's experts into the general appointment platform. This person could not be from the Sixth Mainland, but rather from the Fifth Mainland. They were not afraid of a decisive battle, but she wanted a decisive battle that would completely annihilate the Fifth Mainland's younger generation. It all depended on whether or not Lu Yin dared to act. The situation had to tilt in the Fifth Mainland's favor, and only then would they be able to wipe out this group of people in one fell swoop. Lu Yin was still conflicted. That battlefield was too terrifying, and any mistake would mean certain death. He had all sorts of tricks up his sleeve, and he could even escape from an imprinter's attack. However, forcefully joining the 10 Arbiters' battlefield was still very dangerous. While Lu Yin was conflicted, the general appointment platform suddenly changed due to the white smoke. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 988. The Smoke Gulp Mountain Range was a very strange organization, and it was like a giant cigarette that lay in space. The battle techniques used by its cultivators, their life-saving abilities, and everything that they came into contact with during cultivation were all related to smoke. This smoke could not be produced in the outside world, and it could only be produced in the Smoke Gulp Mountain Range. The Smoke Gulp Mountain Range's foundation was this white smoke. The white smoke was very mysterious, and no one could say exactly how mysterious it was. In short, even if the Smoke Gulp Mountain Range could not compare to behemoths like the home of the gods or the Sirius Sept, it was still a power that could not be provoked. This was because the white smoke was truly mysterious. Previously, Zee had tried to rely on life energy to tear through the white smoke, but she had ended up having to expend several times more life energy to do so. At the time, she had not paid much attention to it, as she had only thought that the white smoke had a very strong defensive ability. Now, however, as she watched the life energy being dispersed by the white smoke, she was at a loss. It was not just her, as even Bukong and the other realmlings who understood life energy were at a loss. Life energy had actually been dispersed by the white smoke. That was life energy, an ultimate technique of the 6th mainland's Daosaur sect, but it had been dispersed just like that. As the life energy was dispersed, Xing Kai and the others stepped onto the stage and began the most intense battle of the younger generation so far. Only those at the level of the 10 arbiters could participate in this battle, and there were more than a dozen participants. Ziyi's plan had been disrupted, but that did not stop her. Regardless of whether it was because of Lu Yin or the white smoke, the 5th mainland's people still charged over. She waved her hands, and Genesis Tiangang rose from the stage and enveloped everyone. Xing Kai, Sarati, and Phoenix simultaneously attacked Genesis Tiangang, as they could not be trapped inside. However, they could not break through Genesis Tiangang, as Zi's invincible defense was not that easy to deal with. Even if Xing Kai wanted to grow larger, it would be useless, as he was already trapped within Genesis Tiangang. The battle on the stage had been sealed, as whoever won would be able to determine the power structure of the cosmic sea. At this moment, even if Lu Yin wanted to join the battle on the stage, he could not. He could only participate in the battle below, and it just so happened that Gu Shaoer had asked him for help. "Where's your smoke?" Lu Yin asked. Gu Shaoer could even block the little arrow saint, so he should not have been scared off by a crimson servant. Gu Shaoer was sullen. "It's gone. It's all gone. I only brought that much. Do you think that you can get some just by lighting up a fire?" Dachi Pu, Chiu He, chased after them as Lu Yin and Xia Tian attacked at the same time. Chiu He was shocked. He could still deal with one lone small fool, but 3 king-ranked martial artists caused him to panic as he hurriedly tried to escape. A day later, Xing Kai's body cracked open on the general appointment platform. He was severely injured and retreated to the rear of the south side. Xu Jing, Qiu Shi, and the others went forward to meet Bukong and the others. Not long after, the sword scholar's long sword shattered and he retreated to the back of the north. 2 days later, Tai Yi Shin used the scripture of eternity to weaken sword in the stone's defenses. Xu Jing pierced sword in the stone's heart in a straight line, almost killing him. However, sword in the stone used a secret technique to survive. The secret progenitor domain had many secret techniques. Apart from the god vanquishing technique, which many people knew, there was also the resurrection technique, which could heal one's injuries in a short period of time. 3 days later, Sarati Phoenix was struck by Bukong's great reincarnation technique and turned into a child. He was then ambushed by DFA and was severely injured. However, the Phoenix family's nirvanic rebirth allowed him to survive, but he had almost lost his ability to fight. The general appointment platform slowly flew south. The battle on it was exceptionally intense, and even Bukong had been injured by Qiu Shi and Tai Yi Shin. Ziyi had already focused her attacks on Qiu Shi, as she felt that this woman was hiding her strength very deeply. On the surface of the Whitefall region, Starsabil looked at the general appointment platform with a twinkle in her eyes. She then looked around and found Lu Yin, who was cooperating with Gu Shaoer to kill Chiu He. Lu Yin was stunned, and then he leaped up and rushed towards the general appointment platform. Starsibyl's eyes were deep. This battle had to be won, and it all depended on this person. However, she suddenly turned to look in a certain direction. There, Miss Qing was fighting someone. This woman was a variable. On the battlefield, those who could participate in the general appointment platform were not limited to just a few people. Xan knew, Miss Qing, Starsibyl, Summer, and Lu Yin could all participate, but both sides had their own misgivings. Starsibyl said something to Lu Yin, and he arrived outside the Origin Celestial Star platform. He looked at the battlefield and waved his hand. Within the general appointment platform, the junior arrow saint fired a volley of arrows at the heavily injured Sarati Phoenix. He did not believe that nirvanic rebirth could be used infinitely. Even the Eyeless clan's cocoon rebirth could not do it. The Eyeless clan had a cosmic imprinter, so where did this Phoenix family find a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000? The junior arrow saint's arrows were extremely powerful, and although they could not seal the void, Sarati Phoenix would definitely die if he was hit. The void descended in a straight line and sliced apart the arrows. One of the arrows mysteriously changed direction and shot towards Bukong, who was attacking Tai Yi-shin. Bukong tapped out with a finger and broke the arrow. It was a familiar scene. Tai Yi-shin turned to look at the junior arrow saint, and then both of them turned to look at Lu Yin, who was outside the general appointment platform. "It's you." Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes that flashed, and the rune lines on Bukong's body suddenly weakened. At the same time, Tai Yi-shin also used the true scripture of Ian evolution to weaken Bukong's rune lines. Bukong was weakened by the overlapping true scripture of Ian evolution, and he could feel it very clearly. Tai Yi-shin took advantage of this opportunity to form a long blade in his hand and slashed out. At their level, they were no longer restricted by weapons, and any weapon in their hands could display unimaginable power. The blade cut through the void and descended in front of Bukong. Bukong snorted and raised his hand to grab the blade, causing it to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was both Bukong's innate gift and his lock-breaking technique. Bukong was not only a cultivator, but also a lockbreaker. He was one of the few lockbreakers who had reached the boundless advanced level at such a young age. Tai Yi-shin's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth. If not for the suppression of celestial phenomenon and Bukong's full strength, he would not even have thought of fighting. As expected of the Dao Source 3 skies, Bukong's strength was unbeatable, and Zi was unbeatable as well. Her astral nova could not be broken, and no one could injure her, not even Qiu Shi. Lu Yin used the Yu's secret art and the true scripture of Ian evolution to cooperate with the people inside the general appointment platform to fight against the Sixth Mainland, which infuriated the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. Some of them tried to attack Lu Yin, but they were all blocked by Starsibyl, Xia Tian, and the others. Even with Lu Yin's cooperation, the situation on the general appointment platform was still in the Sixth Mainland's favor. Bukong, the Sword and the Stone, and the Junior Arrow Saint all had secret techniques, and they also knew the secret progenitor's resurrection technique. No matter how they fought, it was useless. On the other hand, the Fifth Mainland Xing Kai was heavily injured, Sarati Phoenix was still recovering, and Tai Yi-shin had also been injured by Bukong once and was bleeding from his abdomen. The longer things went on, the more likely the Fifth Mainland would lose. This was the reason why Zi wanted to lure the Fifth Mainland's group to the final battle. They were from the Dao Source 3 skies, and they were unbeatable existences. The general appointment platform continued flying south. Millions of people were fighting to the death in the Whitestone district, and even the White Sea was turning red. Lu Yin was very anxious, as he could not find a way to break out of the situation. No matter how useful his secret techniques and the true scripture of Ian evolution were, they would not be able to change the entire situation. Suddenly, A thought flashed through his mind as he thought of something. It was a mysterious item, but he did not know if it would be useful. Girls were supposed to love cleanliness, and even if they were not, they would definitely be affected by something so smelly. Lu Yin decided to give it a try and took out the stench. In an instant, the atmosphere on the battlefield in the Whitestone district changed. Countless people sniffed and then vomited. What was that smell? Even Mr. E, an imprinter with a power level of nearly 700,000, could not withstand the stench of the stench, let alone these youths. The entire battlefield was instantly enveloped in a terrifying stench. On the general appointment platform, Bukong and the others suddenly stopped fighting and looked at Lu Yin. What was that smell? Ziyi, Qiu Shi, and the other girls paled. This stench made them feel like they had fallen into hell. They hurriedly tried to isolate themselves from the smell, but they found that they could not. Countless people looked at Lu Yin with strange expressions. Lu Yin almost vomited. Why did it feel like the stench was getting stronger? This thing couldn't be getting more mature, could it? He could not take it any longer, and with a wave of his hand, he activated the Yu's secret art. The stench disappeared and reappeared in Ziyi's arms. A secret technique was not something that could be blocked by source energy. Lu Yin could use it to influence the battles on the general appointment platform, so he could naturally send the stench into it as well. If not for the fact that his attacks were not very effective, he would have already started fighting outside of the platform. Ziyi stared blankly at the stench that was tightly pressed against her skin, and her pupils shrank. She immediately flung it away and glared at Lu Yin. "You're courting death." Lu Yin grinned and pointed behind her. Ziyi turned around, and the stench appeared again. This time, it was aimed directly at her face. Ziyi was furious, and a sword of source energy appeared in her hand. She slashed out, but it was useless. The stench was sent flying far away, and it almost hit Bukong along the way. Bukong was startled and hurriedly dodged. He did not dare to touch this thing, as who knew if the smell could be washed away. "Sorry, the longer you touch this thing, the longer the smell stays," Lu Yin shouted from outside the platform. He then waved his hand, and the stench disappeared and reappeared in Ziyi's arms. Ziyi was completely stunned. Ever since she had been born, she had experienced countless life-or-death battles and had successfully become one of the Tao Source 3 skies. She cultivated source energy and became a genius of the Tao Source sect. Everyone looked at her with reverence, and everyone had presented her with precious items. She had never imagined that she would one day be stuck with such a stinky thing that she could not throw away. "Lu Yin, you're courting death." Ziyi cursed at Lu Yin, and her sword of source energy continuously slashed at the stench. The stench was constantly sent flying, but it could not be destroyed, and it continued to fly towards Ziyi. The Whitestone district's battlefield had originally been filled with a desperate battle, but at this moment, the smell had truly changed. Many people no longer had the stench of blood in their nostrils, and it was replaced by a foul stench. Even normal people who did not have mysophobia could not stand this stench. It affected their senses too much, and they could not block it out. A single stench had caused the entire battlefield to stop fighting, which was a testament to its power. On the general appointment platform, the crowd distanced themselves from Ziyi, and they all looked at the stench as if they were looking at a ghost. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 989. Jian Ru and the rest looked at Lu Yin apprehensively. This guy had actually rendered Ziyi helpless. That secret technique was very troublesome. Even the fifth mainland Xingkai, Sarati Phoenix, and the others looked at Lu Yin strangely. On the surface of the sea, Starsabil's face was pale. This stench was just too unpleasant. Miss Qing kept moving away as she blinked at Lu Yin. What an interesting person. She kept her distance from the general appointment platform and could not get close to it. This stench was unbearable. Gu Xiaoer looked at Lu Yin as if he was a god. This was a god, a true god. He even had something like this, and it was strong enough. However, it was just too smelly, and Lu Yin could not stand it. The Sixth Mainland's originally advantageous situation changed the moment Lu Yin took out the stench. Ziyi alone was enough to tire out Qiu Shi and the others, but one person might not necessarily be able to hold her back. They might even need two people to work together. Now, Ziyi was stuck to the stench and could not break free. The Sixth Mainland had lost one of the Dao Source Three Skies, and things were different now. Qiu Shi freed up her hands to deal with DFA. That guy did not fight head-on, and instead, he kept attacking from behind. His blood allowed his attacks to penetrate everything, so the injuries of Xin Kai and Sarati Phoenix were definitely related to him. Although DFA was not afraid of being targeted by Qiu Shi, he had no choice but to face her head-on. He looked at Ziyi. Don't worry about that thing. It doesn't have any killing power. Hurry up and deal with this woman. Ziyi ignored him, as she was focused on how to break free from the stench. Origin energy was useless, and neither was origin astral gas. Even the scarlet flame eyes were useless. What was this thing? Lu Yin was pleased with himself. This thing had forced Mr. Yi to escape multiple times, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of his life. It had a mystical characteristic, and even origin astral gas could not stop it. Why had he not thought of it earlier? He had to remember it in the future, as this was a powerful weapon that was far more useful than any other power vessel. Mr. Yi could not destroy it, and neither could these people. Lu Yin did not know what the upper limit of this thing was. Ziyi was disgusted. She tried everything she could think of to deal with the stench, but it didn't matter whether she destroyed it or stored it in her cosmic ring. She didn't want to care, but Lu Yin's methods were very despicable. The Yu's secret art caused the stench to continuously smash at her face and even appear in her bosom from time to time. It was hard for her not to notice it, as the stench was just too terrifying. It was enough to cause nightmares. He flitted past the crowd and appeared beside Ziyi. He raised his hand and slapped the stinky object. He activated his secret technique, the Great Reincarnation Art. The Great Reincarnation spell could send the target back to their childhood, which was equivalent to reversing the time of a person or object. He wanted to send the object back to its birth or make it disappear, but strangely, his palm had no effect. Lu Yin sneered. The stench had been unlocked from a source box, and no one knew how many years had passed since it had been unlocked. No matter how miraculous Spaceless' secret technique was, it would still be useless. Since the secret technique didn't work, he didn't have time to attack again. He activated his talent, decomposition, and slapped it on the stinky object, but it was still useless. Out of desperation, Spaceless grabbed the stinky object and tried to take it away by force, but Lu Yin activated his secret technique and flung the object into Ziyi's arms. Ziyi's entire body trembled with rage, and the stench almost made her faint. She looked at Lu Yin and saw that his smile was truly hateful. She was actually a very rational person. She had been angered to such an extent during the battle in the thunderstorm zone, but she had still managed to turn defeat into victory. She had given up on the thunderstorm zone in order to forcefully suppress the Whitestone district. Her many years of military strategy had allowed her to develop a very good temperament. However, at this moment, all of her temperament and strategy had disappeared. Her instinctive anger surged forth, and she raised a hand, causing the life energy that enveloped the general appointment platform to sweep towards Lu Yin. At the same time, she leapt off the platform. DFA was shocked. Don't fall for it. Spaceless was also anxious, as he was not afraid of falling for a trap. They were from the Tao Source 3 skies, and there was no one in the younger generation who could defeat them. There was no way to deal with them, but Spaceless needed a great victory. Just breaking through the Whitestone district would not be considered a great victory, and he needed to deal with this group from the fifth mainland. Once Ze left, the astral helix would no longer be able to cover them, and this group would likely flee. This was not an outcome that Spaceless wanted. However, Ze had already lost her mind due to anger. She gripped the life energy sword in her hand and slashed at Luin. At the same time, the life energy pressure that filled the sky seemed to want to drown the entire Whitestone district. Ze displayed the terrifying might of the Tao Source 3 skies, and the life energy was covered by the flames of her scarlet blaze eyes. This attack not only shocked Luin, but also Xing Kai and the others. It seemed like this attack encompassed the entire Whitestone district, but all of the life energy suddenly converged and transformed into a single slash that pressed down on Luin. Her power level was still controlled to be within 200,000, but this attack gave Luin an intense sense of danger. He could clearly see that within the slash, the rune lines had been completely severed. Each rune line had a power level of nearly 200,000, and when they finally converged together, it was exactly the same as the Little Arrow Saint's attack. Not everyone could separate all of their attacks like Ze, shielding them from the astral suppression, and then completely fusing them together. This move was many times more brilliant than the Little Arrow Saint's attack. Luin seemed to have expected this attack, and he fled towards the east in advance. However, he was still caught in the attack. Ze hated Luin to the core, as she had never suffered such humiliation before. Even now, that stinky thing was still in her arms, and that stench had become the driving force for her attack. She no longer cared about anything else and only wanted to kill Luin. Luin turned around, and his expression changed drastically. The true scripture of Aeon evolution had weakened the attack, and at the same time, Taishan had also used the same technique to weaken Ze's battle technique. He had already discovered that Luin also knew the true scripture of Aeon evolution. In the universe, outside of the home of the gods, there were occasionally people who obtained the legacy of rune technology and learned the true scripture of Aeon evolution. Taishan was not surprised, as this person had saved his life before. Ze's attack had been weakened by Luin and Taishan's joint efforts, but after exchanging blows with Luin several times, how could Ze not be prepared? While Luin and Taishan could weaken the attack's power, Ze could also increase it. Her power level had already exceeded 200,000, so it was not difficult for her to increase it in an instant. Luin still had to face an earth-shattering attack. Just as everyone thought that Luin would definitely be hit, a sword light flashed in the distance, and the world turned into a world of swords. The air, the sea, and everything else that could be seen with the naked eye turned into swords. The first to react was Jianru, and the long sword in his hand started to tremble uncontrollably. Following that, the sword and the stone, Taishan, and the rest all felt a terrifying sharpness. Ze's attack suddenly changed direction and slashed towards the sword light. The sword light came from the void and collided with Ze's attack. A formless sharpness swept out in all directions, covering the entire Whitestone district. The seawater boiled as it was torn apart by the sword chi, and cracks in the void rained down. Countless people were affected by the aftershocks of the collision between the sword light and the attack, and many were immediately torn in half without being able to resist at all. Starsabil kept moving around, her expression solemn. Dachi Pu Chio he raised his hand and used a battle technique, but it was torn apart by the sword light's aftershocks. His entire arm was drenched in blood. Xia Tian quickly retreated as a gust of wind swept past, slicing through the void. If he had been a step too slow, he would have been struck. Gu Shao cried out in alarm as he narrowly avoided the aftershocks. On the surface of the sea, a giant meteor that Yixingchen had been guiding was sliced into pieces and reduced to dust. Lu Yin felt a gust of wind sweep past him, accompanied by an unparalleled sharpness. He hurriedly used his fate sand to block the attack. Fortunately, his physical body was tough, or else he would have been severely injured if not killed at such close range. On the stage, everyone stopped fighting and looked into the distance in disbelief. Who was this? How could this attack be so terrifying? Bu Kong's expression was solemn. Before he had joined the battle, someone had told him that the Fifth Mainland could not be underestimated. This was not just the Fifth Mainland, as there were many shattered remnant clans from the previous 4 mainlands. These remnant clans had been passed down since ancient times, and they could not be underestimated. At first, he had not paid much attention to this, but he had felt threatened when he had encountered Xing Kai in the Whitefall region. Although Xing Kai had been defeated, Bu Kong had not been able to eliminate him. Xing Kai had the strength of a realmling, and he had even surpassed the average realmling. Coupled with Sarati, Phoenix, Chiu Shi, and the others, Bu Kong had experienced the Fifth Mainland strength. Now, the appearance of that sword light had shocked him once again, as he had not been able to clearly see the Fifth Mainland's true strength. Ziyi stood high in the sky with a solemn expression as she looked to the east. There, a girl was slowly walking over. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and she held a white long sword in her hand. She wore a pair of large spectacles, and she looked both gentle and adorable. This was the girl who had blocked her attack. That had not been an ordinary attack, but rather the strongest attack that could be unleashed when one was enraged and under the suppression of celestial phenomenon. Ziyi had thought that no one would be able to block it, and even the 10 arbiters in the thunderstorm region might not have been able to completely block it. However, this attack had been blocked. Although it had been weakened, it had still exceeded her expectations. Countless people looked to the east at the girl who was slowly walking over. It's her. One of the 10 arbiters, Lu Tianmu of the Sword Sect. One of the 10 arbiters of the Sword Sect. She has inherited the 13 swords and is known as the most talented disciple in the history of the Sword Sect. Legend has it that everyone in the Sword Sect believes that she can create the 14th sword and allow the Sword Sect to reign supreme over the entire universe. She doesn't seem to be one of the 10 arbiters of the Sword Sect. She seems to have other identities as well. Lu Yin listened to all sorts of discussions as he looked at the girl who was slowly walking over. Lu Tianmu of the Sword Sect, Mu Ju of the 10 Arbiters, and the successor of the 13 Swords. Her appearance caused countless people to pale in comparison. Even among the 10 Arbiters, she was one of the most powerful. Neither Xing Kai nor Sarati Phoenix had her influence. The Sword Sect itself was one of the most powerful sects in the Interverse. In fact, there was no such thing as one of the most powerful sections. Even the Day-Night clan would not directly confront the Sword Sect. It was precisely because of the Sword Sect's existence that the flow zone that it resided in was known as the First Flow Zone. This was the Sword Sect. Lu Tianmu was the most elite disciple in the history of the Sword Sect, and if the 10 arbiters were to be ranked, she would undoubtedly be at the very top. Lu Yin had met quite a few of the 10 arbiters before, but regardless of whether it was Lan Si, White Knight, or Ming Guang, none of them had shocked him as much as Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu merely stood there, but she gave off an unparalleled feeling. Seventh bro, this girl is really domineering. The monkey exclaimed. Lu Yin felt the same way. Even though Lu Tianmu had not said a single word, the sword light from earlier had made him feel her domineering aura. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 990. I've heard of you. You're Lu Tianmu of the Sword Sect, one of the 10 arbiters. Was that the 13 swords? Ziyi asked. Lu Tian and Mu Mu looked up at Ziyi. The 11th sword. Ziyi was shocked. You can stop me with just the 11th sword. Show me your strongest 13th sword. Lu Tianmu raised the white sword in his right hand. No. Ziyi's eyes narrowed. On the stage, Xing Kai looked at Lu Tianmu, who was far away, and then looked at Ziyi. She probably didn't believe that Lu Tianmu couldn't do it. In fact, Lu Tianmu really couldn't do the 13th move. She had only learned the 11th move, and it might be the 12th. Before joining this battle, Ziyi had never thought that anyone in the younger generation would be able to stop her. Shadowless appearance had been an accident, as that person was very mysterious. His domain was terrifyingly powerful, and he could even predict attacks. However, Ziyi had been certain that he would not be able to break through her defenses, as Yuantian's astral vault ensured that she was invincible. However, Lu Tianmu was different. The sword was a killing weapon, and she had no idea what kind of destructive power he could unleash when paired with the 13 swords. Ziyi's gaze turned cold. No matter how strong Lu Tianmu was, she did not believe that there was anyone in the same generation who could defeat her. Impossible. She was one of the Dao Source 3 skies, and she was invincible. Just as she was about to speak, a stinking object appeared in front of her and smashed towards her face. Lu Yin had made his move. He did not care about anything else, he just wanted to disgust Ziyi. Ziyi had been distracted by Lu Tianmu, and she had temporarily ignored the stinking object. Now that her nightmare had returned, she was unable to extricate herself from the stench. She angrily glared at Lu Yin. Qiu He, kill him. On the surface of the sea, Qiu He, who had been chasing after Gu Shao, heard Ziyi's command and immediately charged towards Lu Yin. Xia Yi leaped in front of Qiu He and cooperated with Gu Shao, in an intense battle. Ziyi's body flickered as she tried to break free from the stinking object. Her voice reverberated in the sky. I, Ziyi, swear on the name of the Dao Source 3 skies that I will grant an audience with the blood ancestor and obtain the chance to inherit his bloodline. Even if he fails, he may become a disciple of the celestial imprint. On the surface of the sea, more than 1 million cultivators from the 6th mainland were agitated. Countless people's blood essence surged as they stared at Lu Yin with fervent gazes. Ziyi's promise was too great. Even if they could not become the blood progenitor's disciple, they could at least become an all-heaven imprinter's disciple. Every realmling was an all-heaven imprinter's disciple, so Ziyi's promise had opened up a shortcut to becoming a realmling. Suddenly, numerous figures soared into the sky and charged towards Lu Yin. There were at least tens of thousands of cultivators in all directions, including many descendants of imprinter clans. There were even descendants of space imprinter clans and Aeon imprinter clans. Every major family clan had at least a few 100,000 people, and this was just the direct descendants. If the collateral descendants were included, the population could reach a few 100 million. Those who could become the heirs of a major family clan had to stand out from the hundreds of thousands of elite disciples who had access to vast amounts of cultivation resources. These people were not weak, and they could easily crush the cultivators of the 5th mainland in a one-on-one battle. But now, tens of thousands of people had suddenly appeared and surrounded Lu Yin, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Countless attacks filled the sky, blocking everyone's line of sight and shattering the void. Lu Yin hurriedly dodged, but there were some attacks that he could not avoid, so he could only block them head-on. Fortunately, he was not weak. The strongest cultivators attacking him were only comparable to Autumn Frost Qing, and they were not even at the level of a realmling. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Even so, there were just too many people attacking him, and Lu Yin's scalp felt numb. The 6th mainland's cultivators surrounded Lu Yin, and the 5th mainland's cultivators could not take it anymore. Lu Yin was clearly able to annoy the Dao Source Three Skies, and he had played a huge role in this. All of the cultivators had spontaneously organized themselves to protect him, and there were also cultivators who wanted to be friendly with Lu Yin. The Whitefall district immediately erupted into a battle with Lu Yin at the center. Ziyi heaved a sigh of relief. Down below, Lu Tianmu watched Lu Yin flee with a strange expression. She knew this person, Lu Xiaoyun, Long Yun, Lu Xiaoqiu, and the others had all mentioned him before. Her aunt, Lu Fuxue, who had married into the Nalan family, had also mentioned this person. She had also watched a recording of this person's performance in the Tournament of the Strongest, and she had been amazed by his cultivation talent. Someone who had joined the Astral Combat Academy from the Outerverse did not have an enormous amount of cultivation resources or exquisite battle techniques, but he had still been able to comprehend battle force and resist the 13 swords. Back then, she had known that this person would one day shock the universe, but she had never imagined that he would become an unequaled leader so quickly. Now, he was even able to participate in such a battle. This was a genius. And although she had never interacted with him before, she had always been paying attention to him. In the past few years that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Innerverse had been embroiled in war, and there had been constant battles. Everyone had been improving, and everyone had thought that this person would remain dormant. However, not only had he not remained dormant, but he had also become even more active. He had already left Lu Xiaoqiu and the others in the dust. Lu Yin was now like a rope that was tied to all the cultivators in the White Rock district. All of the cultivators from the 6th mainland wanted to capture him alive, and the cultivators from the 5th mainland could not just stand by and watch. As a result, the battlefield was becoming more and more chaotic. Ziyi did not expect that these people would be able to capture Lu Yin alive, as numbers could not make up for the difference in strength at their level. She only wanted to prevent Lu Yin from controlling the stench so that she could fight Lu Tianmu. There were too few people from the 5th mainland who could face the Dao Source Three Skies head-on, and such people had to be exterminated if they encountered them. Ziyi raised her hand, and a sword formed from Genesis Qi appeared in her hand. She leapt forward and slashed at Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu had a strange look in his eyes. It was common knowledge in the Innerverse and Outerverse that one should not casually use their sword when facing someone from the sword sect. However, this common knowledge was obviously useless against the Dao Source Three Skies. Even if Ziyi was not proficient in sword techniques, with some casual cultivation, her sword techniques would not be any weaker than an ordinary elite from the sword sect. In fact, they might even be stronger. Ziyi's strength lay in her Genesis Qi and her invincible origin dipper. Aside from Lu Yin, no one else could truly ignore Genesis Qi. Even if one could not see the light, they would still need to rely on their domains to isolate Genesis Qi. Lu Tianmu could not ignore this ultimate technique from the 6th mainland's Dao Source sect. He did not care about Ziyi's sword techniques, all he cared about was her Genesis Qi. Ziyi's sword descended, but Lu Tianmu raised his sword and rotated it horizontally in front of him. The 6th sword was used to defend against sword force. The Genesis Qi sword slammed into Lu Tianmu's 6th sword, but it was completely isolated. Ziyi was astonished, as Lu Tianmu had actually used a killing sword technique to block her attack. The 13 swords included both offense and defense. The 6th sword was a defensive sword that defended against sword force. Following the 6th sword was Lu Tianmu's close-range attack. Man and sword as one, sword and domain as one, man and domain as one. This was the 5th sword. Back when Lu Xiaoqiu was fighting on Mount E, he had just comprehended the 5th sword. Using it would not only hurt the enemy, but also hurt himself. Lu Tianmu had already comprehended this sword. In the distance, although Lu Yin was surrounded by countless 6th mainland cultivators, he was still paying attention to the battle between Ziyi and Lu Tianmu. He saw Lu Tianmu's defensive sword force, the fifth sword, and the other sword techniques that followed. They were completely different from Lu Xiaoqiu's, as if they were two completely different sword techniques. The same battle technique would have completely different effects when used by different people. Lu Tianmu's 13 swords was the true 13 swords, and even Ziyi had to be careful when dealing with it. Even the confident Origin Dipper did not dare to casually take it head-on, as this sword technique was too murderous. Although this was only a battle between two people, the battle between Lu Tianmu and Ziyi had a greater impact than the battle on the general appointment stage. On the general appointment stage, Bu Kong looked at Lu Tianmu with a burning gaze. This sword technique was truly unrivaled in the Fifth Mainland, and the sword sect's reputation was well deserved. He also wanted to experience the 13 swords. Ziyi's shock grew greater and greater. Although Origin Dipper could still withstand the attacks and was still unrivaled, if Lu Tianmu had been on the same level as her and had suppressed her power level, then Origin Dipper might not have been able to withstand the attacks of the 13 swords. Killing intent filled Ziyi's eyes. She had to deal with this woman, or else she would definitely become a great enemy of the Sixth Mainland in the future. Ziyi had not only learned how to generate Genesis energy, but she had also been able to become one of the Dao Source Three Skies not just because she had reached the Enlighter realm. She was invincible in the same realm as herself. Just as she was about to do something, the stench suddenly appeared in front of her, causing her to be stunned. Lu Tianmu had stabbed out. It was only the first sword, but any sword technique in Lu Tianmu's hands would be incomparably powerful. Her first sword was enough to crush Lu Xiaoqiu's strongest sword technique in the same realm. The first sword stabbed into Origin Dipper, but it did not break through, and Ziyi was forced back. Ziyi was furious, and she looked into the distance and just so happened to meet Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin gave her a provocative look, but countless attacks were coming at him from above, so he quickly fled. Even Lu Tianmu could fight Ziyi without being exposed. It seemed like the two of them were fighting the Dao Source Three Skies head-on, but if one thought about it carefully, even if the two of them teamed up to fight Ziyi, the result would still be the same. They would not be able to break through Origin Dipper. Everything was fake. He was worried about Ziyi's hidden techniques. Although he had confidence in Lu Tianmu, this battle was too important, and he could not be careless. Ziyi wanted to fight Lu Tianmu, but Lu Yin had used the stench to disrupt her plans. Not only was Ziyi furious, but Lu Tianmu was also displeased. He glanced at Lu Yin. "Don't interfere." Lu Yin pursed his lips. If the other party did not appreciate his help, then so be it. He would not interfere. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the stench vanished. When it reappeared, it was right in front of Bu Kong. Bu Kong was a man, and no matter how disgusting the stench was, he could endure it and just ignore it. However, Lu Yin did not simply throw the stench into Bu Kong's arms like he had with Ziyi. He directly smashed the stench into Bu Kong's face. Bu Kong was disgusted, as not everything could block his secret technique. Not only did the stench not affect his secret technique, but it also emitted such a strong stench that even the most determined person would be affected. On the other side, Tai Yishan was bewildered. He had never fought an enemy like this before, and he was suspected of being despicable. However, this was all he could do against Bu Kong, as he was not a match for him in a one-on-one fight. If the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were asked who they hated the most, it would definitely be Lu Yin. He had disgusted the Dao Source Three Skies, and even the entire battlefield. Lu Yin himself had to endure the stench. He had sacrificed a lot, but he was still being hunted down. This farce of a battle continued for more than a day. In the distance, the color of the sea gradually faded, and the general appointment platform gradually left the Whitefall region. Lu Yin looked into the distance, where he could see the end of the symbol progenitor's celestial phenomenon. His expression turned ugly, As if the sixth mainland was allowed to break through the symbol progenitor's celestial phenomenon, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, there were countless rune lines at the end of the celestial phenomenon, which belonged to the fifth mainland's older generation. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 991. Not only were the elders of the Innerverse Sword Sect there, but there were also the rulers and elders of the Neoverse great powers. They were the final barrier. Both sides had tacitly divided the cosmic sea into a battlefield for the younger generation, but if it really came down to it, how could they still abide by this tacit agreement? Lu Yin looked back. He did not know where the older powerhouses of the sixth mainland were hiding, but they were actually able to completely conceal their rune lines. This reminded him of Aegis Aura Concealment Stone. Although there were few similar items, they still existed. As they approached the edge of the Whitefall district, Bukong and the rest of the sixth mainland's cultivators suddenly adjusted their expressions, and they all retreated. Bukong in particular pointed out, and this command made Taishan feel an extreme sense of danger. Qiu Shi and the others were astonished, as Bukong had suddenly changed. Source boxes were tossed out one after another, and as he continued to unlock them, their murderous aura pervaded the air. Lu Yin was shocked. Be careful of the sourcebox array. Amidst the millions of cultivators fighting, Maiden Axian looked up with a serious expression. Sourcebox arrays were something that only boundless advanced lockbreakers could grasp. Bukong was one of the Dao Source Three Skies, and he was already very powerful, but he had also comprehended a sourcebox array. The moment Bukong used his sourcebox array, Lu Yin's fear of him increased exponentially. This person had already reached such a level at such a young age, and once he grasped the sourcebox array, his future would be immeasurable. Zi also looked over in shock, as she did not know that Bukong had grasped a sourcebox array. No matter how confident she was in herself, she did not think that she could defeat a powerhouse who had grasped a sourcebox array. Sourcebox arrays could not compare to secret techniques, but as long as they were set up properly, their destructive power would be limitless. Bukong used his sourcebox array in a futile attempt to trap Qiu Shi, Xing Kai, and the others, but someone else also made a move, Qiu Shi. Everyone in the Sirius sect was a lockbreaker, and the Sirius technique was a technique that all lockbreakers yearned for, as it was extremely helpful when it came to lockbreaking. Back then, Lu Yin had used the Sirius technique to flatten the Starburst Orb, which had attracted Master Wuxing's attention and allowed him to join the Lockbreaker Society. Qiu Shi was the #1 disciple of the Sirius sect, and she was known as the Four Ultimates. Bukong's technique was fast, but Qiu Shi's technique was not slow either. Bukong relied on his natural talent of decomposition, while Qiu Shi relied on her Sirius technique. Both of them had an advantage. Bukong had not expected that the other party would also be hiding a boundless advanced lockbreaker. It was no wonder why Zi had always felt that this woman was hiding her strength so deeply. However, no matter how deeply he tried to hide it, it was useless. This sourcebox array did not require too much time to set up, and it also contained dozens of variations. Lu Yin used one technique to cover another technique while using another technique to hide another technique. Qiu Shi continuously unlocked the sourceboxes and changed the paths of the sourcebox's danger, attempting to disrupt the activation of the array. However, in the end, she still fell short. She had been scheming against the unsuspecting, and she was always one step ahead. The sourcebox's danger enveloped the entire platform, transforming into a boulder that trapped everyone within. His figure then flickered as he sent a palm strike towards Qiu Shi. The sourcebox array instantly bound her, and she was unable to resist this palm strike. She could only allow the palm strike to land on her. There was a thump as Chiu Shi was struck, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her body fell onto the platform, and Bukong did not stop there. The source-box array was similarly suppressed by the astronomical phenomenon, and its power could only trap her for an instant. Bukong struck out 5 times as quickly as he could, hitting all 5 of his opponents. Xingkai, Sarati, Phoenix, Xu Jing, Tai Yishan, and Chiu Shi were all sent flying off the platform. The shockwave shook the void, and it accentuated his godlike figure. He had defeated 5 top-tier experts in an instant. The millions of cultivators were stunned as they watched in disbelief. What followed was an earth-shattering cheer as everyone chanted Bukong's name. This was the Tao Source 3 Skies, a synonym for invincibility that no one could resist. Bukong was like a god as Xingkai and the other 4 fell off the platform. This scene would be remembered by everyone for the rest of their lives, as it was the true symbol of the Tao Source 3 Skies' strength. DFA, Jianru, Sword in the Stone, and the Junior Arrow Saint all attacked at the same time, attacking the 5 people who had fallen off the platform. Bukong had used the Great Reincarnation technique, and once one was hit, time would be reversed and they would return to their childhood state. At that time, everyone would be at their weakest, and they definitely would not be able to withstand a single attack from a realmling. This was Bukong's plan, and he had succeeded. Everyone had been hit, but they had not returned to their childhood state. DFA and the other 3's attacks had all been blocked, and they had only been sent flying into the ocean. However, none of them had been injured. What had truly injured them was Bukong's palm strike, but the impact had only caused them to cough up blood. Bukong was shocked. How was this possible? Chiu Shi glanced into the distance, and Gu Xiao's face paled. Gu Xiao's white smoke had wrapped around everyone's bodies from the very beginning of the battle on the platform. As more and more of the white smoke had been consumed during the battle, especially after a day of intense fighting, it was no longer obvious. However, the moment Bukong took out his source box, Gu Xiao gathered the white smoke around everyone's bodies and blocked it at a fixed location. That location was where Bukong's palm strike had landed. Chiu Shi had been struck in the abdomen, and the white smoke had coincidentally blocked her abdomen. Xingkai had been struck in the head, and the white smoke had coincidentally blocked his head. Sarati, Phoenix, Xu Jing, and Tai Yishan had all suffered the same fate. It was the white smoke's obstruction that had isolated them from Bukong's palm strike. The white smoke was mystical, and it could even tear apart life's origin energy. With the white smoke as the foundation, it had formed the powerful force that was the smoke-gulping mountain range. Today, it had blocked a secret technique and saved 5 people. It could be said that if it had not been for the white smoke, Bukong's palm strike would have sent the 5 of them back to their childhood state, and they would have been in real danger. Bukong had schemed for a long time and had been entangled with Tai Yishan and the others. He had been waiting for this moment, the moment when he could have instantly killed 5 absolute experts, but it had been ruined by Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao naturally could not have calculated the location of Bukong's attack, and he looked at Starsabil in the distance. She had been the one to tell him the location, and Bukong's attack had been clearly seen by her. Bukong had spent a long time scheming against everyone, but his plans had been instantly destroyed by Starsabil. This was the Starsabil sex method, and this was divination. Bukong stood on the platform and looked down in disbelief. How could this be? How could the secret technique have been blocked? No matter how hard he tried, he could not figure it out. Only Ziyi seemed to have thought of something and retreated 1,000 meters before looking around. She had almost forgotten about Starsabil, but at the most critical moment, that woman had played the greatest role. Her divination was formless yet fatal. There were too many strange inheritances in the 5th mainland, as it was an amalgamation of the 5 mainlands. Wukong once again recalled what someone had said to him before he had participated in this battle. Below, Xing Kai and the others had withstood Wukong's palm strike, and they looked up at the platform with ugly expressions. Even though they had not been heavily injured, Wukong's terrifying strength had been fully displayed. With the addition of the unfathomable Ziyi and the 4 Realmlings, they had no chance of victory. Lu Yin put away the stench, as there was no need for it anymore. The older generation powerhouses had arrived, and countless rune lines were approaching. The 2 old fellows at the very front had merely glanced at him, and it had caused his scalp to go numb. They were definitely terrifying old freaks with power levels in the millions. The 5th mainland's older generation powerhouses had joined the battle, and the hidden old freaks from the 6th mainland had also appeared. They were hidden in the battlefield where millions of cultivators were fighting. A cultivator from the 5th mainland and a cultivator from the 6th mainland had been fighting for several days without a clear victor. At this moment, the 6th mainland cultivator suddenly displayed an unimaginable strength and wiped out his opponent with a wave of his hand. He then looked into the distance. It's time to decide the victor. A similar scene played out on the surface of the ocean as the 6th mainland's older generation powerhouses appeared one after another and displayed their terrifying might. They all rushed out and headed towards the edge of the astral phenomenon suppression. They wanted to penetrate the region suppressed by the phenomenon and decide the victor with the 5th mainland. Wukong was helpless. That had been his last attack, and he had not been able to kill those 5. Now that the older powerhouses had joined the battle, he no longer had a chance. Although the 5th mainland was much weaker than the 6th mainland, they still had powerhouses with power levels above 500,000, and their attacks were enough to make Wukong feel apprehensive. This was no longer a battle between the younger generation. At the edge of the astral phenomenon suppression, a group of powerhouses from the 5th mainland charged out. They were led by a long-time elder from the Sirius sect and a long-time elder from the Hall of Honor whose power level had exceeded 1 million. They were followed by several envoy-level powerhouses, some from the Innerverse and some from the Neoverse. In the 5th mainland, only the Neoverse still had powerhouses with power levels above 1 million. Perhaps the Sword sect or the Day-Night clan existed in the Innerverse, but there was also a chance that they did not exist. A power level of 1 million was a threshold that determined the strength of a powerhouse. On the other side, the 6th mainland's older generation cultivators were led by 2 old fellows. They were definitely cosmic imprinter, and there was a group of old fellows following behind them. This was the ultimate battlefield. Just as the 2 sides were about to collide, the astral phenomenon in the sky churned. Lu Yin, Supreme Immortal, and those who cultivated the Aeon Evolution True Scripture were the first to notice it, and when they looked up, their expressions changed. The symbol progenitor's astral phenomenon moved as if it had a mind of its own, and it suddenly pressed down. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up in fear. The sky was collapsing. The progenitor realm was an indescribable realm. The progenitor realm was the origin of everything. The universe had been around for countless years, and humans had been around for countless years as well. Since ancient times, the number of progenitors that had been born could be counted. Progenitors were not born out of a large number of people, but rather, it took many years for one to be born. Progenitors were on a completely different level. The symbol progenitor was a cultivator who had created a mystical civilization, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a god. He had been able to injure the martial progenitor with just the remnants of his spiritual force, and his strength had covered the Innerverse and even half of the cosmic sea. Although he had died, he had still been able to influence the intercontinental war that would take place countless years later. This was the power of a progenitor. No matter who it was, as long as they had not reached the progenitor realm, they would not be able to pry into the mysteries of this power. The celestial imprint was the same. The symbol progenitor's astral phenomenon pressed down, and rune lines enveloped everyone. Everyone was filled with fear and despair, including Luin. He did not know what the symbol progenitor's astral phenomenon was trying to do, but the sixth mainland was about to break through the astral phenomenon suppression. This action was like a key that had unlocked another hidden power of the symbol progenitor's astral phenomenon. When this power was activated, it immediately illuminated an unremarkable elder in the sixth mainland's camp. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 992. Everything in the world was enveloped by the symbol progenitor's celestial phenomenon, and the entire area fell into darkness. The only source of light was an elder among the sixth mainland's cultivators. He suddenly looked up with a ferocious expression as a giant hammer appeared in his hand. "You want to kill me? So what if you're a progenitor? I'll step into the progenitor realm one day, and I'll lead the smithing branch to slaughter the fifth mainland. The fifth mainland will forever." The elder's body suddenly cracked open. The elder roared, and an indescribably boundless power swept out, shaking the entire Whitestone district. The entire cosmic sea trembled, and then it spread to the inner verse in an attempt to overturn the heavens. This power was rarely seen, and even Luin had seen Master Yuan and the others use their full strength in the outerverse, but they had not been able to reach this terrifying level. This elder was not a cosmic imprinter, as he was on a completely different level. He should be one of the few celestial imprinters in the sixth mainland, and he was second only to the three progenitors. He held a hammer, and he should be the weaponsmithing ancestor, one of the sixth mainland's Daosaur sect's four sovereigns. The weaponsmithing ancestor was a celestial imprinter, and his might was unparalleled. The sixth mainland was divided into 9 regions, but the celestial imprinter was similar to the three progenitors in that they were not restricted by regions, and they were existences that surpassed all living beings. Luin had participated in 2 innerverse wars and 3 border wars in the outerverse, and this was the first time he had witnessed the terror of a celestial imprinter. It was not a power that he could even comprehend, and even a single glance could cause his mind to collapse. This powerhouse, who could be considered the foundation of the entire universe, had his rune lines gradually erased by the celestial phenomenon. The others could not see it, and they could only see the weaponsmithing ancestor's body cracking open. Only people like Luin and Taishan, who cultivated the Aeon Evolution True Scripture, could see the weaponsmithing ancestor's rune lines dissipating. He was being forcefully erased. It was not surprising that the weaponsmithing ancestor had participated in this battle, as no matter how weak the fifth mainland was, there would definitely be terrifying powerhouses like the celestial imprinters, and the weaponsmithing ancestor existed to deal with such powerhouses. After the weaponsmithing ancestor was erased, another beam of light illuminated a middle-aged man within the sixth mainland's camp. The man was shocked, and he hurriedly rushed towards the south. He wanted to escape the celestial phenomenon suppression. He was also a celestial imprinter. Everyone from the fifth mainland felt a chill run down their spines. They hadn't expected the sixth mainland to have a heavenly imprint hidden within. This person should be the true battle prowess that the sixth mainland relied on to break through the suppression of the celestial phenomenon. With the weapon-wielding Grand Elder as the lead and this person as the support, they were able to completely break through the suppression of the celestial phenomenon. With 2 heavenly imprinters participating in the battle, there was a high chance of success. Moreover, the sixth mainland had a hidden cosmic imprinter with a battle power level of over 1 million. How many powerhouses from the fifth mainland could resist him? Only behemoths like the Hall of Honor and the Sirius sect had cosmic imprinters. As for celestial imprinters, even the Sirius sect might not have one. It seemed like a war that could be won, but no one expected the collapse of the astronomical phenomenon. The weapon-wielding ancestor wanted to resist, but as long as he hadn't stepped into the ancestor realm, he wouldn't be able to resist the power of the ancestor realm. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the tool-wielding grand ancestor was erased just like that, leaving behind an iron hammer that fell from the sky and smashed into the bottom of the sea. The other celestial imprinter was similarly erased the moment he approached the edge of the astronomical phenomenon suppression, leaving behind a fearful and ferocious face that shocked everyone. In the end, he disappeared from the world without leaving behind even a trace of his aura. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the cultivators from the fifth mainland or the sixth mainland, they all felt that this was absurd. Two invincible powerhouses had disappeared just like that, and the power that had erased them had only been astronomical. The Ancestor Realm powerhouse hadn't even shown his face. No, the Ancestor Realm powerhouse had already died. The remnant power left behind by a dead person had easily erased two celestial imprinters. Everyone was shocked by the terror of the Ancestor Realm, but at the same time, a desire to step into the Ancestor Realm welled up within them. He finally understood why the Sea King was willing to gamble with the entire fifth mainland. Even if there was a 90% chance of losing, he still had to gamble. He wanted to split open the skies for the fifth mainland, and a progenitor was a must. No amount of numbers could make up for the lack of a progenitor. He wanted the fifth mainland to give birth to a progenitor so that they could resist the sixth mainland. The sixth mainland's three domains had joined forces to attack the human domain, and at the same time, three other domains had joined forces to attack the astral beast domain. This was equivalent to using half of their forces to attack the fifth mainland. Seizing resources was just one aspect, but more importantly, they wanted to exterminate the fifth mainland's cultivation civilization and eliminate any possibility of a progenitor being born there. Luin had once thought that seizing resources and exterminating the cultivation civilization were equally important. The more important thing was the distribution of benefits, which would drive this war. But at this moment, he changed his mind. Perhaps the sixth mainland wanted to exterminate the fifth mainland's cultivation civilization. A progenitor was too terrifying and unimaginable. There were millions of cultivators on both sides, and their determination to fight to the death vanished at this moment. Everyone was immersed in the power of the progenitor realm. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he looked up. The astronomical phenomenon that had originally covered this region had disappeared. He didn't know if the astronomical phenomenon in the entire universe, including the cosmic sea, had disappeared, or if it was just this one area. No, it couldn't be considered to have disappeared. There were still some remnants. The sky was still dusky, and everyone was still immersed in the shock of seeing the celestial imprint being erased by the astronomical phenomenon. Several beams of light appeared once again, and everyone's hearts trembled. This light was like the hand of a death god, and anyone who was illuminated by it would die. This time, 4 people were illuminated by the light. 2 were from the 6th mainland's camp, and the other 2 were from the 5th mainland's camp. These were the powerhouses with power levels in the million. The same scene occurred once again, and 4 powerhouses with power levels in the million were forcibly erased by the astronomical phenomenon. If the celestial imprint could still roar, then these 4 powerhouses with power levels in the million couldn't even speak before they disappeared. The next moment, the older cultivators from the 5th mainland all rushed out of the area where the astronomical phenomenon was suppressed. They didn't dare to stay any longer, as the astronomical phenomenon didn't differentiate between targets. It only looked at power levels. First, it was the celestial imprint, and then it was the powerhouses with power levels in the million. Would the powerhouses with power levels in the 800,000 be next? The 6th mainland's world imprinters were instantly terrified, and they also rushed out of the area where the astronomical phenomenon was suppressed. The 5th mainland's cultivators wanted to stop them, but they didn't. If they tried to stop them now, they would definitely go all out, and no one wanted to die. It wasn't just them, as everyone wanted to escape from the area where the astronomical phenomenon was suppressed. Who knew how many people would be erased this time? Some of the explorers were panicking. Only people like Lu Yin, who could clearly see the rune lines, weren't nervous. This was because the rune lines that had covered the entire region had disappeared. Lu Yin's heart sank. The disappearance of the rune lines meant that the astronomical phenomenon suppression was no longer present, and it also meant that the sixth mainland could attack with all their might. The sky above the cosmic sea was still filled with an atmosphere of despair and panic. Regardless of whether it was the sixth mainland or the fifth mainland, all the cultivators rushed out of the area where the astronomical phenomenon was suppressed. They couldn't see the rune lines, so they didn't know that the astronomical phenomenon had disappeared. A chaotic battle was unavoidable, but everyone was doing their best to suppress it. They wished that they could suppress their power levels to the level of a normal person, as they were afraid that the astronomical phenomenon would wipe them out. Lu Yin wanted to transmit a message to the fifth mainland's older powerhouses so that they could prepare in advance so that they could go all out. However, at that moment, an endless amount of rune lines appeared in the distance once again. Lu Yin's eyes widened. This was an astronomical phenomenon. What had just disappeared was only a portion of the astronomical phenomenon. The astronomical phenomenon that hadn't appeared in the other regions was now spreading out. How was this possible? Could the celestial imprint be the switch that triggered the astronomical phenomenon? Or could it be that, as long as the celestial imprint appeared in the border regions of the astronomical phenomenon suppression, the astronomical phenomenon would erupt? Lu Yin wasn't sure what exactly was going on, but he knew that the sky was once again covered by rune lines. Everyone rushed out of the area where the astronomical phenomenon was suppressed. Lu Yin and the others who didn't move would easily attract attention, so he also moved towards the south. Tai Yi-shin did the same. Aside from Tai Yi-shin, there were a few other people on the battlefield who had come from the home of the gods. They didn't say anything and just headed south. The astronomical phenomenon had completely crushed everyone's will to fight. The sixth mainland was no longer considering how to attack the Neoverse, but rather how to protect themselves. What would they do if the astronomical phenomenon descended again? On the general appointment platform, Bukong and the others were trembling all over. They were the absolute top experts of the younger generation, but they were still only part of the younger generation. Even if they had come into contact with progenitors before, the power of the astronomical phenomenon that had just been erased still terrified them. The little arrow saint, Jian-Ru, and the others had never come into contact with a progenitor before, but at this moment, they were deeply affected. They finally understood what it meant to be an ant. The fifth mainland that they had thought to be easy to bully was actually an unimaginable powerhouse. Even if the fifth mainland was dead, its power was still boundlessly terrifying. Ziyi panted heavily, and her life origin energy completely retracted. She was like a quail that had been stepped on, shrinking back and not daring to show her face. What astral nova? It was as weak as a piece of paper in the face of the astronomical phenomenon suppression. The few world imprinters from the sixth mainland who had not been erased by the astronomical phenomenon felt their scalps go numb as they stared fixedly at the sky. They did not know if they would be able to enter the range of the astronomical phenomenon suppression, nor did they know how to pass through it. However, they did not have to think about it for long. In the south, where the Neoverse was located, a vast amount of rune lines descended. Everyone felt an astonishing power, and they all looked over. Lu Yin looked towards the south, and his pupils shrank. What's that? A blood-red bell. Lu Yin's impression of the blood-red bell was too deep. It was a power vessel that was second only to a progenitor's treasure that he had stolen. It had come from the Hall of Honor's Interstellar Arbitration's head inquisitor, and it was the head Inquisitor's personal command that contained the Inquisitor's power. A single blood-red bell had allowed Master Yuan to block the D-Ancestor and change the outcome of the border war in the Endless Weaves. It had allowed the Outerverse to protect itself from the Bloodburn Realm's invasion. At this moment, everyone was still panicking about whether or not the astronomical phenomenon would continue to erase anything. The blood-red bell reappeared, and the one holding it was a black shadow. It did not have a physical appearance, and it did not have any physical characteristics. It was as if a black shadow had torn through the void and descended from the distance, accompanied by the soft ringing of the bell. At that moment, everyone's minds buzzed, and it was as if they could see a large hand pressing down from the distance. Regardless of whether it was an imprinter or a world imprinter, they all froze at that moment. The black shadow swept past, and the color of blood churned as it dyed the heavens red. In just one move, one world imprinter and 2 imprinters from the 6th mainland had died. By the time everyone reacted, they saw that the sky was growing darker and darker. A black shadow had enveloped everyone. It's the Interstellar Arbitration's head Inquisitor, Death's Shadow. Lord Shadow, someone cried out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 993. The 2 remaining world imprinters from the 6th mainland were furious, but they did not dare to go all out because of the celestial phenomenon. Death's Shadow had a power level of over 800,000. Although it was not a million, he was invincible with the help of the blood-colored bell. He was also unafraid of death, and the celestial phenomenon had just wiped out 2 imprinters and 4 powerhouses whose power levels were in the millions. Lu Yin's gaze was filled with admiration, but he quickly thought of something. Did this Inquisitor know something? Was that why he dared to act so recklessly? Perhaps the people from the home of the gods knew that the celestial phenomenon had disappeared. That was not right either. The celestial phenomenon had spread over and filled up the area that had just disappeared. No one knew if the celestial phenomenon would descend again. This Inquisitor was truly not afraid of death. The 6th mainland had made ample preparations for this attack. 2 imprinters, 2 universal imprinters, 3 world imprinters, and 5 world imprinters had joined forces. This force was enough to sweep through the Innerverse, and entering the Neoverse would not be a problem. Even if the Hall of Honor went all out, they might not have so many experts. However, the celestial phenomenon had caused the 6th mainland to suffer heavy losses. The Judgment Elder, Death's Shadow, made things even worse. The remaining 2 world imprinter immediately attacked Death's Shadow. Their movements shook the heavens and earth, but under the sound of the blood-colored bell, their attacks were restrained. Death's Shadow was not the only expert with a power level of over 800,000 on the 5th mainland side. Moreover, this place was close to the Neoverse, and no one knew whether or not even stronger experts would appear. The celestial phenomenon had caused the 6th mainland to not dare to send any more reinforcements. The imprinters definitely would not dare to appear, and the same went for the universal imprinters. In other words, they had already lost. Unless the celestial phenomenon disappeared, what they had just experienced would forever be a nightmare for the 6th mainland. At this moment, the cosmic sea was like a small boat that could capsize at any moment. The heavens were collapsing, and Lu Yin and the others were being suppressed by the battle between the older powerhouses. They had no choice but to retreat to the area where the celestial phenomenon had been suppressed. Otherwise, a single shockwave would have been enough to wipe them all out. Lu Yin had his universal armor, but there were close to 10 powerhouses with power levels above 500,000 gathered on the battlefield. His universal armor was no different from paper. It was not just him. Star Sibyl, Xing Kai, Lu Tianmu, Bukong, Ziyi, and the junior Aero Saint all retreated to the area where the celestial phenomenon had been suppressed. Universe Ocean was divided into two battlefields. One was outside the celestial suppression area, where Death's Shadow and the others were fighting. The other was inside the celestial suppression area, where those with combat power levels below 200,000 were fighting. Lu Yin took the opportunity to use the Yu's secret art in an attempt to snatch back the general appointing platform, but the platform was too big. The Yu's secret art could only move it by a tiny bit, which led to attacks from Bukong and the others. Lu Tianmu's sword light swept past his side and slashed at Bukong. Bukong's eyes went wide. Good timing. He raised his hand, and the sword light was disintegrated. At the same time, he took out his source box and activated his array. Anyone who entered the general appointment platform could be trapped by this array. They had originally thought that there would be a fierce battle, but the remaining two world imprints of the sixth mainland began to flee. They were no longer a match for the fifth mainland, and the reinforcements from the fifth mainland could appear at any moment to wipe them out. They didn't want to die. If he stayed, he would definitely die. If he wanted to live, he could only cross the sky and there would be a sliver of hope. The sixth mainland began to retreat, but the older experts from the fifth mainland didn't give chase. Those from the sixth mainland had to take the risk of crossing the sky, but the fifth mainland didn't want to take the risk. The celestial suppression didn't differentiate between friend and foe, only power levels. No one wanted to die. Lu Yin and the others hurriedly retreated. Even if the sixth mainland's world imprints suppressed their power levels, they still wouldn't be able to contend against them. The sixth mainland retreated, but they took the general appointment platform with them. Without the support of the older powerhouses, even the arrogant Lu Tianmu and the others didn't dare to give chase. Lu Yin stood high in the sky and looked north. Gradually, the cultivators from the sixth mainland could no longer be seen. In the south, the older powerhouses from the Innerverse and the Neoverse watched as well. Even Death's Shadow didn't give chase, as they didn't dare to enter the celestial suppression area. Xia Tian wasn't too far away from Lu Yin, and she sighed as she watched the sixth mainland retreat. The general appointment platform is a symbol that inspires the younger generation. Now that it's been snatched away, even if we manage to repel them, we've lost. Lu Yin was moved. A symbol represented glory and meaning. It was like a battlefield flag. If the flag was snatched away by the enemy, how could one claim victory? How could one explain this to the others? There didn't seem to be any actual losses, but it was a blow to the fifth mainland's confidence. If there was another battle, and the other side brought out the general appointment platform, the blow to their confidence would be unparalleled. Killing the general and seizing the commander's flag was the best way to deal a blow to the enemy's confidence on the battlefield. The more determined the fifth mainland was to use the general appointment platform to boost the morale of the younger generation, the greater the blow to the fifth mainland's younger generation would be. Lu Yin had unified half of the Outerverse, and he knew that such a blow would be fatal. He wanted to take back the general appointment platform, but he couldn't do it alone. Even if he had Xia Tian, Lu Tianmu, and the others, he still wouldn't be able to do it. The general appointment platform was still snatched away. We tried our best. Gu Shao also came over, dejected. The general appointment platform shouldn't have been snatched away, Lu Yin said resolutely as he stared north and clenched his fists. In the distance, Xing Kai clenched his fists. Who has the guts to snatch the general appointment platform back from me? I'll go. Sarati Phoenix shouted. Shu Jing raised his head. A person must be upright. Even if I die, I'll die standing. I'll die on the general appointment platform. His tone was bleak, as the elder from the Hall of Honor who had been erased by Tian Xiang was his master. Qiu Shi didn't say anything, but but she stepped forward. I can break open a sourcebox array that isn't empty. Lu Tianmu's gaze was cold. Leave Zi to me. Tianxiang is very safe. Don't worry about it, Tai Yishan said loudly. He was very arrogant, and he looked around as if he was the one who had created Tianxiang. More and more youths stepped forward to take back the general appointment platform. Their voices grew louder and louder until they reached the area where Tianxiang was suppressed. The older generation shook their heads and sighed. The youths don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Only 3 of the 6th mainland's experts have appeared, and the inner verse has been occupied. There are even more experts out there. How can we take back the general appointment platform? It's good that the youths are so driven. Let them go. They'll come back when they've suffered. This war should be over soon. If the 6th mainland's progenitors don't appear, no one below celestial phenomenon will dare to act recklessly. Let the youths cause trouble. The general appointment platform isn't a power vessel, so there's no need to fight to the death for it. Of course, there were also some experts from the older generation who agreed. Since we started with the naming of the general platform, we should end with the naming of the general platform. If even the general platform was taken away by the enemy, wouldn't that be the biggest joke? Youths should have the hot-bloodedness of youths. Dying standing is better than dying lying down. While the older generation was discussing this, many of the younger generation's elites were already rushing north. They were unwilling to be humiliated, and they didn't want to use the general appointment platform to challenge the 5th mainland's experts. No one wanted to be a coward. If the general appointment platform was really taken away, then their generation would forever be a joke. Lu Tianmu's gaze was resolute. His generation was known as the 10 Arbiters, and they were invincible in the universe. They would leave their names in history, but if the general appointment platform was taken away, then they would not be famous anymore. Whether it was for glory or for other reasons, the general appointment platform had to be taken back. At that moment, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. Even if we of the 5th mainland lose this war, we cannot lose our integrity. The Hall of Honor has ordered everyone to take back the general appointment platform. Anyone of the younger generation who can take it back will obtain the right to inherit the Star Tower. Lu Yin and the rest, who were about to rush north, turned around and saw a blurry figure looking at them from the south. The voice had come from that figure. Head Inquisitor. Xu Jing was shocked. Lu Yin and the rest were shocked. Could this person be the head inquisitor of the Interstellar Court? That was an existence that surpassed Master Yuan. The blood-colored bell had turned the tides of the battle twice. Master Yuan was a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000, while the head inquisitor might be at the level of a celestial imprint. In reality, the appearance of the head inquisitor was not unexpected. Even if the 5th mainland did not have as many powerhouses as the 6th mainland, it was impossible that they did not have one. They still had to be wary of the 6th mainland celestial imprint. With a loud roar, Xing Kai rushed north as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Sarati, Phoenix, Xu Jing, and the rest also rushed north. They had heard the head inquisitors promise that they would obtain the right to inherit the Star Tower alone. This meant that whoever could take back the general appointing platform would become one of the 5 astral children. That person was a progenitor who had inherited the mountains and seas. Coincidentally, the heavens had changed, and they would definitely be able to reach the progenitor realm in the future. The might of a progenitor was boundless. Becoming a progenitor would leave one's name in history, and it would not decline for billions of years. It was the peak of humanity and the peak of the universe. The end of cultivation was the progenitor realm. Everyone wanted to become a progenitor, and the opportunity was right in front of them. The head inquisitor's promise was countless times more important than the promise that Zi had made to the Sixth Mainland's cultivators, and it immediately boosted everyone's confidence. Even the cultivators who had been hesitant to give chase now rushed north. Lu Yin was naturally no exception. No matter what the reason was, he was very excited at this moment. The Star Tower and the progenitor's inheritance were things that he wanted as well. The older powerhouses who had been hesitant also rushed into the region where the weather had been suppressed and chased north. No one dared to disobey the head inquisitor's orders. "Brother, let's attack together. I still have a bit of white smoke left, and it can protect you," Gu Shaoer whispered to Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not reply. On the other side, Xia Tian had also arrived. He had a good impression of Lu Yin, and perhaps it was because of Xiao Luo. 3 people together is safer. Gu Shaoer's eyes lit up. That makes sense. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators from the Sixth Mainland who were fighting in the Cosmic Sea. This was not a large number in the Sixth Mainland, but the cultivators who were truly participating in the battles were all explorers and above who could explore the universe. There were not many of these cultivators, and the remaining cultivators were only responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and taking care of miscellaneous matters such as patrolling and investigating. Since so many cultivators had come from the Sixth Mainland, they naturally did not use spacecraft. Instead, they used a flying power vessel created by the Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect, a miniature continent. As the name implied, it was a continent that could fly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 994. The continent used to transport resources at the edge of the Astral River was a type of miniature continent, and it was also a miniature continent that transported cultivators to the Cosmic Sea. There was a miniature continent in the Whitefall district that was specifically used to transport cultivators to and from the Whitefall district. The Sixth Mainland retreated and returned to the miniature continent. They then activated the continent and flew towards the Innerverse. After the astronomical changes, everyone knew that the Sixth Mainland could not defeat the Fifth Mainland unless a progenitor intervened. The Universal Imprinter and the Universal Imprinter did not dare to attack again, so how could they possibly win? The Sixth Mainland's Universe Imprinter was very decisive and led everyone away. It would be best if they could get a progenitor to intervene again, but if they could not, it would have nothing to do with them. Even the Universal Imprinter had died, so it was not their fault. The general appointment platform crashed to the ground, causing the ground to shatter. Atop the platform, Bukong looked towards the south, his eyes filled with unwillingness. The battle had clearly reached the edge, and they were only one step away from sending the Universal Imprinter to an area without the suppression of astronomical phenomena. They would have a decisive battle with the Fifth Mainland, but in the end, things had turned out this way. He was unwilling, and so were all the Sixth Mainland's cultivators, but there was nothing they could do. Ziyi looked up. She did not know which progenitor had managed to injure the martial progenitor with his remaining spiritual force and protect the entire Fifth Mainland. In the distance, a Universe Imprinter kept looking up, afraid that the astronomical phenomena would fall and destroy him. The miniature continent trembled and then flew towards the Innerverse. If nothing unexpected happened, the battle would soon stop, and not just in the Cosmic Sea, but also in the entire Fifth Mainland. The Sixth Mainland could not risk sacrificing the Universal Imprinter to start another war. Although the Universal Imprinter was not as powerful as a progenitor, the progenitors still had to respect them. If they did not want to participate in the war, no one could force them to. If they did not want to participate in the war, they would not be able to win. He came up behind Zi and said unwillingly, "If we don't destroy the Fifth Mainland, they will only become more difficult to deal with in the future. What are the third progenitor thinking? What are you waiting for?" Ziyi turned around and waved her hand, blasting Qiu He with Genesis Qi and sending him flying back 100 meters. His face was flushed, and his organs were shaken. He almost vomited blood. How dare you speak ill of the third progenitor? If you continue to be so disrespectful, I'll destroy you on her behalf. Qiu He hurriedly apologized. Ziyi was in a bad mood. They had just joined the battle, and everyone thought that they would definitely win. They also thought so. What was going on now? What? Retreat? Most importantly, Wu Taibai hadn't arrived yet. Just thinking about that guy's smiling face made Ziyi loathe him. Right, there was also that Lu Yin. Ziyi's entire body turned solemn at the thought of Lu Yin. She was more concerned about his disregard for Genesis Qi than her secret technique. Even after the war ended, she would think of a way to capture him if possible. Zzzz. Angry arguments could be heard from afar. Many people were not in a good mood. Although they had not been defeated, they had not won either. They had sacrificed 2 celestial imprints. Judging from the results, they had lost. Ziyi turned to look at the general appointment platform. Fortunately, they had obtained this. The name of the general appointment platform had spread throughout the 6th mainland, so they would be able to take this back with them. As long as they had the general appointment platform, the 5th mainland would have to endure this humiliation forever. The cosmic sea's weather was ever-changing. The miniature continent flew high up in the sky, and the sea churned. Soon, the entire surface of the sea rolled up like a reverse waterfall. The sea's churning seemed horrifying, but in reality, it did not contain much power. Furthermore, it had smashed into the bottom of the miniature continent, and when the water splashed onto the continent, it would just rain. Fortunately, this phenomenon did not occur in the Whitefall region. Otherwise, the white seawater would have corroded the miniature continent. The seawater dripped down, and many cultivators were already in a bad mood. Now that they were drenched by the seawater, they became even more upset. They cursed out loud, but they suddenly stopped and stared towards the south. A group of black dots had appeared, and then an alarm sounded. Ziyi suddenly looked towards the south and saw a group of cultivators from the 5th mainland chasing after them. Her eyes went wide, as these people actually dared to chase after them. Although they no longer had the All-Heaven Imprinter or Cosmic Imprinter, the 5th mainland's powerhouses with power levels in the millions did not dare to appear due to the suppression of the weather. Both sides had about the same number of experts, and the further north they went, the more experts there were from the 6th mainland. This was especially true since the Innerverse had long since been occupied by the 6th mainland. Were these people from the 5th mainland not afraid of death? The battle started once again, and the 5th mainland's older generation powerhouses faced off against the 6th mainland's experts. The 10 arbiters faced off against the Realmlings. Lu Tianmu found Ziyi, and just as she had said, he would leave Ziyi to her. Lu Yin did not care about the others, as his current opponent was the Sword in the Stone. The Sword in the Stone realm was a realmling of the Stone realm, and he had been present when Lu Yin had fought over the Jade Stone in the Daosaur sect's ruins. The Sword in the Stone had used his sword chi multiple times, and if not for Wen Sanxi and White Knight, Lu Yin might have been killed by this realmling. The Sword in the Stone did not speak much, and he simply carried a stone sword and swept through the void. Sword chi covered everything that could be seen with the naked eye, and no matter how fast Lu Yin was, he could not outrun the sword chi. Fortunately, the Sword in the Stone had suppressed his power level, so Lu Yin could barely dodge. Even so, he had no way of resisting the sword chi's suppression. They had originally planned to chase after the 6th mainland together, but the seawater had split them up. Lu Yin had encountered the Sword in the Stone alone, and the Sword in the Stone had only targeted him. Anyone who could wield a sword well was very powerful. As one of the 10 arbiters, Lu Tianmu had challenged the Dao Source 3 skies by himself, which had made Ziyi apprehensive. Although the sword and the stone did not have a peerless sword technique like the 13 swords, his sword qi was extremely destructive, and it also had a strange tearing power. If only there was white smoke. Lu Yin couldn't help but look around, but he couldn't find Gu Shaoer. I remember you, the sword and the stone suddenly spoke, and the stone sword's edge tore through the void as it descended. Lu Yin's palm was imprinted with 8-line battle force, and he tapped out with a finger. The dream finger froze the void and caused the sword and the stone to pause for a moment. The sword's edge was then struck by Lu Yin's finger, but it did not manage to knock the sword and the stone down. The sword and the stone took advantage of the momentum to turn around and sweep its edge horizontally towards Lu Yin's head. Star energy gathered in Lu Yin's palm, and a scorching light shot out from one sun to collide with the sword's edge. There was a cracking sound as the ground split open, and the two retreated at the same time. One sun's explosive power caused the void to distort, and cracks spread out in all directions. Lu Yin had successfully repelled the sword and the stone, but the sword and the stone had used its edge to cut open Lu Yin's palm, causing a trace of blood to drip onto the ground. Lu Yin stared at the sword and the stone warily, as his current strength was still a bit weaker than this person's. This person was as famous as the 10 arbiters, and his stone sword was very difficult to withstand. I admire you for having the courage to crush an item of the mountains and sea's inheritance, and I admire you even more for having the Dao Source 3 skies place a bounty on you, the sword and the stone said in a low voice as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. I thought you didn't talk much. There's no need to talk to someone of no value. The sword and the stone slowly raised his stone sword and suddenly pointed it downwards. Actually, a sword doesn't have to be sharp. It's fine if it's heavy. The sword and the stone then slapped out, but it did not slash out. Instead, the sword and the stone's body crossed the void and directly appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed. The sword and the stone was not large, but this slap caused his hair to stand on end, and he felt as if he could not withstand the weight. He hurriedly used the secret art to shift the sword and the stone 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 and the stone's direction. The sword and the stone 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 and the stone's direction, causing the void to distort slightly. Following that, the entire ground was crushed into dust as an indescribable weight was born from the void. The ground disappeared, and strong winds blew in all directions. Even the cultivators who were far away from the battlefield were affected by the shock waves. A group of people was swept away, and those with lower cultivations nearly died from the impact of the shock waves. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. That slap had not contained any strength, but rather a sword force that he could not understand. It was the force of a heavy sword. The sword and the stone was just as shocked. A secret technique. Lu Yin glanced at the sword and the stone and then struck out with his palm. The 100 stacks exploded, and the sword and the stone raised his sword to block the attack. There was a thump, and his entire body was sent flying back 10,000 meters. The shock waves formed a ring that dispersed outwards. Each shock wave contained the overlaying stack's path, and the further the shock wave spread out, the greater the force. In the distance, many cultivators hurriedly shifted their battlefields. In their eyes, this was the battlefield of the Realmlings. The sword and the stone looked at Lu Yin in astonishment, but then, his eyes lit up with battle intent. No wonder the Dao Source 3 skies cares so much about you. Secret technique, overlaying stack's path. You're qualified. The sword and the stone then swung his sword downwards, causing the formless heavy sword's force to sweep out once again and cover an enormous area. Lu Yin's pupils transformed into runes, and the instant that the sword and the stone struck out, the rune lines on the sword and the stone's arms were weakened, which affected the heavy sword's force. This attack was not enough for the sword and the stone to dodge. The sword and the stone looked at his hands with a strange expression, and then he stared at Lu Yin. Another secret technique. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Against a realmling, aside from his secret technique and the 100 stacks path, there was nothing else that he could do. Even the 100 stacks path was not enough to injure the sword and the stone unless it struck the sword and the stone's body directly. However, the stone sword's existence made him invulnerable. Even so, it would not be easy for the sword and the stone to defeat Lu Yin. At this moment, a middle-aged man tore through the void and appeared in a sorry state. He turned around to look at the sword and the stone's direction, and there was fear in his eyes. He had coincidentally appeared less than 100 meters away from the sword and the stone raised his sword and swatted it down. The middle-aged man was shocked, as he had already been injured, and he was powerless against the heavy sword's force. He felt extremely sullen, as he was an enlighter with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, but he had actually been suppressed by a junior. Lu Yin's pupils transformed into runes that flickered once again as he weakened the strength of the sword in the stone's arms and affected the heavy sword's force. This time, the sword and the stone seemed to be prepared, and even though it was still affected, the heavy sword's force was still unleashed, and it pressed the middle-aged man to the ground. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and he pushed out with a palm from the side. A gentle force transformed into the 100 stacks path that pushed the middle-aged man away from the heavy sword's force. The formless heavy sword's force once again slammed into the ground, shattering it. Suddenly, the sword and the stone appeared behind Lu Yin. He had attacked the middle-aged man in the hopes that Lu Yin would save him so that he could find an opening in the man's defenses. However, Lu Yin had also intentionally tried to save the middle-aged man, and he had intentionally exposed an opening. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze Rat's Monkey Charlot 99 Game of Life. Thanks for the Peggy Brothers tip. Updated at 3 p.m. Thanks for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 995. The sword and the stone slapped out, and what greeted him was the day-night punch, the only battle technique that he could use to attack with his spiritual force. Lu Yin believed that his spiritual force was comparable to that of the 10 arbiters, and even if it was slightly weaker, it would still be limited. He had always been reluctant to use his spiritual force to fight against the 6th Mainland's realmlings, as the 6th Mainland was proficient in imprints. It was said that imprints tempered one's spiritual force, and Lu Yin was afraid that his spiritual force would not be enough to pose a threat to such a powerhouse. But now, he also wanted to take a gamble. Even if he couldn't pose a threat, he wanted to see if he could bring out a glimmer of hope. Lu Yin's mind trembled for a moment as the day-night fist blasted out, and the sword and the stone slammed down. Following that, the stone sword left Lu Yin's hand uncontrollably. He activated the Use secret art and moved the sword away. His left hand struck out with 100 stacks 150x shockwave palm. Lu Yin's palm struck Shi Zhongjin's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Shi Zhongjin didn't even take half a step back as he raised his left hand and slashed down. Sky Splitter Sword Force. Even though the stone sword had left his hand, the sword and the stone was still able to unleash its most powerful astral sword technique. Lu Yin had already prepared himself for this by using his Fate Sand and his 8-line battle force to defend himself. However, his Fate Sand's range was limited, and the Sky Splitter astral sword still managed to bypass his Fate Sand and tear through his 8-line battle force, leaving a huge wound on his back. The two of them retreated at the same time and were both injured. Lu Yin wanted to plot against the sword and the stone, but the sword and the stone wanted to plot against him as well. Lu Yin had forgotten that the sword and the stone came from the stone realm. The stone realm was the home of the progenitor of mystery, and the sword and the stone possessed a secret resurrection technique. He watched as Jian Zhongshi's injuries rapidly healed. The stone sword tore through the void and returned to his hand. You're one of the few people who can injure me. Even if you're not on the same level as the 10 arbiters, you're close. At the very least, under the suppression of celestial phenomenon, the difference between us isn't that great. But it's still over. After saying that, Jian Zhongshi's figure flashed and disappeared. The sky-splitter sword energy had not only caused a lacerating wound, but there was also a sword energy within his body that was constantly wreaking havoc. It was just like when White Knight had been continuously damaged by Shang Rong's power, and it had only been because of Lu Yin's help that she had been able to recover so quickly. At this moment, there were still remnants of the sky-splitter sword energy's destructive power on his back. As expected, Lu Yin was still a bit weaker than the Realmlings and the 10 arbiters. Even if the suppression of the heavenly phenomenon reduced the difference in their realms, there was still a gap between them. Without a second thought, Lu Yin hurriedly fled while taking out Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine to heal himself. A black shadow appeared behind him. It was the ghost monkey. Lu Yin had asked the monkey to take care of the remnant sword force on his back. The monkey howled, "Seventh bro, how could I possibly have the ability to remove the astral sword left behind by a realmling? Jiayu, don't you know how to do it?" Lu Yin gritted his teeth as he endured the pain. The sword and the stone appeared behind him, and he slammed it down on Jiayu's head. The monkey was so frightened that it immediately disappeared. Lu Yin activated the Yu's secret art and the true scripture of Yin evolution at the same time, changing the direction of the stone sword while simultaneously weakening its power. In the end, the attack still managed to land on the right side of Lu Yin's body, causing him to crash into the ground. The secret resurrection technique was too unreasonable. How could anyone recover from their injuries so quickly? Shi Zhongjin glanced down and then raised his stone sword once more. This time, a gigantic sky-splitter sword slashed down. At the same time, several arrows tore through the void from another direction and shot towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Not good, little archer saint. 2 Realmlings' attacks had arrived at the same time, and Lu Yin's heart raced as he hurriedly dodged. How could there be 2 Realmlings? Were the others all dead? He could dodge the arrows and astral swords, but he could not dodge Shi Zhongjin's attack. Shi Zhongjin quickly charged towards Lu Yin with his sword pointed downwards. It was at this moment that the void tore apart as Axian Nu appeared and slammed her palm towards Shi Zhongjin. Shi Zhongjin was shocked, and he hurriedly shifted his stone sword to block. There was a thump as his body was sent flying backwards. Shi Zhongjin was stunned as he looked at Axian Nu, who had a calm expression on her face. "What are you doing?" Axian Nu raised her brows. "I want to challenge you for the position of Realmling." Shi Zhongjin was stunned. Lu Yin was stunned as well. Even the little archer saint, who was rapidly approaching from the distance, was stunned when he heard this. She wanted to challenge him for the position of Realmling. Shi Zhongjin's eyes narrowed. "You want to save this person?" Lu Yin looked at Axian Nu. She had already saved him once when he had been attacked by Ziyi and the little archer saint. If she saved him again in public, the consequences would be severe, and it would be tantamount to betrayal. What was she trying to do? Axian Nu replied, "Whoever is the Realmling can capture him alive. I want to offer him to Zhitian so that I can have a chance to meet the blood ancestor." Shi Zhongjin's eyes flashed. Although this reason was far-fetched, it still made sense. Not too far away, the little archer saint spoke up. "You blocked Ziyi for this person, so he must be related to you somehow." Axian Nu ignored the little archer saint and instead stared at Shi Zhongjin. "You and I are both from the stone realm, so make your decision. Either you give up the position of Realmling, or we fight." Shi Zhongjian's tone was gloomy. What's your relationship with this person? Why are you helping him? I already said that I only want to meet the blood ancestor. Lu Yin raised his brows and looked at Axian Nu. Woman, as long as you defeat him, I won't resist and will leave with you. Shi Zhongjian swept the sword and the stone towards Lu Yin, but Axian Nu leaped in front of Lu Yin. He's mine. She then struck out with a palm. It seemed like an ordinary palm, but it caused Shi Zhongjian to feel apprehensive. In the stone realm, although Shi Zhongjian was a realmling, he was not invincible amongst the younger generation. Axian Nu was no weaker than him, but they had never competed for the position of realmling. Now, he did not dare to be careless against Axian Nu. Although he did not believe her words, he could not find any evidence that she was helping Lu Yin. Everyone wanted to meet the blood ancestor, so it was normal for them to do something irrational. The little archer saint raised his bow and shot an arrow at Lu Yin. He was familiar with this scene, as Ziyi had been blocked by Axian Nu before. Now, it was the sword and the stone's turn. Lu Yin had been injured in his battle with Shi Zhongjian, and he knew that these realmlings were extremely powerful. He did not dare to underestimate them, and this was even more so for the little archer saint. The sharpness of an arrow was different from that of a sword, and its killing power was also different. On the battlefield, an arrow was a killing weapon. Lu Yin did not want to meet force with force, as these people were not stupid and would not be so easily tricked. Furthermore, the little archer saint was also from the eastern region of the secret progenitor's land, and he hated fighting with people from the secret progenitor realm. Their resurrection techniques were too disgusting. Lu Yin wanted to avoid them, but the little archer saint did not plan on letting him go. He really wanted to meet the blood ancestor and become a progenitor's disciple. The center of the miniature continent was where the older generation's powerhouses were fighting. The world imprinters, and enlighters were all in the center, while the general appointment stage was in the southeast corner. On the stage, Lu Yin was fighting Xu Jing and Qiu Shi by himself. Outside the stage, Lu Tianmu was fighting Ziyi alone. Although she could not break through Origin Astral Nova, it would not be easy for Ziyi to defeat her either. Ziyi was especially wary of the 13 swords, as the 11th sword had cancelled out her strongest attack under the suppression of celestial phenomenon. If Lu Tianmu used the 12th sword, she might be able to break through Origin Astral Nova, but once she used it, she might be able to surpass Celestial Nova's suppression. Ziyi did not want to gamble, as her defenses were not high. Once Origin Astral Nova was broken, she might be heavily injured even if she did not lose. This battle had already ended, and she did not want to be defeated and injured as soon as she stepped onto the battlefield. That would damage the reputation of the Dao Source 3 Skies. Not everyone had the qualifications to make the Dao Source 3 Skies fear them. Battles were happening everywhere on the miniature continent, but the continent itself was still flying towards the Innerverse. News of the Cosmic Sea celestial phenomenon spread throughout the Innerverse and the Cosmic Sea in just a few days. 2 universal imprinters and 2 universal imprinters had been erased, which was a huge blow to the 6th mainland. Even now, the celestial phenomenon still existed. None of the 6th mainland's cultivators felt safe, as their once lofty aspirations had crumbled under this grievous news. This was especially true for the world imprinters, as they might be the next to be erased. Now, they felt that the celestial phenomenon might fall at any moment. The consequence of this mentality was that almost all of the world imprinters had left, and no one dared to stay behind. After the world imprinters came the imprinters, and in the end, even the enlighters felt unsafe. Generally speaking, if the sky fell, the taller people would hold it up, but now, the taller people had all run away, and they did not want to hold it up. All of the 6th mainland's cultivators were in a mess, and the more they looked at the celestial phenomenon, the more terrifying it became. Over the next 10 days, the cultivators from outside the three regions all headed towards Mara River. They did not intend to invade until the celestial phenomenon disappeared. Among the cultivators from the three regions, all of the imprinters and above had left, and the enlighters had left as well. With the older generation's powerhouses leaving, the remaining cultivators from the sixth mainland could not stop the fifth mainland's powerhouses. With no other choice, the invasion was temporarily postponed, and all of the sixth mainland's cultivators headed towards Mara River, intending to retreat to the sixth mainland. From their point of view, if they could invade once, then they could invade again. They did not believe that another celestial phenomenon would appear after the celestial phenomenon disappeared. They also did not believe that the fifth mainland could rise to the level where it could resist them before the celestial phenomenon disappeared. It should be known that only three regions had attacked the human domain, and they also had progenitors. The sixth mainland's powerhouses retreated one after another, and the fifth mainland's powerhouses emerged. The entire Interverse launched a counterattack. The battle on the miniature continent continued for more than 10 days, but it still did not end. From time to time, people from the sixth mainland would join in, and the fifth mainland would also join in. The most obvious example was the addition of many day-night clan cultivators. Lu Yin was still being chased by the Little Arrow Saint, but he had made up his mind not to clash head-on with the Realmlings. He focused on evading, and the Little Arrow Saint could not do anything to him. Lu Yin's secret technique combined with the Aeon evolution scripture made it so that not even the imprinters could do anything to him, let alone the Little Arrow Saint. During this time, Lu Yin took some time to approach the general appointment stage, but he discovered that it was not an empty battlefield. The 10 arbiters and the Realmlings were fighting fiercely nearby, and there was also Lu Tianmu's sword qi and Ziyi's life energy. Lu Yin did not want to get any closer. During this time, he also saw Gu Shower. Gu Shower probably did not have enough white smoke, so he only used it to cover himself. He also took some time to ambush the sixth mainland's cultivators and did not fight head-on. For some reason, Gu Shower reminded Lu Yin of Ling Quebec. He did not know where Ling Ke had gone, but that guy had disappeared after escaping from the thunderstorm zone. One day later, the miniature continent crossed the cosmic sea and arrived in the Interverse. /6_M Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 996. Looking up, they were surrounded by the starry sky. The miniature continent was heading west, and even if it encountered a planet along the way, it would not stop and would just directly ram through it. It was much larger than a planet, and its defenses were reinforced. It was not something a planet could shake. On the miniature continent, Lu Yin dodged yet another arrow. In the distance, the junior arrow saint's expression turned ugly. He had chased after Lu Yin for more than 10 days, but he still hadn't been able to catch up. You dare to fight the sword and the stone, but you don't dare to fight me, the junior arrow saint asked. He rarely spoke during battles, but Lu Yin had forced him to. Lu Yin looked back, as he had no other choice. With his current strength, he could stall a realmling, but it would be far too difficult for him to win. Still, it would be fine as long as he could stall a realmling. The junior arrow saint was stubborn, or rather, he was too eager to meet the blood ancestor. Even though he knew that Lu Yin was intentionally delaying him, he refused to give up. The two traversed region after region, and they had almost crossed the entire miniature continent. They were seen by countless people, and the shock waves from their fierce battle had implicated many people. However, no one intervened from beginning to end. Even Summer and the others, who had the qualifications to intervene, did not step forward. Lu Yin had single-handedly held back a realmling, and he had made a great contribution. As for the sword and the stone, it was still entangled by the maidens. In a corner of the continent, Night Queen Yanqing was panting heavily as her innate gift of purple eyes stared at a cultivator from the sixth mainland. This person was from an imprinter family, and although he wasn't an heir, he was still an elite disciple whose strength could rival the top of the top 100 rankings. Over the past few years, Night Queen Yanqing had made great progress and had broken through to the explorer realm, but at most, she could only rival around 80th on the top 100 rankings, which was still somewhat lacking compared to this elite disciple. Woman, you must be from the Day-Night royal family. What an interesting family. Come with me, and I can let you join our sixth mainland to cultivate your imprint. It's better than slowly cultivating in the fifth mainland. The man who was fighting with Night Queen Yanqing looked at her with a burning gaze. It had to be said that Night Queen Yanqing had the capital to be proud of. Her appearance was alluring, and her clothes were revealing. Coupled with her cold expression and exquisite purple eyes, she was extremely attractive to men. Furthermore, she was from the Day-Night royal family, and she was a woman that every man dreamed of having. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes flashed, and her opponent's body began to petrify. This was Night Queen Yanqing's innate gift. Her purple eyes could petrify all living things. However, the man on the other side laughed loudly. An imprint appeared on his back and strange blood-red stripes appeared on his body, forcefully stopping the petrification. It's useless. Your innate gift is useless against my bloodline. Your fifth mainland is too weak. If it weren't for the fact that a progenitor had appeared and changed the weather, the entire fifth mainland would have been reduced to a farm for my sixth mainland. You'd all be our slaves. However, this weather won't last for long. It'll eventually dissipate, and you'll all become slaves again, the man said arrogantly. Night Queen Yanqing retorted, you talk too much. The man's gaze turned cold. I've already been very courteous to you, but you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Become my slave. He then charged towards Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing felt the pressure suddenly increase. At that moment, a figure flashed past her, stirring up a strong gale that forced Night Queen Yanqing to retreat. Night Queen Yanqing had only retreated a few steps, but the cultivator from the sixth mainland who had been fighting with her had already died. His chest had caved in with a palm imprint, which then exploded. This was the result of the overlaying stacks technique. Night Queen Yanqing turned around in shock. Lu Yin turned around as well, and the two stared at each other. Night Queen Yanqing's expression changed, as it was actually him. Lu Yin was astonished, as he had only been focused on avoiding the junior arrow saint. When he had seen the cultivator from the sixth mainland close by, he had casually taken action. He had never expected that he would actually save Night Queen Yanqing. His enmity with this woman was as deep as the ocean, but he had actually saved her. This was too much. Night Queen Yanqing had also not expected Lu Yin to save her. This person was already being very courteous by not killing her. However, before she could think any further, an arrow streaked across the sky and tore through the void, causing her scalp to go numb. Night Queen Yanqing turned around in shock and saw the junior arrow saint soaring through the void to chase after Lu Yin. Night Queen Yanqing looked at Lu Yin's fleeing figure with a complicated expression. She had not seen him for a few years, but this person had already grown to the point where he could fight against a realmling. When she had first seen Ziyi's bounty, she had not believed it and had only thought that Lu Yin had something that was worth the attention of the Dao Source Three Skies. She had never imagined that his strength would grow to such an extent. Although she did not want to believe it, she had no choice but to accept it. Perhaps even her elder brother would not be able to defeat this person so easily. The junior arrow saint was chasing after Lu Yin, and Night Queen Yanqing was just a passerby. Along the way, Night Queen Yanqing had encountered many people who had encountered similar situations, but none of them had a deep friendship with Lu Yin. Another 2 days passed, and Lu Yin saw the general appointment platform once again. This time, there were not only the people fighting there, but also someone else. This person was someone who should have shown up the moment the Day-Night clan cultivators appeared, Night King Jinwu. Lu Yin glanced at the platform, but he did not approach it. Instead, he took a detour and left. Lu Yin believed that most people would abandon their grudges and fight against their enemies during the war between the 5th and 6th mainlands, but he did not believe that Night King Jinwu would do the same. Back when they had fought over the Jade Stone in the Daosaur sect's ruins, Night King Jinwu had not cared about Lu Yin's life and death, and he would do the same now. Lu Yin did not notice that there was another familiar figure fighting on the other side of the platform. Although she was small, she was someone he cared about, Shua Day-Night. Shua Day-Night had also broken through to the Explorer realm, and she was fighting against 2 Lemeters from the 6th mainland. A Lemeter against an Explorer was a battle between realms, and it was not an ordinary battle between realms. If this had happened before the war between the 2 mainlands, it would have attracted a lot of attention. However, ever since the war between the 2 mainlands had begun, battles between realms were no longer strange. Usually, it was the 6th mainland's cultivators who crossed realms to challenge the 5th mainland's cultivators, as they had the ability to do so. Shua Day-Night and the 2 Lemeters from the 6th mainland were locked in a stalemate. Lu Yin brought the little arrow saint along as he circled around the miniature continent. More and more Day-Night clan members saw them, including his old acquaintance, Zhanlong Day-Night, as well as Qilian Day-Night and Tiankong Day-Night, who had once studied in the Astral Combat Academy. These Day-Night clan members, who had once been all-powerful and had some fame amongst the younger generation, had now been reduced to the level of ordinary cultivators from the 6th mainland. They had all been annihilated in the chaotic battle between millions of cultivators. Even among the Day-Night clan members, there were not many who could stand out. Even Zhanlong Day-Night could only deal with ordinary descendants of imprinter families, and he might not even be able to win. Although no one dared to interfere in the battle between the realmlings, that did not mean that everyone was afraid. Lu Yin felt that the person not too far away from him should be able to intervene, or at least block a few moves. Not too far away, a 6th mainland cultivator had been smashed to death by a skinny man. This person was also from the Day-Night clan, and his body was abnormally tough. Even though he was as thin as a skeleton and did not have much flesh, he was still abnormally tough. This person was Night King Gu. During the battle on planet Pyrolite, Night King Gu had single-handedly fought against Lu Yin and Wendy Yushan. If Lu Yin had not shot him through the heart, he would not have left. Now, Lu Yin was seeing him again. He was still as strong as ever, and his appearance was still as frightening. When Lu Yin passed by Night King Gu's side, the latter was stunned. When he saw that it was Lu Yin, he did not even have a chance to speak before an arrow shot out from behind him. Night King Gu's hair stood on end, and he immediately activated his Night King's body. Using his innate gift, he grabbed out with his hand, causing sparks to fly as the arrow pierced through his palm and nailed him to the ground. "I'm sorry to have implicated you," Lu Yin said before disappearing. The little arrow saint did not even look at Night King Gu as he continued to chase after Lu Yin. Night King Gu trembled in pain, as the little arrow saint's arrow had not only damaged his palm, but also caused a destructive force to seep into his wound. He glared at Lu Yin's departing figure with hatred, but he did not know what to say. This was a battlefield. Lu Yin did not know whether to feel joy or sorrow when he saw a powerful enemy that he had not been able to defeat being heavily injured by the little arrow saint's arrow. Night King Gu was not weak, as he had been ranked 15th in the top 100 rankings. Back then, he had beaten Lu Yin and Wendy Yushan to the point where they had not been able to retaliate. A few years had passed since then, and Night King Gu should have left the younger generation. Even so, he had still been heavily injured by a single arrow. Over the past 10 days, Lu Yin had been shot countless times. He had truly become much stronger, but seeing the fifth mainland's cultivators being suppressed by the little arrow saint still made him feel uncomfortable. "Seventh bro, it's over," the monkey said tiredly as his shadow merged back into Lu Yin's right arm. Lu Yin moved his arm and heaved a sigh of relief. The sword and the stone's power had been unlocked by the monkey, which had allowed him to relax a lot. Another arrow descended. Lu Yin was starting to admire the little arrow saint, as he had not given up even after chasing him for more than 10 days. They were about to reach the Astral River tributary, and once they crossed it, they would reach Chaos Flow Zone. With the speed of the miniature continent, it would not take long for them to reach Mara River. Although the Astral River tributaries in the Innerverse were not as vast as the Astral River tributaries, each tributary had an Astral River arc that traveled back and forth at a fixed location to transport people from the two flow zones. The Innerverse and Outerverse had undergone great changes, and the Astral River arc had been pushed out of the tributaries. At this moment, the Astral River tributary in the Innerverse did not have an Astral River arc to transport it. The tributary's energy surged like the Astral River tributaries, but a huge gap had been torn open. This was the Innerverse, and there was no lack of experts. The miniature continent followed the gap that had been torn open and charged towards Chaos Flow Zone. The Astral River tributary was not very wide, and Lu Yin looked up as he fled. He saw the boundless tributary's energy above his head, as well as the occasional giant fish that swam past. The miniature continent quickly passed through the tributary and reached Chaos Flow Zone. The main power that occupied Chaos Flow Zone was the blacksmithing family, but they had all retreated to the sixth mainland after the death of their ancestor. The cultivators from the fifth mainland were still hiding and fighting guerrilla warfare, so the miniature continent's appearance did not cause much of a stir. The miniature continent was getting closer and closer to Mara River. Once it flowed up the river, it would enter the sixth mainland and leave the region where the astronomical phenomenon had been suppressed. At that time, no one would be able to snatch back the general appointing platform. The battle around the general appointing platform was becoming more and more intense. Lu Yin wanted to shake off the little arrow saint and participate in the battle for the general appointing platform. He knew that his chances of obtaining it were not high, but he still wanted to try. If he could obtain the qualifications to enter the Star Tower trial alone, then he would not have to compete with others, and his chances of becoming one of the 5 astral children would be much higher. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze Rat's Monkey Charlot 99 Game of Life Brother Peggy's tip, I'll give it to you with an extra chapter. Windborn will do his best to update in the future. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 997. The 5 astral children did not seem to be limited to a single power, but rather represented all of the fifth mainland's humans. Unknowingly, Lu Yin had brought the little arrow saint to the central region of the miniature continent, where many older experts were fighting. As Lu Yin approached the battlefield, he saw a familiar face, Night King Yuanjing. Lu Yin had originally thought that the old man was an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. After all, the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, and Lu Yin had only been a Lemmeter back then. An enlighter was already very powerful to him, but now, he could see that the old man's strength far exceeded his expectations. Back then, Lu Yin had known that Night King Yuanjing was not at Northgate Taisui's level, but now, he realized that he had underestimated the old man. Even if his power level had not reached 400,000 before being suppressed, he was still close to it. Before the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Lu Yin had sought out Night King Yuanjing for help on many occasions. Although he had paid a price in a battle of wits and courage with the old man, he had always succeeded in the end. This time, hope was no exception. As he thought about it, he shouted, "Grandpa Yuanjing." This time, the weather had changed, and the sixth mainland had slowly retreated. Lu Yin had known that the war was about to end, but he had not expected another miniature continent to appear. He had not planned to intervene, and neither had the Day-Night clan. However, he had received orders from the Hall of Honor's head inquisitor that he had to take back the general appointing platform. Actually, the cultivators from the sixth mainland who had been fighting against him were also very strong, and he estimated that their power levels were close to 300,000. Suppressing their power levels to below 200,000 was impressive, but it was still within Lu Yin's range of tolerance. However, plans could not keep up with changes. When that person shouted, "Grandpa Yuanjing," Lu Yin's entire body trembled, and he was almost hit by the enemy. He quickly repelled the enemy and turned around to see a familiar figure that he had not seen in many years rushing towards him. He blinked and felt a little dazed. Night King Yuanjing was stunned, but before he could react, an arrow pierced through the air from afar. Night King Yuanjing sensed danger, and he raised his hand to forcefully change the direction of the arrow. After all, he was an enlighter with a powerful power level, and a Realmling's attack was not something that he could withstand. Night King Yuanjing also saw the young arrow saint, who was very young. Furthermore, the power of the arrow that had just shot out made Night King Yuanjing realize that this person might be a powerhouse on the level of a realmling from the sixth mainland. This was not the first time that Lu Yin had used Night King Yuanjing to block a calamity. If it had been in the past, Night King Yuanjing would not have cared, as the Day-Night clan's reputation had shaken the universe, and everyone would have to give them face. However, this was a war between two mainlands, and at such a critical moment, this brat actually wanted to use Night King Yuanjing to block a calamity. At the same time, the experts from the sixth mainland who had been fighting with Night King Yuanjing also attacked. Night King Yuanjing glared fiercely at Lu Yin. This bastard. He would definitely settle this once this war was over, but Lu Yin had actually chosen to use Night King Yuanjing as a shield at such a critical moment. Very soon, the four of them were embroiled in a chaotic battle. Lu Yin had already become adept at dodging the Junior Arrow Saint's attacks, and when the Junior Arrow Saint and another expert from the sixth mainland attacked him and Night King Yuanjing, Lu Yin was able to evade their attacks without being hit at all. Night King Yuanjing, on the other hand, was at a disadvantage as he was hit multiple times. In a fit of rage, he directly suppressed his power level and unleashed his full strength. A giant face appeared in the sky, and it opened its mouth and roared, "Night King Roar." Lu Yin was also shaken by the Night King Roar, but fortunately, the roar had not been directed at him, and his spiritual force was not weak. Otherwise, he would have been forced back like the Junior Arrow Saint. Lu Yin immediately smiled. The sixth mainland tore through the astral river and wanted to invade the outerverse. Senior Master Yuan from the Hall of Honor forced the enemy to retreat, and he sent me to the Cosmic Sea battlefield to scout out the situation. Lu Yin nodded and respectfully said, "That's right. Senior Master Yuan is very amiable, and he treats me very well. Not only did he give me many life-saving items, but he also personally sent me to the Cosmic Sea battlefield to perform meritorious deeds. He's truly a respectable elder." "What's your relationship with Master Yuan?" Night King Yuanjing asked curiously. Night King Yuanjing opened his mouth, but no words came out. He did not know if Lu Yin was telling the truth or not. If Lu Yin was lying, then how had he come from the outerverse to the innerverse? And how had he come to the Cosmic Sea? The difference between the two was too great, and only a powerhouse like Master Yuan could accomplish this. But then again, why would Master Yuan give this brat a mission? Without giving Night King Yuanjing any time to think, the Junior Arrow Saint suddenly charged forward to chase after Lu Yin. Night King Yuanjing subconsciously attacked the Junior Arrow Saint with a punch that swept out with his spiritual force. Night King Yuanjing gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yin, who was quickly disappearing from sight. He did not know if Lu Yin was telling the truth or not, but blocking the junior arrow saint was as easy as lifting a finger. If Lu Yin was lying, then at most, he would have to deal with that brat in the future. But if Lu Yin was telling the truth, then Night King Yuanjing would be rich. Of all the top powerhouses in the Hall of Honor, Master Yuan's reputation was second to none. He had taught countless disciples throughout his life, and the outside world had a very high opinion of him. History had recorded that Master Yuan liked to guide the younger generation, which was why he was called Master Yuan. For the sake of this sliver of a chance, there was no need to mention such a trivial matter. In the distance, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had run into Night King Yuanjing. Lu Yin looked back. Was he stupid? Not at all. If not for the fact that Master Yuan's reputation was too intimidating, then this old man would not have taken action. Lu Yin understood Night King Yuanjing all too well. If there were no benefits to be had, then Night King Yuanjing would treat Lu Yin like trash. But if there were benefits, then Night King Yuanjing would pounce on Lu Yin like a hungry wolf. Lu Yin found a place to rest. The miniature continent was very large, and although it was spread throughout the battlefield, there were still many places that had not been affected. Lu Yin suddenly remembered something and took out his gadget from his cosmic ring. He wondered if there was any signal here. There was no signal, and he did not know how to determine his position. However, judging from the direction, his destination was definitely the furthest west, which was in the direction of the Starfall Sea. There was the border of the Astral River, and there was also a tear in the Astral River that led to the Outerverse. There was also the Mara River, which meant that the Sixth Mainland's retreat had to have originated from the Mara River, and they were not far from it. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese Network Go. No advertisement. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 998. Lu Yin let out a long sigh. Whether or not he would be able to snatch back the general appointing platform would depend on this final battle. He did not have any confidence in himself, as the existence of the Dao Source Three Skies was unsolvable. Even so, he still had to snatch it back even if it meant risking his life. The miniature continent continued to fly westward, and a few more days passed quickly. Over the next few days, Lu Yin continued to recover. He would occasionally be caught up in the shock waves of battle, but he didn't get too close to the center of the battlefield. The little archer saint did not appear again. He had already escaped from the little archer saint's line of sight. Unless he took the initiative to show himself, it would be very difficult for this person to find him. He looked up at the sky once more. Yesterday, the miniature continent had passed through Chaos Flow Zone and arrived at a familiar region of space. It was the same region that he and Hai Chi-Chi had crossed the Astral River and arrived at. This region of space was also the same region where the transport continent had been embroiled in a chaotic battle. He hadn't expected the Starsabil sex methods to be so strange that they could traverse half of the Interverse, just like Mr. Mu. They were already here, not far from the Starfall Sea, where the source of the Mara River was. With the speed of the miniature continent, it wouldn't take long for them to reach the Mara River. This should be the final battlefield. Otherwise, once they reached the Mara River and went against the current, they would pass through the region where the astronomical phenomenon was suppressed. At that time, they would definitely be in trouble. Lu Yin wasn't the only one who recognized this region of space. Everyone else recognized it as well, and they all knew that this was the final battlefield. On the stage, Night King Zhenwu teamed up with Tai Yishan to fight against Fukong, while Qiushi had disappeared. Bukong's strength was truly terrifying. Night King Zhenwu's expression turned solemn, while Taishan panted heavily. They had been fighting for more than 10 days, and the Dao Source 3 skies were simply too abnormal. Bukong's gaze swept past Taishan and then landed on Night King Jinwu. He then glanced at the distant battlefield. He did not care about Night King Jinwu, as this 10 Arbiter's reputation was undeserved. Bukong had already been hit by Bukong's attacks multiple times, so he should have been heavily injured. What Bukong cared about was Qiu Shi. He did not know what that woman was planning, but she was definitely thinking of a way to snatch away the general appointment platform. The general appointment platform could not be snatched away. Bukong's gaze turned cold, and he attacked once again. His great reincarnation technique caused Taishan and Night King Jinwu to feel apprehensive. Further away, Ziyi was still fighting with Lu Tianmu. No one could intervene in the battle between these two women. One had an unbreakable defense, while the other had a sharp attack. Few people could approach their battle. Lu Tianmu could clearly see that Ji wanted to hold back several of the Fifth Mainland's experts by herself. Her defenses were strong enough to do so, and Lu Tianmu was able to separate himself from the battlefield so that Ji couldn't pull anyone else into the fray. This allowed him to hold back the Dao Source 3 skies for the Fifth Mainland. Ziyi was also helpless. Although Lu Tianmu couldn't defeat her or even hurt her, this woman's swordsmanship was too sharp. Once she wanted to change the battlefield, this woman would show the 11th sword. Even she didn't dare to underestimate that sword. More importantly, she had been guarding against the 12th sword. She always felt that this woman might want to use the 12th sword to launch a sneak attack. DFA, Jianru, Qiu He, Xingkai, Xia Tian, Xu Jing, Sarati, Phoenix, and the others from the Fifth Mainland were all fighting fiercely around the general appointment stage. Even Yixingchen, Gu Shaoer, and Zi Jun, who had participated in the Tournament of the Strongest, were not far from the general appointment stage. Even though they couldn't join the 10 Arbiters' battle, who wouldn't want to give it a try? If they succeeded, they might be able to leap through the Dragon's Gate and surpass everyone else in one fell swoop. Even a seemingly heartless person like Gu Shaoer thought so, let alone others. However, based on the current situation, it was unlikely that they would be able to take back the general appointment stage since no one could defeat Bukong. Gu Shaoer saw Lu Yin arrive, and he managed to shake off the others with great difficulty. "Bro, take that thing out and discuss them a little." Lu Yin was puzzled. "What thing?" Gu Shaoer's eyes burned with passion. "That stinky thing." Lu Yin pursed his lips. "It's useless. Ziyi is already being held back by Lu Tianmu. No matter how much you disgust her, Lu Tianmu won't be able to break through her defenses. Bukong's people are also dealing with them. There's no other way. Bro, I've already used up all of my white smoke, so I can't help. You don't want to go to the general appointment stage to fight Bukong, right?" Gu Shaoer helplessly said, "If there's really no other way, then we can only retreat. It won't be long before this mainland flies to the Mara River. At that time, we'll all be finished once we leave the region where the astronomical phenomenon is suppressed." Lu Yin frowned, as the battle was about to end. He looked at the general appointment stage. He had not gone there before because he was worried about Night King Jinwu, but now, he could only guard against Night King Jinwu while thinking of a way to knock Bukong off the stage and snatch it away. With that thought in mind, Lu Yin leaped towards the stage. He did not plan on fighting head-on, but with his own strength, he could still interfere with Bukong, even if he was helping Night King Jinwu. With so many people fighting around him, even Night King Jinwu would not dare to act so brazenly against Lu Yin. Furthermore, Lu Yin was not a pushover. With his power level suppressed, even an imprinter would not be able to defeat him in a short period of time. Lu Yin could fight against the Sword and the Stone and the Junior Arrow Saint, so he was not afraid of Night King Jinwu. The battle on the stage was the most intense, as Tai Yishan teamed up with Night King Jinwu to fight against Bukong. It was difficult to tell who would win. Bukong had a secret technique, as Tai Yishan had the true scripture of Eon evolution while Night King Jinwu had his spiritual force attacks. Lu Yin's arrival surprised the three. Night King Jinwu's eyes flashed, as he had not expected Lu Yin to show up. This person's strength had improved too quickly, and Lu Yin had even dared to join his battle. Night King Jinwu gathered star energy at his fingertip and pointed out. Night King Finger. The Night King Finger caused the void to explode as a terrifying spiritual force swept out in all directions. Bukong was as immovable as a mountain, and he was using a spiritual force attack against someone from the sixth mainland. This 10 arbiters must be crazy. The sixth mainland's cultivators valued imprints the most, and if they wanted to imprint a powerhouse, they had to strengthen their spiritual force. Even if they did not know how to use it properly, their spiritual force resistance would still be very strong. Furthermore, Bukong was one of the Tao Source 3 skies, so how could he not know how to use spiritual force? The Night King Finger was completely useless, and Night King Jinwu knew that his attack was not aimed at Bukong, but rather at Lu Yin. Anyone who wanted to join his battle would have to be qualified to do so. Lu Yin's body trembled, and he stepped onto the stage. He glanced at Night King Jinwu, and his pupils turned into runes as he looked at Bukong, directly weakening his rune lines. Bukong frowned. One Tai Yixing had already made him very uncomfortable, and now, there was another person who could weaken his strength. Bukong shifted his attack and sent a palm strike towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin had no intention of meeting Bukong's palm strike, as this person's innate gift and secret technique made Lu Yin's hair stand on end. Be careful of his great reincarnation technique. Tai Yixing shouted. Lu Yin retreated again and again, but how could Bukong let him leave just like that? Boundless palm images descended, and even the 10 arbiters did not know what kind of power these palm images contained. Perhaps some palm images contained the power of an innate gift, which could kill anyone who touched them. Or perhaps some palm images contained the power of a secret technique, which could send anyone who touched them back to their original state. This was how terrifying Bukong was. Lu Yin had the strength to directly face off against the 10 arbiters. His physical body, reflexes, usage of star energy, and even spiritual force were all on par with anyone else. However, the most troublesome aspect was his innate gift and secret technique. Night King Jinwu had originally planned to attack Bukong, but he suddenly paused and allowed Bukong to attack Lu Yin. Night King Jinwu hated this person, regardless of whether it was the grudge between this person and Yanqing in the Astral Combat Academy or the various events that had occurred after that. This was especially true when they had fought over the Jade Stone in the ruins of the Tao Source sect. This person had not only dared to not hand it over to Night King Jinwu, but he had even destroyed it. This made Night King Jinwu want to kill this person. Others could not see Bukong's attack, but Lu Yin and Tai Yixing could, as they were looking at the number of rune lines. Lu Yin could not avoid all of the palm images, but he chose the one with the fewest rune lines. He raised his arms, and with a thump, he was sent flying back 100 meters. He then looked up and stared at Bukong. Bukong frowned, as his attack had been dodged. Just like Tai Yixing, Bukong's attack had been seen through. At this moment, Night King Jinwu's attack descended, and Tai Yixing took the opportunity to weaken Bukong's rune lines. Bukong had been mentally prepared for this, as even though his rune lines had been weakened twice, he could still make up for it in an instant. Even though Bukong's rune lines had been weakened twice, it did not mean that Bukong's power would be reduced by several folds. Otherwise, he would have been invincible in the home of the gods. Lu Yin and Tai Yixing had joined forces to use the true scripture of Eon evolution, but they had only weakened Bukong's rune lines by a little bit. Knight King Jinwu's attack was not very effective against Bukong, as Bukong did not care much about Knight King Jinwu. However, defeating Knight King Jinwu would not be easy, as Bukong was too cunning. With Lu Yin's addition, the three of them were not able to fight against Bukong. The result was the same as before, as Lu Yin's addition did not help the situation much. Fortunately, there were no disadvantages either. At the very least, Tai Yixing and Knight King Jinwu did not have to divert their attention to take care of Bukong, and Bukong could help them share some of the pressure. Gu Shaoer watched the battle from afar, and he felt a little envious. If there was anyone who could snatch away the platform in the end, it would be none other than the person on the platform. If Lu Yin could join in, then Gu Shaoer felt that he could do the same. At worst, he could just stand aside and watch. Gu Shaoer consoled himself as he rushed over. There were a few others who had the same thoughts as him, and they were all elite disciples from the Fifth Mainland. Among them were the top of the top 100 rankings, as well as some of the Neoverse experts who were second only to Tai Yixing and the others. A total of 5 cultivators rushed onto the platform, including Gu Shaoer. However, one of them was affected by Bukong's great reincarnation technique, and he was sent flying back to his original state. Then, he was turned to dust by the shock waves from the other's battle. Another person was swept by Jian Ru's sword Qi and was cut in two. 2 of them were swept by Knight King Jinwu's spiritual force, and they fell down like idiots. No one knew if they were dead or alive. In the end, only Gu Shaoer was left to successfully rush onto the platform. He was greeted by the shock waves from the battle between Bukong and the others. The terrifying destructive power was accompanied by spiritual force, and he was given a fright. He hurriedly fled, but fortunately, the white smoke had blocked the shock waves from the attacks. Otherwise, he would have ended up like the other 4. Bukong and the others did not care about them at all, as they were just a bunch of trash. Lu Yin was speechless. These fellows must have come here to be a joke. Without the strength of a titled king, it was impossible for them to join this battle. If Gu Shaoer had enough white smoke, then he would have had the ability to do so, but right now, he only had a little bit of white smoke, and it was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Gu Shaoer felt a lingering fear, and he looked back at the platform. That scared me to death, and I almost died. Let's stay away. Actually, it's possible to fake a fake general appointment platform. As long as we don't talk about it, who knows if it really was snatched away. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 999. It had been a casual remark, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Gu Shaoer became excited, as he felt that he had opened up a new train of thought. If the general appointment platform was taken away, then he only needed to forge a new one. Would those hypocrites from the Hall of Honor expose him? That was impossible, as they also wanted to save face. If they did not expose him, then everyone would be able to save face. Even if they were exposed in the end, they could still say that they did not know anything since they would not take the initiative to expose him. After thinking about it, Gu Shaoer left. He did not want to fight anymore since the war was over, and he needed to forge something else. Gu Shaoer's group of 5 had suffered such a fate that no one dared to casually approach the general appointment platform. Lu Yin's example was not something that could be imitated by just anyone. Without the strength of a titled king, it was impossible for anyone to charge onto the platform. It should be known that the battles between the Realmlings and the 10 Arbiters were not only on the general appointment platform, but also around it. A day passed, and the situation remained unchanged. At this moment, the miniature continent had already passed through the entrance of the Starfall Sea and was heading towards the Mara River. That direction was not only the Mara River, but also the intersection between the innerverse and the technocracy. The people from the fifth mainland grew anxious, and many of them were already planning to leave. This was because more and more cultivators from the sixth mainland were arriving, and many of the sixth mainland's cultivators who wanted to leave the fifth mainland were now gathered here. On the general appointment platform, Bukong, who was currently entangled with Night King Jinwu and the others, felt like he had forgotten something. He looked around and saw Sword Chi soaring into the sky in the distance. It was Lu Tianmu, who was currently fighting Ziyi. He saw Xing Kai suddenly grow and shrink, and he heard the cry of the undying bird. He also saw a straight line tearing through the void. That was Xu Jing. Right, his expression suddenly changed. Where's that woman? In the Whitefall district, Bukong had relied on his sourcebox array to instantly change the situation. However, his usage of the array had not been smooth, as that woman was also a boundless advanced lockbreaker. When the battle on the miniature continent had begun, she had been the one to stop him from using his sourcebox array and had tried to lockbreak it. Now, however, that woman had disappeared. Bukong forced Night King Jinwu and the others back and arrived at the edge of the general appointment platform. He saw Qiu Shi, and she coincidentally looked over. The two of them looked at each other, and Bukong's gaze became extremely sharp. 7 sourceboxes had appeared around them, and they were scattered around the general appointment platform. Amyakong's expression changed. Not good. It's a sourcebox array. He immediately charged towards Qiu Shi. The next moment, a formless killing intent spread out in all directions. The killing intent from one sourcebox overlapped with the killing intent from another sourcebox, creating a strange scene. The general appointment platform trembled, but it wasn't really the platform trembling. Rather, it was the continent that was supporting the platform that started to tremble. Then, as the killing intent from the sourceboxes overlapped, it slowly floated into the air. At the same time, the killing intent from the sourceboxes tore through the void and affected everything within 100 kilometers. Regardless of whether it was Bukong, Tai Yishan, Lu Yin, or Xing Kai and the others who were a little further away, they were all within range of the sourcebox's danger. Xing Kai and the others immediately retreated, as sourcebox arrays were still quite frightening. The sourcebox's murderous aura erupted, and Amako's figure flickered as he occasionally raised his hand to disperse the formless murderous aura. Lu Yin was also enveloped by the sourcebox's killing intent, and he could clearly see the number of rune lines. The killing intent's power level was just around 200,000. It did not exceed that level, but it was not too far off either. It was enough to threaten anyone. Tai Yishan cursed, "Crazy woman, she's at it again." He then looked at Lu Yin. "Let's go. That crazy woman is capable of anything." At that moment, a small piece of land completely floated up and left the miniature continent. It was then propelled towards outer space by the sourcebox's killing intent. Countless people saw this scene, and many leaped up, wanting to snatch the general appointment platform. However, they were torn to shreds the moment they entered the range of the sourcebox array. Amyakong tossed out his sourcebox in a futile attempt to resist with the sourcebox array. Qiu Shi's face paled. She did not know what would happen if sourcebox arrays overlapped with one another. Night King Jinwu pressed down on the general appointment platform and flew towards outer space. He wanted to snatch it away. The might of the sourcebox's killing intent was not something that an average person could withstand. Any cultivator who had not reached the king-ranked realm within range of the sourcebox array was torn to shreds. The power of 2 sourcebox arrays overlapping was too terrifying. A small piece of land flew towards outer space. Qiu Shi's goal was to throw the general appointment platform out of the miniature continent and keep it in the innerverse. At the very least, it could not be brought to the 6th mainland. Amyakong's gaze turned cold. He wanted to directly attack Chiu Shi, but he had to resolve the sourcebox's killing intent first. This small piece of land covered a large area. Aside from Tai Yishan, Xing Kai, and the others who had fled due to their fear of the sourcebox array, the others, including Night King Jinwu, Lu Yin, Amukong, and Chiu Shi, were all present. There was also a group of people further away who had tried to avoid the sourcebox's killing intent, but they all died quickly. Those below the king-ranked realm would not be able to survive the sourcebox array. They would not even be able to escape. Lu Yin watched the rune lines as he dodged, but Night King Jinwu relied solely on his own strength. He had not expected that even Tai Yishan had fled, but this person still dared to stay behind. Lu Yin did not want to stay behind. More and more rune lines covered this small piece of land, and they all came from the sourcebox array. The general appointment platform had already left the miniature continent, and with Chiu Shi and Night King Jinwu around, Amukong would not be able to snatch it away. Lu Yin wanted to retreat. Aside from being wary of the sourcebox array, he was also wary of Night King Jinwu. Night King Jinwu did not mind killing Lu Yin while he was at it, but Lu Yin was not confident that he could protect himself from the sourcebox array's killing intent. Lu Yin wanted to leave, but Night King Jinwu did not want him to. The group of people in the distance was gradually being slaughtered by the sourcebox array, and Night King Jinwu was not afraid of being seen. Night King Jinwu's gaze suddenly turned incomparably cold as he looked at Lu Yin. Night King Jinwu loathed Lu Yin, as this person had dared to provoke the Day-Night clan in the Astral Combat Academy, used Night King Yuanjing to protect himself, humiliated Night Queen Yanqing, and even challenged Night King Jinwu's authority. Night King Jinwu had been forced to use Lu Shaoge to restrain Lu Yin, and Night King Jinwu had even ignored Night King Jinwu's existence in the ruins of the Dao Source sect by crushing a piece of jade. In fact, before the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, when Night King Jinwu had found out that Lu Yin had appeared on planet Pyrolite, he had already wanted to go there. This person had to be eliminated, but after the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, this matter had been put on hold. Now, this person had appeared once again, and he had become so powerful. This caused Night King Jinwu's killing intent to soar, and he wanted to eliminate this person more than ever. Even if the two continents were at war right now, Night King Jinwu still wanted to eliminate this person. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his back, and he exchanged glances with Night King Jinwu. He could see Night King Jinwu's bone-deep killing intent, and his face changed. He hurriedly tried to escape from the sourcebox array. Although he could escape from the sourcebox array, he needed time. Night King Jinwu immediately approached Lu Yin. Fortunately, Lu Yin could clearly see the rune lines, and he was also a lockbreaker. This allowed him to escape the sourcebox array before Night King Jinwu did. Night King Jinwu also noticed Lu Yin's actions, and he immediately took action. His spiritual force swept across the general appointment platform and extended outwards. Lu Yin's brain trembled, but it did not affect him, as his spiritual force was still very strong. At this moment, Chiu Shi and Bukong's sourcebox array suddenly went berserk for some unknown reason. Previously, the array had been stacked, but now, its power had multiplied. Lu Yin saw a vast amount of rune lines cover the entire continent, and he sped up once more. He had a bad feeling about this. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The sourcebox array's killing intent had completely erupted, and it swept out in all directions without any pattern. Chiu Shi had originally been standing outside the sourcebox array, and she only needed to take a step back to escape. Bukong was not too far away from Chiu Shi, and when he saw that the sourcebox array had gone out of control, he did not dare to stay any longer and also fled. Lu Yin and Night King Jinwu did the same. Sourcebox arrays were mystical to begin with, and no one wanted to face a berserk sourcebox array. The continent cracked open, and the sourcebox array's killing intent tore through space without any pattern, destroying everything it touched. Night King Jinwu was no longer in the mood to chase after Lu Yin. Even Bukong and Qiu Shi had fled, so he wanted to stay far away from them. Just as he was about to leave the continent, a familiar figure appeared not too far away. The figure was struggling with great difficulty. Her long black and white hair fluttered in the wind, and blood dripped down from the strands. Her body was bent over, and she leaned on a red long sword. Her entire person was extremely weak. It was Shuade Night. Lu Yin had not expected to run into her here. Scenes from the past replayed in his mind, and all he could see was a sky full of rune lines crushing towards her. He immediately took action, using the Sky Beast Claw to grab her. Shuade Night was shocked, and she instinctively resisted. However, against Lu Yin, she did not even have the strength to resist. Faced with such a desperate situation, she was about to use Night's End, Daybreak, when she saw that it was Lu Yin. Lu Yin grabbed Shuade Night and leapt out of the continent. The next moment, a berserk killing intent transformed into indiscernible streaks that destroyed the entire continent. The general appointing platform was flung away by an enormous, invisible force in the direction that Lu Yin had fled with Shuade Night. Lu Yin watched as the general appointing platform came crashing towards him, and he was rather speechless. Everyone had been fighting over this thing, but in the end, it had taken the initiative to throw itself at him. He hurriedly dodged and grabbed the platform with one hand, allowing it to drag him into the distance. His right hand was still holding on to Shuade Night. Shuade Night was truly too weak, and this battlefield was very cruel for her. Even though she was an explorer, even an explorer would not be able to protect herself in this battlefield. Whether or not she could survive depended on luck. She was considered an elite among the elites of the Day-Night clan, but the Day-Night clan was only comparable to the 6th Mainland's Imprinter family or the World Imprinter family. In this battlefield, there were too many descendants of these families. Lu Yin held onto the platform tightly and avoided the force of the sourcebox's killing intent as he hugged Shuade Night with his right hand. Shuade Night coughed, and when she looked up and saw that it was Lu Yin, her pale face regained some color. She looked down and saw that Lu Yin's hand was completely covering her chest. She pursed her lips, but did not say anything. After half an hour, the general appointing platform finally slowed down, and the sourcebox's killing intent gradually dissipated. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief and carried Shuade Night onto the platform. When he looked down, he saw that Shuade Night had already fainted. His right hand twitched, and Lu Yin blinked before silently retracting his hand. He had touched a place that he should not have touched. "7th bro, I've discovered that there's something wrong with your character," the monkey said. Lu Yin unhappily replied, "Don't spout nonsense. You've always been able to accurately grab a girl's private part. Teach me, how do you do it? You must have specially trained." The monkey laughed strangely. Lu Yin ignored him, as he was in a good mood. He had managed to snatch the general appointing platform. He slowly placed Shuade Night down and muttered to himself, "I've always been able to save you. This is fate. Thank you." Shuade Night opened her eyes and calmly looked at Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1000. Lu Yin was stunned when he heard her voice, and he lowered his head. "You're awake." Shuade Night stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Shuade Night looked around and then lowered her head. "Is this the general roll platform?" Lu Yin nodded. "Not bad. I was lucky. It's mine now." Shuade Night looked at him. "Be careful of Night King Jinwu." Lu Yin was about to reply when more than 10 cultivators flew towards them. There were explorers and lemeters among them, and they all carried strange tools. Lu Yin immediately attacked when he saw them. It was impossible to tell the difference between the 5th and 6th mainlands just by looking at them. The only way to do so was to use an imprint. No one from the 5th mainland had ever used an imprint, so this was the best way to distinguish them. Lu Yin attacked, and the sky beast claw slammed down. An ancient beast's roar pierced through time and space, bringing an intense sense of danger to these people. They immediately used their imprints to attack Lu Yin, but there were also some who turned to flee. There were only a dozen cultivators from the 6th mainland in this group, and the strongest was just an explorer. Lu Yin easily dealt with them and even caught the one who tried to escape. "You know me." The 6th mainland cultivator shook his head in horror. "No, I don't." Lu Yin was confused. "If you don't know me, then why are you running?" "Because you're a cruiser, and we're just explorers," the 6th mainland cultivator quickly answered. Lu Yin sneered. "It's common for your 6th mainland to challenge those of a higher realm, and there are so many of you here. You won't run when you see me. You only have one chance to answer." The 6th mainland cultivator was terrified when he sensed Lu Yin's killing intent. He hurriedly said, I recognize the general role platform." Lu Yin was astonished, but he quickly understood. The general role platform was where the younger generation of the 5th mainland's titled powerhouses gathered, and it was a symbol of honor. It had always been in the cosmic sea, but now, it had appeared here. Those who could participate in the battles here were all titled powerhouses, and none of them could be dealt with by this group. This person was quite smart. Lu Yin directly knocked him out. He didn't want to kill someone who couldn't resist, so he tossed him into a corner and treated him as his spoils of war. The general appointment platform flew towards the northwest, but Lu Yin didn't know where it was headed. He simply controlled the platform to fly towards the gap that led to the outerverse. The outerverse would be his domain, and he wouldn't be afraid of any cosmic imprinter. Suddenly, Shuade Night raised her head and stared into the distance. Lu Yin turned around and looked into the distance as well. He was looking in the same direction as Shuade Night. There, a figure was streaking through the void and charging towards them. His black and white hair was particularly eye-catching, and it was Night King Jinwu. Lu Yin had not expected Night King Jinwu to chase after him. Shuade Night hurriedly said, "Run. He'll definitely kill you." Lu Yin clenched his fists. Lu Yin did not want to, nor was he willing to. If he ran away, then the general appointment platform would belong to Night King Jinwu, and Lu Yin would obtain the qualifications to receive the Star Tower's inheritance on his own. Lu Yin's chances of becoming one of the 5 astral children were extremely high. Running away would not only mean that he had given up on this opportunity, but it would also mean that he had strengthened Night King Jinwu's strength. The current Night King Jinwu was already unfathomable, and if he were to receive a progenitor's inheritance as well, Lu Yin did not dare to imagine what he would become. Even if Lu Yin was confident that he could surpass Night King Jinwu, it would not be possible in a short period of time. "Run! You're not his match." Shuade Night shouted at Lu Yin, her face pale. Lu Yin was not willing to give up on the general appointment platform. While he was hesitating, Night King Jinwu tore through the void and stepped onto the platform. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Lu Yin. "You're very brave to stay behind." Lu Yin clenched his fists and took a deep breath. During the Interverse War, he had encountered the Realmlings and the Dao Source 3 skies, and he had encountered more than one of them. Logically speaking, with his strength, he should be able to fight Night King Jinwu, at least under the suppression of celestial phenomenon. However, for some reason, Night King Jinwu gave him an unprecedented pressure that made him feel stifled. He was clearly also one of the 10 arbiters, and he had even fought against the Realmlings, who were comparable to the 10 Arbiters. So why did Lu Yin feel especially pressured by Night King Jinwu? Lu Yin did not understand, as the young man in front of him was giving him too much pressure. You want to kill each other? Lu Yin's tone was cold as he stared at Night King Jinwu warily. Night King Jinwu raised his head. So what? No one knows. Besides, the war is already over. Even if someone finds out, I, Night King Jinwu, can bear the consequences. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Did you really think that you could protect yourself after joining the Lockbreaker Society? If Night King Yuanjing didn't need you to save Senior Third Night King, then you would have died a long time ago. Today, I'll fulfill your wish. Night King Jinwu then attacked with a finger. Black and white became the only colors in the air. This was the Night King finger. Back in the Daosaur sect's ruins, Night King Jinwu had used a single finger to severely injure Lu Yin, and even his used secret art had not been able to divert Lu Yin's attack. Lu Yin had not been able to do it back then, and now, it was even more impossible for him to use the used secret art to divert Night King Jinwu's attack. Night King Jinwu's attack was very strange. It was clearly just a single finger, but dozens of afterimages had instantly appeared, making it impossible to divert Night King Jinwu's attack. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he stared at the descending Night King finger. Just as the finger was about to hit him, he raised his own finger and used the Dream Finger. Lu Yin was not afraid of a head-on collision. His physical body had undergone several transformations, and it was no longer the same as when he had been in the Daosaur sect's ruins. Back then, he had been able to block the Night King finger in his Dream Finger, and now, his strength had greatly increased. With a bang, a ripple appeared in the void, which then spread out in all directions. A terrifying gale swept through the surroundings, and Zhua Daynight's breathing stagnated as she was sent flying. She almost fell off the stage, and the unconscious 6th mainland cultivator immediately died. It was impossible for him to survive the aftershocks. Thud. 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 Night King Jinwu retreated several steps and looked at Lu Yin in shock. You! Lu Yin retracted his finger, which was trembling slightly. He had used too much strength, but he was still excited. He had managed to force Night King Jinwu back. Earth had changed greatly, and ever since Lu Yin had stepped onto the path of cultivation, the 10 arbiters had been like suns in the sky. Every single one of them was unreachable, especially Arbiter Jinwu. The first time Lu Yin had seen this name was in the Day-Night clan's inheritance corridor, and he had seen Night King Jinwu's name at the very top. At that time, Lu Yin had felt that this person was like a blazing sun. Arbiter Jinwu was the king of the Day-Night clan's younger generation, and he was also the king of the entire Day-Night flow zone's younger generation. He was someone who could strip Lu Yin of his right to participate in the Astral Combat Academy's Council of Astral Academy with a single sentence, and he was someone who could make Lu Yin do everything he could to save his own life. It had been 11 years since Lu Yin had started cultivating for 11 years, and now, Lu Yin was finally able to face this person head-on. At this moment, Night King Jinwu's killing intent grew even stronger. Lu Yin's participation in the battle on the stage was proof of his strength. However, in Night King Jinwu's opinion, this person relied on secret techniques at most, and he did not have the ability to face them head-on. Furthermore, Night King Jinwu had been holding back all this time, as he did not want to be targeted by Voidless. However, Night King Jinwu had not held back in his previous attack, and Lu Yin had managed to block it head-on. The situation was the same as when they had been in the Daosaur sect's ruins, but the outcome was different. At that time, Night King Jinwu could have easily crushed this person without any effort, and even if this person had used a secret technique, he would not have been able to dodge his finger. But now, this person actually dared to face Night King Jinwu head-on. How long had it been? Night King Jinwu did not waste any more words, and his eyes began to emit an intense killing intent. His body flickered as he appeared in front of Lu Yin and pointed out with his Night King's finger. The only difference was that this time, there were red streaks imprinted on his finger. That was 9-lined battle force. Lu Yin was shocked, and he hurriedly dodged, but how could the Night King's finger be so easy to dodge? His spiritual force swept out and filled the entire stage. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, and no matter where Lu Yin dodged, he would still be struck by the finger. This finger did not use the body to track him, but rather, it used spiritual force to guide him. Left with no other choice, Lu Yin's eyes flashed with runes that weakened the power of his finger. He then raised his right hand and gathered a sun before blasting it out. There was a loud boom as the sun exploded, transforming into a shockwave that spread out in all directions. Shua Day Night had already retreated to the edge of the stage, and her weak body could barely stand. All she could see was a blurry distorted void, and by the time she could see it clearly, Lu Yin and Night King Jinwu had already exchanged more than 10 blows. Night King Jinwu had wanted to rely on his 9-line battle force and the Day-Night clan's battle techniques to crush Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin had relied on his physical strength and the true scripture of Ian evolution to forcefully endure. An intense battle had broken out between the two atop the stage. Shua Day Night frowned as she worriedly watched the battle. She knew that Lu Yin had improved greatly, but she did not believe that he could catch up to Arbiter Jinwu. She could only hope that the suppression from the astral phenomenon would allow the gap between the two to shrink. Night King Jinwu's storm-like attacks did not give Lu Yin any time to catch his breath. Fortunately, Lu Yin himself was not weak, and he treated Night King Jinwu like an imprinter. Every step he took was cautious, and he managed to hold on. Lu Yin only hoped that someone else would come, and it would be best if it was one of the 10 arbiters or a powerhouse from the Neoverse. He knew that he might not be able to protect the stage, and he only hoped that it would not fall into Night King Jinwu's hands. Night King Jinwu had not expected Lu Yin to be able to hold on for so long. Throughout the entire Outerverse, and even including the Neoverse, there are less than 20 people who can fight me to this extent. You should be proud. Lu Yin did not reply, as Night King Jinwu's spiritual force was giving him a lot of pressure. The Day-Night clan's spiritual force battle techniques were definitely not limited to this. I can give you a chance. Join my Day-Night clan and follow me. I can help you stand at the peak of the universe, and in the future, when I become a progenitor, you might have a chance to become a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000. Your glory will shine through the ages, Night King Jinwu said. Lu Yin sneered, is this also the promise you made to Lu Shaoge? Night King Jinwu's gaze turned cold. I didn't make any promises to him. He's the one who wants to follow me. When Lu Yin did not reply, Night King Jinwu raised his brows. I'll ask you one more time. Are you willing to follow me? Lu Yin struck out with his palm, as his actions represented his answer. Night King Jinwu's eyes narrowed. It seems like you don't understand the true difference between the two of us. Let me show you. He then suddenly retreated and raised his right hand. At that moment, the entire region of space seemed to turn into a painting, and Night King Jinwu was at the center of this painting. Lu Yin, run. It's the Night King heaven-splitting technique. Shua Day Night suddenly shouted. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and the monkey's terrified voice rang out in his mind. The Night King heaven-splitting technique. Someone actually managed to learn that. Run, 7th bro. This is one of the Day-Night clan's 2 unparalleled battle techniques, and it's as famous as Night's End and Daybreak. It can silence an entire era, and you won't be able to stop it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1001. Lu Yin stared fixedly at Night King Jinwu's right palm, as it was too late for him to escape. If an invincible battle technique could be so easily evaded, then it would not be an invincible battle technique. Night King Jinwu's gaze was calm, and he looked at Lu Yin as if he was looking at a dead man. No one could survive the Night King heaven-splitting technique, and Night King Jinwu was confident that he could even defeat the other 9 arbiters with this technique, let alone Lu Yin. Some people like to hide their true abilities, and Night King Jinwu was one such person. Against Bukong, Night King Jinwu had always prioritized self-preservation. Forget about the Night King heaven-splitting technique, he had not even used his 9-line battle force. Of course, that did not mean that he would be able to defeat Bukong just by using it. At the very least, he would be able to force Bukong to treat him with caution. This was especially true for the Night King heaven-cleaving technique, as Night King Jinwu really wanted to use it to test out the Dao Source 3 skies. He hadn't expected that the first time he used it in front of others would be against Lu Yin. He treated it as an experiment since he had only recently mastered it. Lu Yin's right palm slowly chopped downwards, but the void did not change at all. This palm seemed like an ordinary palm strike, but in Lu Yin's eyes, Night King Jinwu's rune lines, which had originally filled the entire area, suddenly converged into a single point and attacked. At this moment, Lu Yin's entire body turned ice-cold, and an extreme sense of crisis enveloped him. He watched as the rune lines traversed the void and descended upon him. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he decided to take a gamble. To be good at communicating with people, the heavenly Tao does not allow. To leap into the starry sky and lie down. To be given by the heavenly Tao, to leap into the vast expanse and lie down. To be condensed into qi, to swallow and spit out 100 rivers. He recited the Stonewall scriptures. The Day-Night clan was famous throughout the universe, and every single one of their battle techniques was related to one spiritual force. Lu Yin was betting that the Day-Night clan's unrivaled battle technique was the same. Night's End, Daybreak used spiritual force to forcefully pull a person into an illusion, causing them to fall into an eternal trance. Lu Yin did not know how the Night King heaven-splitting technique worked, but since it was a battle technique from the Day-Night clan, then it might be able to display the full potential of spiritual force. Since it was a spiritual attack, his greatest guarantee was the Stonewall scriptures. Night King Jinwu chopped down with a single palm, and the Night King heaven-splitting technique swept past Lu Yin. Nothing happened for a moment, but in the next moment, the space far away from the commander appointment platform cracked open. Although Night King Jinwu's power level had been suppressed to less than 200,000, he was still able to display an unimaginably terrifying attack. Night King Jinwu's gaze turned cold, as there was no one who could withstand the Night King heaven-splitting technique. Although this person's body did not suffer any external injuries, his spiritual force had already died. In the distance, Zhua Day-Night's face was deathly pale. She was well aware of how terrifying the Night King's heaven-opening technique was. The Night King's heaven-opening technique was as terrifying as the Night King's heaven-opening technique. It was as famous as the Night King's heaven-opening technique, and she similarly did not believe that Lu Yin would be able to withstand it. Night King Jinwu no longer cared about Lu Yin, and he turned to look at Zhua Day-Night with a cold gaze. Who gave you the guts to participate in my battle? Kneel. Ever since the inner-verse and outer-verse had been separated, Zhua Day-Night had been abandoned by Night King Yuanjing, and she had become a caged bird once again. Zhua Day-Night's body trembled, and she looked at Night King Jinwu with a gaze that was filled with fear, hatred, helplessness, and various other emotions. In the end, they all transformed into one emotion, despair. She had thought that the White King's bloodline would have a chance of resisting the Night King's bloodline once she learned the Night's End, Daybreak. However, Night King Jinwu had also successfully cultivated the Night King heaven-splitting technique, which no one had successfully cultivated for countless years. She had not known about this before, but now that she knew about it, she could only despair. "I said, kneel." Night King Jinwu shouted as he stared at Jue Daynite. Jue Daynite's body trembled, and her red long sword fell to the ground with a clatter. Her legs slowly bent as she closed her eyes. "Who are you asking to kneel? It can't be me, right?" A mocking voice rang out. Jue Daynite was overjoyed to see that Lu Yin was still alive. Night King Jinwu's expression changed, and he slowly turned around. When he saw Lu Yin's beaming face, he asked in disbelief, How is this possible?" Lu Yin secretly relaxed, as he had made the right bet. The Night King heaven-splitting technique allowed one to materialize their spiritual force, allowing them to break through with a single strike. Its power would increase by several times, and even the Tao Source Three Skies, the strongest cultivators in the Sixth Mainland, might not be able to escape unscathed from this technique. In order to cultivate their imprints, the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland had never slacked off on improving their spiritual force, and the Tao Source Three Skies were even more so. Even the Tao Source Three Skies might not be able to escape unscathed from the Night King heaven-splitting technique, which showed just how terrifying this technique was. In the entire Innerverse and Outerverse, there were very few people who could escape unscathed from this technique. It was still unknown how many of the 10 arbiters would be able to withstand it. Unfortunately, this technique was not very useful to Lu Yin. The Stonewall Scriptures guaranteed that he could withstand a certain degree of spiritual force attacks, and the true scripture of Yin evolution could weaken the power of his opponent's attacks by reducing the number of rune lines. No matter what the opponent's attack method was, it could be weakened. The combination of the true scripture of Yin evolution and the Stonewall Scriptures had become Lu Yin's bargaining chip to block the Night King heaven-splitting technique. No one could understand Night King Jinwu's current state of mind. He had thought that his technique was invincible, but it had actually been blocked, and his opponent had not been injured at all. This was completely different from what he had expected. Jue Daynite relaxed, as it was good that Lu Yin wasn't dead. "How did you do that?" Night King Jinwu's tone was sharp, and he had completely forgotten about Jue Daynite. The Night King heaven-splitting technique should be invincible, and it should not have been blocked. Lu Yin sneered, "What's there to do? It's not like it's some powerful attack." Night King Jinwu stared at Lu Yin. "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, how did you block the Night King heaven-splitting technique?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Arrogant." Night King Jinwu clenched his fists. "You're courting death." He then disappeared and reappeared at Lu Yin's side. He lashed out with his leg, and there was a thump as the shockwave shook the arena once more. Jue Daynite watched the intense battle between the two, and she slowly crouched down. She could no longer stand. Lu Yin appeared to be unharmed, but the Night King heaven-splitting technique had actually injured him. His head was dizzy, and he could only try his best to delay Night King Jinwu. If he could survive the Night King Jinwu's frenzied attacks, he would definitely be able to stall for time until the others arrived. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. Lu Yin relied on various methods to hold on. Night King Jinwu shouted again, "Do you really want to die? The Innerverse and Outerverse will soon be connected. You're from the Outerverse, and I can make you the #1 person in the Outerverse Youth Council. You'll be able to command the younger generation of the Outerverse, and it won't be difficult for you to unify a weave or even several weaves. I, Night King Jinwu, can represent the Day-Night clan and give you the greatest protection." Lu Yin had a strange expression. Unify several weaves in the Outerverse. It seemed like Night King Jinwu was already half a king in the Outerverse, and he could command the younger generation. Wrong, he could even command the experts of the older generation. Are you going to tell me or not? Night King Jinwu was very concerned about how Lu Yin had blocked the Night King Heaven opening technique. He had paid a great price to successfully cultivate this technique, and the fact that his first opponent had been able to block it so easily was a huge blow to him. In reality, Night King Jinwu did not know that Ziyi was thinking the same thing as him. Lu Yin had also ignored natural origin energy, which had been a huge blow to Ziyi as well. Does your Day-Night clan like to come up with disgusting names for your techniques? Night King Fist, Night King Finger, Night King Body, Night King Restoration Technique, and now the Night King Heaven Opening Technique? I feel ashamed for you, Lu Yin mocked. Night King Jinwu's gaze turned cold. You're really not going to tell me? Ask a few more times, and I might tell you, Lu Yin said. Night King Jinwu felt that it was a pity. If that's the case, then you can die. But then, he suddenly paused. Wherever your heart desires, you can turn it into an arrow. Have you heard of the arrow progenitor's secret technique? Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his scalp felt like it was about to explode. He retreated 100 meters, as he had forgotten that Night King Jinwu had learned the 6th mainland's arrow progenitor's battle technique. Night King Jinwu might have obtained the arrow progenitor's inheritance, as progenitors could create their own secret techniques. Secret techniques were mystical methods. Some secret techniques could be used, but no one could understand how they were done. The Yu secret art was one such technique. Lu Yin had learned it, but he did not know the principles behind it. He rarely encountered enemies who used secret techniques, and the ones who did so were the 6th mainland's secret progenitors. Resurrection, Great Reincarnation, God's Descent, and so on were all secret techniques that could not be understood. However, those secret techniques could be traced, while the one that Night King Jinwu had just used was untraceable. Lu Yin stared at Night King Jinwu warily. If this person had not mentioned it, he would have forgotten about it. Night King Jinwu was one of the 10 arbiters, the future king of the Day-Night clan. How could he not have a secret technique? A single secret technique was enough to change everything. Night King Jinwu looked at Lu Yin. You're guarding against my secret technique. Lu Yin did not deny it. You learned the arrow progenitor's secret technique. Night King Jinwu slowly replied, Actually, I admire you. Regardless of our standpoints, your future won't be any worse than ours. 2 of the 10 arbiters are already over 40 years old, and they're no longer part of the younger generation. With your strength, you'll be able to make up for it in a few more years. I can make up for it right now, Lu Yin said. Night King Jinwu shook his head. Celestial phenomenon suppression. Our power levels are restrained, and without it, our power levels would increase greatly. Don't think that just because the 10 arbiters have withdrawn, you can make up for it. We are the 10 arbiters, and that's a synonym for invincibility, not a title. The 10 arbiters are members of the Universe Youth Council, but they are not members of the Universe Youth Council. The 10 arbiters only appeared in our generation, and I don't know if there will be any in the future. At least for now, Yu, Xia Tian, and Tai Yuanjun do not have the qualifications to fill in for the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin listened quietly. If you want to become one of the 10 arbiters, then the previous 10 arbiters must abdicate. There's also another condition, which is that we, as fellow 10 arbiters, must agree. If we don't agree, then we can challenge each other to the death, Night King Jinwu slowly said. Lu Yin raised his brows. You want to use the position of one of the 10 arbiters to tempt me? Night King Jinwu nodded. That's right. As long as you tell me how you blocked my Night King heaven-splitting technique, then not only can I guarantee that you will become one of the 10 arbiters, but I can also help you obtain everything you want in the Outerverse. You don't want me to follow you? Lu Yin asked. Night King Jinwu frowned. No need. Lu Yin nodded. Alright, then I'll state my conditions. As long as you can fulfill them, I'll tell you. Night King Jinwu's eyes flashed. Speak. Lu Yin's tone was firm. I want you to help me unify the Outerverse and make me the king of the Outerverse. Night King Jinwu's eyes narrowed. Are you joking? You can't do it. No one can. The 72 weaves of the Outerverse have existed for countless years, but no one has ever been able to do it. The Hall of Honor won't allow anyone to do it, and even the various great powers of the Innerverse won't allow anyone to do it. Anyone who dares to do it will become everyone's enemy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1002. When he heard Night King Jinwu's words, Lu Yin shrugged. If you can't do it, then forget it. That's the only condition I have. Night King Jinwu sighed. I originally wanted to resolve our grudge and add a new friend to the 10 arbiters. Since you're not tactful, then you can die. Lu Yin's pupils turned into runes as he stared at Night King Jinwu. The arrow progenitor's secret technique was making him panic. You think that I'm going to use the arrow progenitor's secret technique? Wrong, I've already used it. From the moment we first fought, you were destined to die. Night King Jinwu's tone was sinister. His words sent a chill down Lu Yin's spine, and he hurriedly looked down at his body. He saw that there were rune lines in his heart that did not belong to him. What was that? There was a whoosh, and a splash of blood burst out from his heart. The blood pierced through his heart and dripped onto the platform. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as an intense pain engulfed his entire body. He was losing strength, and his heart had been pierced through. At this moment, everything around him fell silent. He could only hear his own heartbeat and the sound of his blood dripping onto the platform. When did this happen? Was this the arrow progenitor's secret technique? You were destined to die from the first time we fought, but I really wanted to know how strong you were. I never thought that you would be able to block the Night King heaven-splitting technique. It's a pity that you weren't tactful enough and didn't take advantage of your only chance at survival. Night King Jinwu's voice reverberated throughout the platform and into Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin clutched his heart and hurriedly swallowed a pill. Night King Jinwu's tone was indifferent. It's useless. The arrow progenitor's secret technique, heart arrow. One arrow can pierce through the heart, and no pill can cure it. Lu Yin half squatted down and raised his head to look at Night King Jinwu. Everything in front of him was blurry, and he couldn't see Night King Jinwu's face clearly. However, he could sense the man's arrogance and disregard. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also make you a sinner of the Innerverse. You were bewitched by Zi of the Dao Source Three Skies and attempted to steal the general appointment platform and gift it to the Sixth Mainland as a gift to the Blood Ancestor. You wanted to obtain a progenitor's inheritance, but the reason why Zi placed a bounty on you was to create a false impression so that you could succeed. Otherwise, why would a mere cruiser attract the attention of the Dao Source Three Skies? This is my reason for killing you. Is that enough? Night King Jinwu enunciated each word clearly. Every word of his echoed in Lu Yin's heart, causing him to feel even more pain. Waves of soft sounds rang out, and each soft sound caused blood to splatter everywhere. Puff Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale and every cell in his body trembling. Seventh bro, run! Run! The monkey shouted. Lu Yin wanted to run as well, and he also wanted to summon Mr. Mu. However, Mr. Mu's jade stone had shattered during the previous battle, so he couldn't contact Mr. Mu. He still wanted to roll his die, but Night King Jinwu was watching him closely. He knew that the moment he moved, Night King Jinwu would attack. I know that you have external items like Fate Zan, but that's not enough to block my heart arrow. You underestimate me too much. If I, Night King Jinwu, want to kill someone, they won't be able to escape or live. Night King Jinwu's tone was arrogant as he released star energy from his body and shook the void. There was no sound, but Lu Yin felt like he could hear a bell ringing. Night King Jinwu was ringing his death knell. Night King Jinwu walked towards Lu Yin step by step, neither fast nor slow. No one could escape from such heavy injuries. Lu Yin's entire body was cold, and his blood seemed to have cooled down. His consciousness was blurry, and he could only hear the monkey's incessant cries. However, the monkey's voice was getting softer and softer. Finally, Lu Yin collapsed to the ground, blood flowing down his chest and staining his surroundings red. Night King Jinwu walked in front of Lu Yin, lowered his head, and reached out to grab Lu Yin's head. At this moment, Lu Yin had no ability to resist, and he couldn't even maintain his consciousness. Just as Night King Jinwu was about to grab Lu Yin, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He had returned to the Day-Night clan's homeworld, and he saw a towering stone stele. He felt an ancient aura, and he heard ancient sacrificial words. He looked up and saw a figure standing on top of the stone stele. It wasn't just the stone stele, it was the peak of the entire starry sky. When Night King Jinwu saw this person, his expression changed, and his eyes filled with unparalleled worship and fanaticism. He saw the Night King, the creator of the Night King bloodline, a godlike figure. Ever since Night King Jinwu had started cultivating, this person's name had constantly appeared in his ears. Night King Jinwu had used this person as his goal to embark on the path of cultivation. The Night King lowered his head and met Night King Jinwu's gaze. "You're not bad." Night King Jinwu's eyes burned with passion, and he half knelt. Junior Night King Jinwu greets Elder Night King. The Night King nodded in satisfaction. "Are you willing to inherit my mantle?" Night King Jinwu was delighted. "Thank you, Elder Night King. This junior will definitely fight to the death for the Day-Night clan." The Night King nodded. "Yes." Just as he finished speaking, Night King Jinwu suddenly attacked. His Night King heaven-splitting technique swept through the entire ancestral grounds, and the Night King ancestor was enraged. "How dare you attack in the ancestral grounds?" Night King Jinwu's eyes were sinister, and they contained an unprecedented savagery. This was completely different from his usual self, as he knew that he had been caught in an illusion. However, there was clearly no one around him, so how could he have inexplicably fallen into an illusion? Furthermore, this illusion had actually caused him to sink into oblivion. If not for the fact that he had successfully cultivated the Night King heaven-splitting technique, which had strengthened his spiritual force and allowed him to remain clear-headed, he might have actually sunk into oblivion for a very long time. Oblivion, and illusion. Night King Jinwu suddenly thought of something, and he punched out. The ancestral grounds collapsed, and the Night King ancestor continued to shout from the stone stele, but it was useless. The scene in front of him changed again, and Night King Jinwu's body swayed as he subconsciously defended his surroundings. However, no one attacked him, and Lu Yin had disappeared. When he turned around, he saw that Jua Day-Night had disappeared as well. Night King Jinwu's gaze swept across the sky. "You can't escape." He then leapt up and pushed the general appointment platform in pursuit of the traces of star energy. In the distance, Jua Day-Night's face was pale as she carried Lu Yin on her back. She had just used Night's End, Daybreak, a technique that she had never revealed before, which had caused Night King Jinwu to fall into an illusion. However, she knew that this illusion would not be able to trap Night King Jinwu for long, as the difference between the two of them was too great. If her strength was similar to Night King Jinwu's, then being trapped for decades, centuries, or even longer would not be a problem. Blood continued to flow from Lu Yin's chest, dyeing half of Jua Day-Night's body red. Shuo Dainite gritted her teeth, as she had also been heavily injured. The continuous battle and the danger of the source boxes had caused her to die if not for Lu Yin's intervention. This was the reason why she had saved Lu Yin. Even if she had to expose Night's End, Daybreak, and even if she had to die with him, she would not have hesitated. She owed Lu Yin too much. Whether it was at the pirate port, planet Pyrolite, or now, she was unable to repay him, so she had no choice but to do this. The bloodstains paved the way in outer space, and Night King Jinwu did not even need to use star energy to find the two of them. Lu Yin was heavily injured and on the verge of losing consciousness. Shuo Dainite was not in a good state either, but she was still forcefully holding on. The monkey was about to die from anxiety. In the distance, Night King Jinwu approached them with excitement in his eyes as he stared at the sorry figure in front of him. Night's End, it's definitely Night's End. That bitch actually mastered Night's End, Daybreak. The heavens are helping me. Shuo Dainite turned around and saw Night King Jinwu's sinister smile. She sighed in despair and looked at Lu Yin. If you're conscious, then escape on your own. I can buy you some time, but whether or not you can escape is up to you. She then pushed Lu Yin towards the west while she stood in outer space and calmly looked at Night King Jinwu. That red sword was still tied to her waist, and she looked somewhat miserable. Lu Yin was unconscious, but he seemed to have instinctively heard Shuo Dainite's words. He waved his hand and used the Yu's secret art to pull Shuo Dainite over, but he knew that he would not be able to pull her over. It was just an instinctive reaction, and he did not even know what he had done. An item appeared in his hand, which he had obtained using the Yu's secret art. Shuo Dainite was still standing in outer space. Thank goodness I wasn't exposed, or else I would have been finished. Seventh bro, you owe this woman too much this time. Even if she doesn't die, she'll definitely be finished for the rest of her life. She exposed the Night's End, Daybreak, and even exposed herself to the Night King clan. She's finished, sigh. Night King Jinwu appeared in front of Shuo Dainite, and he looked past her to see Lu Yin flying towards the west like a corpse. Just as he was about to give chase, Shuo Dainite coldly asked, "Don't you want Night's End, Daybreak anymore?" Night King Jinwu paused, and he looked at Shuo Dainite in bewilderment. His eyes were filled with excitement. It really is Night's End, Daybreak. You actually grasped the Daiking's ultimate technique. Shuo Dainite calmly replied, "Yes, Night's End, Daybreak. Do you want it?" Night King Jinwu stared at Shuo Dainite without saying anything. Shuo Dainite's lips curled up. There's no need to try. The sealed cage technique is already gone. Night King Jinwu was not surprised. Night's End, Daybreak was an invincible battle technique, so how could it be controlled by the sealed cage technique? You want me to let him go? What's your relationship with him? Is it worth it? Shuo Dainite calmly replied, either I die, or you let him go. I'll go with you. Choose one. Night King Jinwu's eyes narrowed. Is it worth it? You should know that the Dainite clan cannot marry outsiders. It's a rule that has been passed down since ancient times. Shuo Dainite's expression was calm. It has nothing to do with feelings. I owe him too much. Night King Jinwu frowned, as he really did not want to let Lu Yin go. Although he had been hit by the heart arrow and had a 99% chance of dying, Night King Jinwu still did not want to let go of even the slightest chance of survival. Destiny was something that no one could predict, and Night King Jinwu did not want to give Lu Yin any chances. A person who could ignore the Night King heaven opening technique was the bane of the entire Night King bloodline. Furthermore, the heart arrow technique was his secret, and no one besides himself knew about it. If Lu Yin survived, then his greatest secret would be exposed. But if Night King Jinwu did not let Lu Yin go, then this woman would become even more troublesome. Night King Jinwoo understood this woman, and she knew that she was not joking when she said that she would die. If you die, then I'll make your parents suffer 10,000 times the torture, Night King Jinwoo threatened coldly. Zhuo Daynight's face paled even further, and her eyes were filled with pain. Let him go. Let my family go, and I'll let you use the sealed cage technique on me. Calm. Wonderful book house. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1003. Night King Jinwoo's eyes widened. Although the sealed cage technique could be dispelled by night and daybreak, it could still be used once in a while. With the sealed cage technique, Night King Jinwoo could completely control this woman, which would be very beneficial for him to seize night and daybreak. However, if he wanted to seize night and daybreak, this woman would have to be willing. Night King Jinwoo thought about it for a while, but Lu Yin had already disappeared. He sighed. Alright, I won't chase after you, and I'll also release your parents and relatives. Zhuo Dayknight sighed, but her body felt weak as she slowly collapsed. These were the only two things that had allowed her to negotiate with Night King Jinwoo. Now that she had relaxed, her entire body collapsed, and her consciousness quickly blurred. However, she did not close her eyes and continued to stare at Night King Jinwoo. Night King Jinwoo stood in front of Zhuo Dayknight and stared into the distance with an unwilling expression. I know you're worried, but I promised you that I wouldn't chase after you. You'll definitely die if you're hit by the hard arrow, so there's no need to break a promise for a dead person. Zhuo Dayknight continued to stare at him, her eyes bloodshot. She looked pitiful and sad. Ever since she was young, she had endured too much pain and suffering. She had also been imprisoned by the sealed cage technique. Only Lu Yin had given her warmth and had helped her time and time again when she was in danger. Even if she had to die, even if she had to give up everything, she had to let Lu Yin live. Live on, I have to live on. Night King Jinwoo's eyes narrowed, and his fingers twitched. His feet also moved. He wanted to chase after Lu Yin, but he could still imprison him. He really did not want to let Lu Yin go. But just as he moved, Zhuo Dayknight's eyes widened, and blood stained half of her face. She looked like a ghost as she stared at Night King Jinwoo and said in a hoarse voice, You said that you wouldn't chase after me. Night King Jinwoo and Zhuo Dayknight stared at each other for a long time. In the end, even he could not tell if this woman was conscious or unconscious. It was as if there was an obsession supporting her that would stop him even if she died. This conviction moved Night King Jinwoo, and he sighed. Forget it, he would not chase after her. After a while, two figures approached from the distance. One was Qiu Shi, and the other was Tai Yixin. They had found Night King Jinwoo and the general appointment platform. They looked at the platform beneath Night King Jinwoo's feet, and the two exchanged glances. Night King Jinwoo looked over. Lu Yin colluded with Ziyi of the 6th Mainland's Dao Source 3 Skies in an attempt to deceive everyone and steal the general appointing platform. I've already killed him, and I, Night King Jinwoo, was the one who took back the general appointing platform. Do you have any objections? Tai Yixin raised his eyebrows. What did you say? Lu Yin colluded with Ziyi. You must be dreaming. Ziyi has issued a bounty to the entire cosmic sea. Anyone who can capture Lu Yin alive will be able to meet the blood ancestor and receive an inheritance. Now, you're saying that he colluded with Ziyi. Night King Jinwoo raised his head. If I don't do that, then how will he get close to the general appointment platform? He's just a puny cruiser, yet he's able to fight against the Dao Source 3 Skies. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Tai Yixing frowned, as he had a good impression of Lu Yin. Although he was arrogant and called himself a god, Lu Yin had saved him and even fought against Bukong together. Tai Yixing recognized this person. Where's the proof? Do you think you can convict Lu Yin with just one sentence? Night King Jinwu's gaze turned cold. It doesn't matter if I convict him or not. He's already dead, and I killed him with my own hands. Tai Yixing looked at Night King Jinwu. Night King Jinwu was not afraid of anyone. Qiu Shi did not say a word, and she just looked at Chua Day Night, who was beneath Night King Jinwu's feet. She knew that this matter was not as simple as it seemed, but she did not know what was going on. Gradually, more and more people arrived. Sarati, Phoenix, Xing Kai, Lu Tianmu, Xu Jing, and the rest had all arrived. The general appointment platform had been tossed into outer space, as they had no intention of fighting to the death with the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. The older generation of powerhouses from the Sixth Mainland were eager to retreat, and Bukong and the rest could not stay behind to fight either, so they could only retreat. Now, the Sixth Mainland's invasion of the Fifth Mainland had finally ended. As they watched Night King Jinwu step onto the general appointment platform, Xing Kai and the rest felt a myriad of emotions well up in their hearts. Lu Tianmu gripped his sword and looked at Night King Jinwu. Xia Tian could not help but ask, Lu Yin colluded with Ziyi. That's impossible. Night King Jinwu coldly replied, I will report this matter to the Hall of Honor. Whether or not it's true will be determined by the Hall of Honor. Starsibyl's eyes flickered, and she seemed to be divining something. Her face grew paler, but she did not say anything. There was only a trace of pity and confusion in her eyes. Had she divined wrongly? Just as Night King Jinwu had said, not only did he want to kill Lu Yin, but he also wanted to label Lu Yin as a criminal of the Fifth Mainland. This was the consequence of offending the Day-Night clan. Even if Lu Yin died, he would not be able to rest in peace. The Day-Night clan had not established their might for too long, and now, more and more people dared to provoke them. Night King Jinwu wanted to intimidate the entire universe. This was especially true now that he had successfully cultivated the Night King heaven-splitting technique, which allowed him to use the Night King's End, Daybreak, and the Heart Arrow secret technique. He believed that he was invincible among the younger generation, and it was time for him to do something. With his hands behind his back, Night King Jinwu muttered to himself. Suddenly, he felt that something was off, and he touched his waist. His expression changed. Where was the inheritance stone? The Day-Night clan's inheritance stone contained the Day-Night clan's battle techniques, and it could be used to enter the corridor and communicate with the Day-Night clan's ancestral land. It was one of the most important items of the Day-Night clan, and it could not be casually carried around. However, the Sixth Mainland had invaded, and the ancestral land had been worried that it would be lost. Furthermore, Night King Jinwu's unique status allowed him to do anything, so he had carried the inheritance stone with him. The inheritance stone had been lost once before, and it had been stolen by Qingyu Day-Night. The Day-Night clan was not worried, as no one in the universe dared to covet the Day-Night clan's belongings. However, the war had just ended, and Night King Jinwu was most afraid that the inheritance stone had been taken away by the Sixth Mainland. That would be troublesome. He looked around, but he could not find it. The inheritance stone had really been lost. Lu Yin was carried by the monkey like a corpse. The monkey saw a planet, and just as he was about to bring Lu Yin up, a spacecraft rose up from the planet and flew towards them. The monkey was shocked, and he hurriedly grabbed Lu Yin to escape. The spacecraft belonged to the Sixth Mainland, and he could recognize it at a glance. The Sixth Mainland's entire region was connected by soil, and they rarely built spacecraft. However, after the invasion of the Fifth Mainland, they had begun to build some, and they had a unique style that was completely different from the Fifth Mainland spacecraft. The sixth mainland's cultivators on this spacecraft were definitely planning to evacuate, but they had unintentionally encountered Luin. The spacecraft shot out a beam of light that swept through the heavens. The monkey cursed under his breath and quickly fled with Luin. However, the spacecraft had no intention of giving up, and it continued to chase after them. It was not that the sixth mainland's cultivators were determined to kill Luin, but rather that the monkey was fleeing in the same direction as them. It did not matter if they killed Luin along the way, as everyone from the fifth mainland was an enemy. Within the spacecraft, one of the sixth mainland's cultivators said, "Pay attention to the front. That's the border of the technocracy. Don't go in or else you'll be easily entangled by the technocracy's machines." Understood. A beam of light shot out, and the monkey dodged it with great difficulty. Following that, a middle-aged man walked out of the spacecraft and sneered at Luin. He raised his sword and viciously slashed down. The middle-aged man was a cruiser, and Ghost Monkey could not fight against him. Ghost Monkey was shocked, and he charged forward without thinking. Suddenly, everything around him changed, and it was as if he had crossed a line and arrived in an unfamiliar region of space. The middle-aged man's sword slashed down, and a terrifying force swept out. Ghost Monkey did not have time to think, and he hurriedly grabbed Luin and fled. The middle-aged man sneered. "Don't even think about living after entering the technocracy." He then returned to the spacecraft, which turned around and flew off in a different direction. To them, chasing Luin was just a pastime. They were about to return to the sixth mainland anyway, and the spacecraft could not take them away, so they might as well play around. Thus, Ghost Monkey and Luin were sent to the technocracy. Ghost Monkey did not know the way, but he instinctively felt that something was wrong. This was especially so when he saw the metal frame in the distance that connected dozens of planets. He suddenly remembered that this was the intersection between the Innerverse and the technocracy. He hurriedly tried to return, but the giant metal frame moved and swept over, distorting the void. Ghost Monkey grabbed Luin and dodged, but then, countless metal spikes shot out and pierced through the void. Ghost Monkey cursed inwardly. This was clearly the border of the technocracy, but there wasn't even a defense force. Wasn't this just opening the door for others to rob? No matter how much Ghost Monkey cursed, he had already brought Luin into the technocracy. This was a completely unfamiliar region, and he was confused. He knew that if he turned back, he would be attacked again. He also did not know if that spacecraft was waiting outside, and he was especially afraid that Night King Jinwu would chase after him. However, if they continued forward, they would still die, so they might as well turn back. At that moment, a metal spike pierced through the void and pierced Lu Yin's abdomen, leaving behind a trail of blood. Ghost Monkey was also heavily injured by the spike, and it was branded on Lu Yin's right arm. The spike's attack was too powerful, and it had a power level of at least 100,000. This was the defense of the technocracy's border. Just because it could not be seen did not mean that it did not exist. No one knew how many methods were hidden in the void. Any powerhouse who tried to barge into the technocracy would have to charge straight through, regardless of whether they were in outer space or the void. Even if they were in outer space, they would all be swept away. This was the only way to enter the technocracy. Of course, there was another way to easily enter the technocracy, and that was to die. The technocracy blocked the living, but they could not block the dead. The dead did not need to be blocked, as they were just cosmic trash that could not be cared for. Luin was now cosmic trash. The heart arrow had pierced through his heart, and the metal spike had pierced through his abdomen. There was no way for him to survive. No matter how powerful the technocracy's methods were, they could only detect that he was dead. In reality, Luin was indeed dead, but he was not. He was circulating the arcane art of life and death. The arcane art of life and death was for the dead to cultivate, and the conditions for it were extremely harsh. It was widely spread throughout the universe, but no one had ever succeeded in cultivating it. Anyone who had tried to cultivate it had truly died. Lu Yin was the only person known to have successfully cultivated it. On Driftcharge Planet, he had relied on the arcane art of life and death to survive. After the spacecraft had exploded, he had circulated the arcane art of life and death a second time. This was his third time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1004. It seemed that after successfully cultivating the arcane art of life and death once, it would not be that difficult to cultivate it in the future. The only exception would be if the person was directly turned to dust, but even a progenitor would not be able to save them. Everyone had the ability to heal themselves, and the arcane art of life and death would not stimulate this potential. In fact, it would even suppress a person's ability to heal and worsen their injuries. This potential would then be converted into power. If a person died, everything would be gone, but as long as they were alive, this power would be fed back to the body. This phenomenon of suppressing one's ability to heal was exactly the same as a dead person's. No matter how advanced the technocracy's technology was, they could not detect the arcane art of life and death. Lu Yin would be nothing more than a piece of cosmic trash under the technocracy's detection. The universe was the same, it was filled with unknown variables and strange astronomical phenomena. Because there were too many humans in the human domain, the powerhouses used their own methods to erase many astronomical phenomena, which allowed the human domain to stabilize internally. However, the technocracy was different. Internal astronomical phenomena occurred frequently, and they swept through the entire domain. Lu Yin floated in the technocracy for more than 10 days before he was finally swept up by a current and thrown to the north. The technocracy was not very large, and it was much smaller than the human domain's outerverse. Usually, a single astronomical phenomenon could traverse the entire domain. Lu Yin had been thrown there, and no one knew what the future held. In the innerverse, as the sixth mainland retreated, the various powers from the fifth mainland began to return to their old haunt. Gu Shaoer was very excited. Ever since he had wanted to participate in the battle at the General Appointment Platform, he had run away and found a place to forge a new one. In any case, the sixth mainland would definitely snatch it away, and no one would be able to take it back from the Dao Source Three Skies. Thus, he might as well forge one and give the Hall of Honor a way out. Gu Shaoer puffed out his chest and stepped on the platform towards the cosmic sea. At the same time, he turned on his gadget to show off, but he found that the signal was still blocked. Forget it, I won't tell them in advance. Those people must be sighing right now. I wonder what kind of expressions they'll have when they see me stepping on the platform. Ha 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 ha. I went deep into the sixth mainland to snatch it back. Right, how did I do it? I have to make up a story. Gu Shaoer's head hurt. At this time, a large spaceship appeared in the distance. Gu Shaoer's eyes lit up, and he immediately stopped it. The super-large spacecraft just so happened to be a transport spacecraft. Although the General Appointment Platform was large, it was still able to carry the cargo. As for the things that were originally being transported, they were rudely thrown away by Gu Shaoer. He was the young master of the Neoverse Smokescreen Mountain Range, and he didn't care about the Innerverse people. He didn't even care about the Day-Night Clan or the Sword Sect. The General Appointment Platform was very famous, but not many people had seen it before. After all, it had always been in Universe Ocean. Gu Shaoer felt that it was very tiring for him to forge the General Appointment stage. He went to the ship's restaurant and had a very comfortable meal. Many cultivators around him looked at him curiously. These cultivators had been hiding and only dared to come out when they heard that the war had ended. They were doing things like transporting supplies. Gu Shao disdained to speak to this group of people, as there wasn't even a single cruiser on the spacecraft. Everyone was just a passerby. Have you heard? The Cosmic Ocean's Leon's Armada has officially declared war on the Day-Night Clan, and they've declared that they're going to destroy the Day-Night Clan. Nonsense, of course I've heard. Ever since Arbiter Zhenwu exposed Lu Yin's crimes, Leon's Armada has been in an uproar. Who is this Lu Yin? How can he make the four tyrants fight against the Day-Night Clan? He's a very talented young man, and it's said that he was an unequaled leader back in the day. Unequaled leader? That's amazing, but it's a pity that he's actually a traitor. Gu Shao continued to eat. Suddenly, he blinked. Traitor. Lu Yin. He thought about it, but it didn't seem like it. Also, how did this guy get involved with Leon's Armada? Was he a pirate? How confusing. Who knows if he's a traitor or not? Some say that he is, while others say that he isn't. He definitely is. Otherwise, why would the 6th Mainland's Dowsource 3 Skies care about a cruiser? They're just putting on an act to steal the general appointment platform. I don't think so. I've been asking around for the past 2 days, and it said that Lu Yin offended the Day-Night Clan. Arbiter Zhenwu is just trying to establish his power. Many people say the same thing. There are quite a few of the 10 arbiters who don't agree that Lu Yin is a traitor. The Astral Combat Academy, the Lockbreaker Society, and even the Sword Sect don't agree with the Day-Night Clan. I never thought that a puny cruiser cultivator would cause such a huge debate. Actually, this has nothing to do with Lu Yin anymore. He's already been eliminated, and the current debate is that some people say that Arbiter Zhenwu wants to be above the 10 arbiters. He says that Lu Yin is a traitor, and anyone who opposes him is an enemy. After all, he stole the general appointment platform, and I've heard that whoever steals it will receive a great reward. I've heard that as well, but I'm not sure what the reward is or what realm inheritance it is. Gu Shao blinked, and the piece of meat in his mouth fell out. Arbiter Zhenwu stole the general appointment platform. He slowly turned around and looked behind the spacecraft. What should he do? He felt awkward. Wasn't this just a waste of effort? With a bang, Gu Shao angrily smashed the table and glared fiercely at the cultivators who were discussing the matter. The general appointment platform that Night King Zhenwu stole is fake. He then angrily left. As for the fake general appointment platform, he did not want it anymore, leaving behind a group of stunned cultivators. After Night King Zhenwu took back the general appointment platform, the Hall of Honor granted him the highest position and the right to inherit the Star Tower. At the same time, the Night King clan was given the title of Honorable Family, and anyone who wanted to attack the Night King clan would be able to borrow the Hall of Honor's power. Arbiter Zhenwu's name had spread throughout the universe. Although the 10 arbiters' names had long since spread throughout the universe, at this moment, they represented the pinnacle of glory. Even the group from the Neoverse had been suppressed. As for whether or not Lu Yin was a traitor, that had yet to be determined. Night King Zhenwu did not have any concrete evidence, and if he wanted to determine Lu Yin's identity, then neither Leon's Armada nor the Astral Combat Academy would agree. During the 6th Mainland's invasion of the 5th Mainland, the Astral Combat Academy had displayed a terrifying strength to the universe. All of the headmasters were envoys, and the most terrifying one was Astral 10's crazy headmaster. In a fit of madness, he had slapped an imprinter with a power level of 700,000 to death. That was before the appearance of the celestial phenomenon, so no one dared to provoke Astral 10. Lu Yin was from Astral 10, and although Astral 10's headmaster often went crazy, there were times when he wasn't. No one dared to offend someone with a power level of 700,000 with a single slap. It was too terrifying. There was also the Lockbreaker Society, which was similarly influential. Lu Yin was a lockbreaker after all, and without concrete evidence, they naturally had to protect the reputation of lockbreakers. Although Lu Yin had not been determined by the Hall of Honor, the Day-Night Clan, Sun family, Blaze Realm, Ross Empire, and other great powers had spread rumors that caused his reputation to be tarnished. Just as Night King Jinwu had said, he would not be able to rest in peace even if he died. The sixth mainland had retreated, and there were too many things to take care of in the Innerverse, Cosmic Sea, and Neoverse. Now that the external enemy was gone, internal strife would begin. Lu Yin's matter would only affect them for a while, and it would quickly be forgotten. After all, he was just a young cruiser. Only Leon's Armada and the Day-Night Clan would pay close attention to this matter and become mortal enemies. 1 month later. Time passed quickly, and exactly 1 month had passed since the sixth mainland's retreat. The celestial phenomenon that had covered the entire Innerverse and half of the Cosmic Sea had disappeared. It was as if the sixth mainland's retreat would cause the celestial phenomenon to disappear as well. Many people began to worry that the sixth mainland would make a comeback once the celestial phenomenon disappeared. However, such worries were unnecessary, as the death of 2 imprinters was something that the sixth mainland could not bear. Unless they wanted to take a gamble or directly invite a progenitor, they would not easily invade the sixth mainland again. Progenitors had their own concerns, and the more they knew, the more apprehensions they would have, and the more hesitant they would be to take action. This time, it was the symbol progenitor, but what about the next time? Perhaps it would be progenitor Qin. The human domain's sixth mainland's invading cultivators had retreated, but no one in the astral beast domain knew about it. After all, the astral river had yet to disappear and was still isolated from the outside world. The fact that the astral beast domain had been able to contend with the human domain for so many years meant that they had an extremely strong foundation. After the celestial phenomenon disappeared, some people discovered that even the astral river's energy had begun to decline, and the rate of decline was accelerating. This news excited countless people. The Innerverse had been invaded by the sixth mainland, and their resources had been greatly damaged. They urgently needed the Outerverse support. As long as the Innerverse and Outerverse were reconnected, the various great powers of the Innerverse would definitely wreak havoc in the Outerverse like locusts. The technocracy was very quiet, and occasionally, a giant machine would pass by and sweep away the universe's trash. There were many research teams in the technocracy, and each team was equivalent to a great power in the human domain. Unlike the various human powers, the technocracy's research teams rarely went to war. Although the technocracy was the human domain's enemy, that did not mean that there were no humans in the technocracy. Regardless of whether it was humans or astral beasts, both existed here. To ordinary people, it did not matter whether they lived in the technocracy or the human domain. The technocracy itself would not cause too much of a change to the planets that ordinary people lived on. Lu Yin was flung to the north of the technocracy by the celestial phenomenon, and he slowly floated through space until he finally reached the orbit of a planet satellite. This planet was called Dolan, and it was inhabited by humans. The human civilization on this planet had only just made contact with the universe, and there were only a dozen or so satellites. Due to its small size, there was only one country on the planet. Lu Yin floated in the orbit of the satellite like a corpse, as the orbit of a satellite did not allow for trash. Not long after, a missile soared into the sky from the planet, and its target was Lu Yin. There was a loud boom as the missile exploded, exploding on the surface of Lu Yin's body. The people on the planet thought that Lu Yin would be reduced to ash, but when they saw him clearly again, they were all stunned. Lu Yin was completely unharmed, and he was still calmly floating in space. The scientists on the planet were shocked when they saw this. Immediately detect any signs of life. Reporting, there are no signs of life. It's a biological corpse. All of the scientists felt their scalps go numb. How could a human be completely unharmed after being bombarded by a missile? Not long after, the planet's top leaders all arrived and looked at Lu Yin's image on the screen. Could he be wearing some sort of defensive equipment? No, he's only wearing ordinary clothes, and they're in tatters. It looks like he was beaten to death. There's a lot of blood on his chest and abdomen. Even a missile couldn't kill him. How did a human body do it? Immediately drag him down for research. We might have discovered a new direction of human evolution. This person's body can become so tough. Perhaps there are more people like him in the universe. Drag him down immediately. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1005. Lu Yin's existence sent the entire planet into an uproar, but only the highest echelons of the planet knew about him. Ordinary people definitely did not know about him. Lu Yin was still circulating the arcane art of life and death, and his body was no different from a dead person's. He was dragged away, and over the next few days, the planet's smartest scientists tried all sorts of methods to study him, but they could not harm him at all. Not even a strand of his hair could be pulled off. No weapon could harm him at all, and they even tried to remove his cosmic ring, but to no avail. In the end, they could only collect the bloodstains on his clothes for analysis, but before they could even begin, Lu Yin had disappeared. All the armies and organizations on the planet were in an uproar, and the leaders were furious. Lu Yin was more important than any weapon right now, as he might affect the future of humanity's evolution. The entire army was mobilized and wiped out all the organizations. They had to find Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin was lying quietly in a manor at the edge of a city. The manor was very peaceful, and only the occasional chirping of birds could be heard. Through the window, one could see that the manor was planted with fruit trees. A man and a woman were standing under a fruit tree and whispering to each other. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. A month passed, and Lu Yin was still lying on the bed without any signs of life. The man and woman whispered to each other, "He can't be dead, right? That shouldn't be the case." There's star energy circulating in his body, and although technology can't detect it, any cultivator who's close enough should be able to sense it. I never thought that he would appear here, and in such a state. I never thought that we would run into him again. Lu Yin lay on the bed like a living corpse. In the Interverse, 2 months had passed, and the various great powers had gradually returned. The disputes between the powers never ceased, and the 10 Arbiters' Council was convened on the day after the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated for several years. It was convened by Night King Jinwu, and there was only one goal, to elect the head of the 10 Arbiters. The 10 Arbiters were 10 independent entities that had the authority to supervise and judge the younger generation of the universe. They also had the authority to supervise and ban academies, as well as the ultimate authority over education in the universe. They also had the authority to investigate prisons and secret realms, direct law enforcement, and an army directly under the council. The 10 Arbiters might seem like members of the younger generation, but they held a lot of authority, especially during the 6th Mainland's invasion. The 10 Arbiters had played a role in deciding the fate of the 5th Mainland. Without the 10 Arbiters, even if all of the Neoverse younger generation's top experts had come together, they would not have been able to stop the Realmlings and the Dowsource 3 skies. The 10 Arbiters' status had risen once again after this war. At this critical moment, Night King Jinwu had proposed to select the head of the 10 Arbiters, which shocked the Innerverse and even affected the Neoverse. In the past, no matter what the 10 arbiters did, the Neoverse would not have cared, and the heirs of the major organizations would not have cared either. However, after this battle, the Neoverse no longer dared to underestimate the 10 arbiters. They were truly monsters. If the 10 arbiters were alone, Lu Yin could still deal with them. However, if the 10 arbiters worked together, then even the heirs of the Neoverse would have a hard time dealing with them. On the day Night Clan's homeworld, Night King Jinwu had his hands behind his back as he stared at the 8 screens in front of him. They were the 8-10 arbiters aside from Lan Si. Everyone, don't forget that this might seem like a battle of life and death, but is the Neoverse really going all out? We've all made a move and exposed all our trump cards, but what about the Neoverse? Have you seen the young master of the Aurora Spaceship Company? Have you seen the heir of the Mavis family's tree heart? Have you seen the heir of the Hall of Honor's half-ancestor? Even if you have seen Sirius Song Chioshir, who is known as the 4 Ultimate Maiden, she has only exposed her cultivation realm and lock-breaking. Don't forget that these people are not the only ones in the Neoverse. Not a single one of the core heirs of the 3 Dark Hands has come out. There's also the Hall of Honor, which seems to be the clearest, but is actually the most obscure. Sarati Phoenix spoke from within the screen. The 6th mainland's invasion is a matter of life and death for our 5th mainland, but none of these people have come out. I really don't understand what they're thinking. Invisible Light asked, are they certain that they can stop the 6th mainland, or are they prepared for something else? The Neoverse has always been isolated from the Innerverse and Outerverse. Even if we don't know what the people who have entered the Neoverse are thinking, it feels like they're playing a huge game of chess, and even the 6th mainland is just a participant in this game, Wen Sansi said. Ling Gong's gaze turned cold. We're being used as a shield. If we don't take action, will they take action? They won't. A clear female voice rang out from behind Night King Jinwu. The other 8 arbiters looked over and saw Starsabil. They were all surprised that Starsabil had actually come, and she was even following behind Night King Jinwu. Night King Jinwu's lips curled up into a smile as he stepped aside. Starsabil walked out and looked at the 8 arbiters. Your guesses are correct. The Neoverse is indeed playing a huge game of chess. The participants in this game include both ancient and modern times, and it truly concerns the survival of our 5th mainland and even the entire human race. The 6th mainland's invasion is not enough to make them flip the chessboard. What game of chess? Is the Starsabil sect a participant or the creator? Wen Sansi asked. Starsabil calmly replied, I'm sorry, but I can't say that. I can only tell you that there aren't many people who know the truth of this matter, including the 6th mainland. In short, as Starsabil, who can predict the future, I'm clearly telling you all that if we work together and fight for the 5 astral children and the progenitor's inheritance, we might be able to survive the true calamity in the future. Starsabil's words caused everyone to fall silent, but they did not ask any further questions. Although they were the 10 arbiters and controlled the younger generation, they were not arrogant or conceited. They were merely members of the younger generation and did not have the qualifications to know certain things. Starsabil had only told them to fight for the progenitor's inheritance because they were the only ones who could do so. What they needed to do was fight for a chance at survival in the future. However, they were still the 10 arbiters, and they had tenacious personalities. Their wills could not be controlled by others, and they could not agree to everything that Starsabil said. The selection of the head of the 10 arbiters would bring about too many disputes, as each of the 10 arbiters had the support of a great power behind them. Whoever was the head of the 10 arbiters would not only represent the 10 youths, but also the entire Innerverse. Everyone looked at Night King Jinwu. Did the Day-Night clan want to use this as a starting point to suppress the various great powers of the Innerverse? That was too arrogant. What right did they have? Night King Jinwoo's expression was calm, and he closed the screen with a faint smile. The 10 arbiters did not agree, but they did not object either. Night King Jinwoo had only raised the issue today, and the final result would require the help of the woman beside him. She had personally guaranteed that he would become the head of the 10 arbiters. The first step is complete. Next, you need to find them one by one, Starsabil said as she looked at Night King Jinwoo. Night King Jinwoo looked at her strangely. Your Starsabil's sect has always supported Winsansi, but why are you supporting me this time? Is it because I snatched back the general appointing platform? Is it because I'm about to become one of the 5 astral children? Starsabil nodded. That's one of the reasons, but there's also another reason. We've divined that one person might appear, and that person's appearance might cause a fundamental change in your day-night clan. Who? Night King Jinwoo was curious. Starsabil's gaze trembled. The 3rd Night King. Night King Jinwoo was shocked. The 3rd Night King. What do you know? Starsabil shook her head. I've only divined a trace, but I'm not sure about the specifics. The 6th mainland has invaded our human domain, and they've also invaded the astral beast domain. The astral beast domain has been turned upside down, and it's very likely that the 3rd Night King will be able to escape safely. Night King Jinwoo's breathing quickened, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. It was no wonder why the Starsabil sect had chosen to support them. Once the 3rd Night King escaped, their day-night clan would truly change completely. No one could understand the day-night clan's desire for the 3rd Night King's return. No matter how much Lu Yin had offended the day-night clan, the moment he mentioned the 3rd Night King's whereabouts, the day-night clan would immediately treat him with smiles. Even a powerhouse like Night King Yuanjing had personally conversed with him, which showed just how important the 3rd Night King was to the day-night clan. The information that Lu Yin had provided was indeed helpful to the day-night clan, but they had no way of helping the 3rd Night King escape. They had not expected the 6th mainland's invasion to be such an opportunity. As long as the 3rd Night King returns, no one will be able to stop my day-night clan. I, Night King Jinwoo, am destined to become one of the 5 astral children. Night King Jinwoo was so excited that he trembled. He felt that everything was going smoothly. He had successfully cultivated the Night King heaven-splitting technique, obtained the Night's End, Daybreak, and even received help from the Starsabil sect. The 3rd Night King was likely to return, and he felt that the day-night clan was about to soar. Starsabil looked at the excited Night King Jinwoo and then at the giant stone tablet in the distance. The day-night clan was about to soar, and it all depended on whether or not the divination was accurate. Inexplicably, Lu Yin's face appeared in her mind. She still could not divine this person. It was as if Night King Jinwoo was fated to do so, and with Starsabil's help, he searched for the 10 arbiters one by one and slowly approached the position of leader. Elsewhere, in the technocracy, on planet Dwoluan, a man and a woman were still in the same manner. It looks like he's really dead. Look, there's no movement at all. But there are signs of star energy circulating. Maybe it's because of his cultivation method. He's dead, but his cultivation method is still circulating, and it'll stop after a while. Then let's just bury him. What a pity. All right. The man then stretched out his hand. The moment he touched Lu Yin's body, a huge force sent the man flying. He smashed a large hole in the house and was flung hundreds of meters away. The woman was shocked, and she hurriedly chased after him. After a while, the man limped back with the help of the woman. He had a miserable expression on his face. He's not dead. He's definitely not dead. Just touching him was enough to cause such a huge force. That power definitely surpassed a cruiser's. It's too terrifying. No matter what, I won't touch him. Just let him lie here. That's strange. When we stole him a month ago, his strength didn't rebound. How did it rebound this time? The woman was puzzled. The man thought about it. Maybe he's about to wake up. That's possible. Then let's wait a little longer. There's nothing we can do about it. The two of us definitely won't be able to touch him. If there's really no other choice, we'll just move to another place and treat this place as his grave. Another month quickly passed. On the day Night Clan's homeworld, Night King Jinwoo appeared with Zhua Day Night following behind him. She had been imprisoned for 2 months, and now that she could finally see the sky again, her face was pale and bloodless. You can save them, can't you? Shua. Day Night's hands hung limply by her side. She would never be able to escape from this person's nightmare. I promise you. I will surpass everyone. I will rule over everyone, but I will only be humble in front of you. Night King Jinwoo laughed and lifted Zhua Day Night's chin. Well said. Remember what you said and work hard to climb up. I look forward to the day when you come behind me and submit to me. I hope that one day, I won't have to do anything. You will be my Night King Jinwoo's wife. With that, he turned and left. Once the third Night King appeared, it did not matter if the Day King's bloodline controlled him or not. It did not matter, as they could not resist. In the distance, the cruel scene stopped. The people in the crater crawled out and cried as they hugged the people outside. Zhua Day Night slowly knelt on the ground, her body still trembling. She dug her fingers into the soil and slowly clenched them together as fresh blood flowed out. She had only one path in front of her, and that was to overcome all obstacles. In the end, she had become the wife of the person she hated the most. Where was her goal? What was her motivation? She did not know. She really did not know. She did not even know if she should be alive. Perhaps it would have been better if she had died on planet Pyrolite. Fortunately, she had saved Lu Yin and repaid the favor. She would let this person live on in her stead. On planet Dolan in the technocracy, it had been a peaceful day. Suddenly, the planet's electronics went haywire, and many things exploded. The entire planet seemed to be boiling as formless ripples spread out. The satellites orbiting the planet instantly exploded. No one knew why, and no one could find out. Within the manor, a man and a woman were shocked. They could feel an unimaginably terrifying fluctuation, and they hurriedly retreated. In a room, Lu Yin lay on the bed. He had been unconscious for 3 months before finally waking up. He looked at the unfamiliar room in front of him and was confused for a moment. Then, he suddenly stood up and looked around. "Seventh bro, you're finally awake," the monkey said. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "Where are we?" "You were saved by someone. Zhua Day Night delayed Night King Jinwoo while I escaped with you. Who knew that we'd run into someone from the 6th mainland? You were attacked, and we had no choice but to escape to the technocracy. I fainted as well, and I was sucked into the technocracy's celestial phenomenon. When I woke up, we were already here." "Right, the person who saved you was an old acquaintance." Lu Yin released his domain, and his expression relaxed. He had not expected it to be them. He sat on the bed, raised his hand, and clenched his right fist. Lu Yin was shocked, as his strength had increased dramatically. What was going on? He looked at his heart and saw that the wound from the heart arrow had healed. Why was there so much blood in his abdomen? He took a look, and his expression changed. "Monkey, who did this to my abdomen?" The monkey was helpless. You were attacked by those strange metals when you entered the technocracy. You were lucky. If you had been slightly off, your head might have exploded. Lu Yin grimaced in pain, but his injuries were under control. He quickly swallowed a pill. Lu Yin's left hand twitched, and he looked down. There was something familiar in his hand, the 16 faces. His expression changed. What's this? The Day-Night clan's ancient inheritance stone. Monkey, how did you get this? He asked curiously. The monkey replied, you used the secret art to steal it. Seventh bro, you're really amazing. You're about to die, but you still managed to steal someone's item. This item must be very important if Night King Jinwu keeps it with him. Even if you're dead, stealing it will still disgust him for a long time. The secret art had been stolen. Really? Why didn't Night King Jinwu keep it in his cosmic ring? That kind of luck was unparalleled. Where's Shui Day Night? The monkey fell silent. Lu Yin asked again. The monkey helplessly answered, I don't know. She stayed behind to delay Night King Jinwu while I carried you and escaped. But don't worry, she won't die. Night King Jinwu can't bear to kill her after she comprehended night's end, daybreak, but it's possible in this lifetime. The monkey did not finish his sentence, but Lu Yin could guess what he was going to say. He looked out the window with a complicated expression. He owed her too much. Shui Day Night was using the rest of her life to keep him alive. Seventh bro, if it's possible, you should save her. That Night King Jinwu isn't a good person. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Nonsense. Outside the room, a man and woman carefully approached. Lu Yin got off the bed and walked over to the window. Come in. They entered, and when they saw that Lu Yin was awake, the man probed, deaf-mute bro. Lu Yin turned around and smiled. Long time no see, Huang San, Yan Shaojing. The people who had saved Lu Yin were Huang San and Yan Shaojing. Back when they had attacked the Outerverse with the Bloodburn Realm had been defeated, and ancestor Yan Qing had died. They had also offended Autumn Frost Qing, and the two had not dared to return to the Sixth Mainland for fear of Autumn Frost Qing's revenge. Instead, they had remained in the technocracy until now. They had coincidentally saved Lu Yin. Actually, it could not be considered saving him, as this planet's abilities could not harm Lu Yin at all. They had merely stolen him out. I never thought that we would be so fated to run into each other in the technocracy, Huang San said with a smile. Yan Shaojing looked at Lu Yin but did not say anything. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you for saving me. Huang San hurriedly said, we don't have the ability to save you. You were the one who flew here, and we only brought you here. He paused for a moment before continuing, speaking of which, how did you get beaten up like that? You're like the living dead, and everyone who sees you thinks that you're dead. Lu Yin shook his head. Let's not talk about the past. Can you let me rest here for a few days? Tens of thousands of years is no problem. This house was meant to be your grave anyway, Huang San blurted out. Yan Shaojing quickly pinched him, causing him to gasp and laugh dryly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you. Over the next few days, Lu Yin sensed his own body and confirmed that he had probably been circulating the arcane art of life and death. His battle force had risen to 9 lines, and his physical strength had increased by a large margin. He was much stronger than before, and the range of his domain had expanded by nearly 2 times. This could be considered a qualitative improvement, and he guessed that the number of rune lines in his body had increased by nearly half. It was a pity that he could not see them in the technocracy. This was very frightening. In other words, he was confident that he now had the ability to fight against the 10 arbiters. The crisis of life and death had brought about a leap in his strength. It had been the same back on Driftcharge Planet. Using the arcane art of life and death twice had allowed him to surpass Lu Xiaoqiu and Night Queen Yanqing. This time, however, he could truly rival the 10 Arbiters. Back then, he had guessed that once he became a cruiser, he might be able to rival the 10 Arbiters. He had guessed correctly, but he had not guessed the process, and he had almost died. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he looked into outer space. He recalled the battle in outer space and vaguely remembered Zhuo Dayknight's lonely figure. Night King Jinwu, he would get his revenge soon. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1007. Under the starry sky, Huang San walked over with 2 bottles of wine and handed one to Lu Yin. Lu Yin accepted it and took a sip. You don't plan on returning to the 6th mainland? Huang San shook his head. That'll be difficult. Even if I do, I might face trouble from the Autumn Frost family. If I don't go back, the Huang family might be fine. Lu Yin replied, the war is over, and the 6th mainland has retreated. Huang San was shocked. Your 5th mainland actually managed to withstand it. How miraculous. Lu Yin laughed. Miraculous. No one knew what was hidden in the 5th mainland's neoverse. The 6th mainland was absolutely confident that it could crush the 5th mainland, but Lu Yin felt that the 5th mainland was not as simple as it seemed. They had hidden themselves too deeply. Even without mentioning anything else, not a single one of the 3 dark hands had appeared during the battle at the Cosmic Sea. They must have had some other plan. No one knew what it was, and even the Outerverse great powers probably did not know. They were too naive. Deaf-mute bro, I'm really curious. Who beat you up like that? Huang San asked again. Lu Yin was silent for a moment. An old enemy. From the 5th mainland. Huang San was shocked. Lu Yin nodded. You wouldn't know even if I told you. Do you plan on living in the technocracy in the future? Huang San shook his head. I don't know. We'll see. Lu Yin glanced at the manor. She's willing to follow you. Huang San's expression was gloomy as he shook his head. We're just snuggling up to each other for warmth. Since she's snuggling up to you, it means that she cares. At the very least, you have a special place in her heart. Congratulations. Huang San forced a smile. He hoped that Yan Xiaojing would truly like him and not snuggle up to him out of desperation. However, he was satisfied as long as he could be with the person he loved, even if they had to settle down in the technocracy in the future. Lu Yin took out his gadget and tested it, but there was no signal. There was no signal from the human domain here, so he could not contact anyone. However, there was one function that he could use, which was to scan a star chart. The gadget itself was a signal transmitter that could connect to the outside world. If there was no signal from the outside world, the gadget signal could be sent out to map the surrounding star chart. The range of the star chart was about an entire star system. A star system's range was relatively small compared to the rest of the universe. Lu Yin had never used this function before, and he did not dare to use it right now. If he did, the signal would be intercepted by the technocracy's research teams. Is there any way to leave this place? Huang San smiled bitterly. We came here to avoid Autumn Frost Qing, but we ended up here by accident. We don't even know where we are, let alone leave. Lu Yin muttered to himself as he touched his gadget. If he didn't leave, then he would be trapped in the technocracy forever. This was not what he wanted. What was the difference between that and death? Over the next few days, he familiarized himself with his new body while exploring the planet. However, he soon discovered that the planet's technology was only limited to its periphery, and it could barely launch satellites. It couldn't even explore a single star system, let alone help him leave. Even if he took a collapsible spacecraft and flew in a random direction, his chances of leaving were much higher than using this planet. He had no choice but to take the risk. He activated his gadget and sent out a signal to explore the surrounding star systems. As he turned on his gadget, a screen appeared before his eyes and scanned his surroundings. Dolan was the first to appear, and as the center point, it spread out in all directions. Soon, a star map of the entire galaxy appeared. Luin was confused as he looked at the star map. He couldn't understand it. A single star system was too small, and it was impossible to find the path to the human domain. Huang San was shocked when he saw Luin explore the surrounding star systems, and he hurriedly told Luin to turn it off. "Deaf mute bro, this is the technocracy. Even someone from the sixth mainland like me knows that the entire technocracy is monitored by the mainframe. You're going to kill us all if you keep playing like this." Yan Xiaojing looked at Luin solemnly. Luin apologized, "Sorry, I want to go back." Huang San was helpless and didn't say anything else. Luin said, "How about this? I'll leave this planet and then explore the surrounding star systems." Huang San wanted to say something, but Yan Xiaojing spoke first. "Thank you." Luin nodded, as he understood the two. They had originally planned to live a peaceful life, and he really couldn't disturb them. Before leaving, Luin asked Huang San seriously, "Are you really willing to live in seclusion here?" Huang San was unwilling. He was still a young man, so how could he possibly be willing? However, asking him to return to the sixth mainland would be suicide. The Autumn Frost family was too powerful for him to resist. If he wanted the Huang and Yan families to be safe, then he would have to live in seclusion. Luin patted Huang San's shoulder and then flew into outer space. This was also very dangerous, as he had heard before that no one could investigate the situation within the technocracy. The only way to find out was to barge in. The entire technocracy was under surveillance, and it was impossible for anyone to sneak in. Fortunately, Luin had already entered, and he had even entered as a dead person. As long as he could enter, the internal surveillance wouldn't be so exaggerated. Huang San watched Lu Yin's departing figure with a complicated expression. Yan Xiaojing walked over to his side. "I'm sorry. I've implicated you." Huang San looked at Yan Xiaojing in confusion. "Wasn't I the one who implicated you?" "Xiaojing, you dumped Autumn Frost Qing because of me. I've implicated you, but there's no helping it. Being handsome is always troublesome." Yan Xiaojing smiled, as Huang San loved to make her happy and make her feel sweet. "Actually, we can leave. Even if we don't go to the sixth mainland, we can still go to the fifth mainland. It'll be difficult. We can't even cross the border. We'll see. We're not completely secluded, and we still have our futon. Who knows, maybe one day, I'll obtain a progenitor's inheritance, and the entire universe will want to curry favor with me," Huang San said with an inexplicable confidence. Yan Xiaojing grunted and then looked in the direction of the sixth mainland. Who would be willing to live in seclusion here? After leaving Dolan, Luin randomly found a planet to land on. He watched as countless vortexes swept past him. This planet was filled with a strange poisonous gas and powerful storms, and each vortex was powerful enough to tear apart a Lemur's body. It was the perfect place for him to land. If he wanted to leave the technocracy, he would have to find a route, but it was impossible with his gadget's limited range. Luin could only do one thing right now, and that was to raise his die. He wanted to roll possession and merge with someone from the technocracy. With his strength, the person he merged with would definitely not be weak, and there was a high chance that they would learn about the star map. Now, he just had to see if he could roll possession. Rolling possession in the time-stop space would be useless, so he could only rely on luck. Fortunately, it had been a long time since he had rolled his die, so he hoped that he could roll it on the first try. Lu Yin thought about it for a while and then took off his cosmic ring. He placed it to the side and held less than a cube of star essence in his left hand. This amount of star essence should only be enough for him to merge with someone from the technocracy. He hoped that there would be someone from the technocracy who would allow him to merge with them. Lu Yin took a deep breath and tapped out with his finger. The die slowly spun until it finally stopped at possession. He was delighted, but then, his vision turned dark as a familiar scene appeared before him. He was surrounded by scattered balls of light. He looked around and then found the brightest and hottest one. He rushed over, hoping that it would be someone from the technocracy. The scene changed again, and Lu Yin was able to clearly see his surroundings. The first thing that entered his vision was a pair of mechanical tentacles. He jumped in fright and hurriedly retreated, only to discover that his body was very strange. He looked down and was shocked to find that he had merged with an ant. An ant? How could this be? How could an ant merge with an ant? He was at a loss. He moved a little and found that he was actually in a mechanical body. Lu Yin had never encountered such a strange thing in his life. Was he now a mechanical ant? He moved his tentacles in a very unaccustomed manner. It was a very strange feeling. He looked up and saw an ant in front of him, but when he turned around, he saw that there were mechanical ants everywhere. What the hell? Lu Yin did not hesitate and jumped onto the mechanical ant in front of him. He looked around and was shocked to find that this entire space was filled with mechanical ants. He had fallen into an ant nest. It would have been fine if these were ordinary ants, but all of the ants here were mechanical. Since he had merged with them, it meant that these mechanical ants were highly intelligent and powerful. With Lu Yin's current strength, the ants that had merged with him were at least at the hunter realm. This place was filled with countless mechanical ants. Could they all be hunters? The more Lu Yin thought about it, the more terrified he became. It couldn't be, right? There were at least tens of millions of mechanical ants here, and this was just what he could see. There might be even more that he could not see. If all of them were hunters, then they could sweep through the outerverse and cause a disaster for the entire human domain. Lu Yin moved his body uneasily and jumped from one ant to the next. He wanted to see just how many there were, but the strange thing was that these mechanical ants were all motionless. There was clearly no way to control them, but they were just motionless. The entire space was rather dim, and Lu Yin continued to jump around. Even after half a day, he still could not see the end. The mechanical ants were still so densely packed that he could not see clearly. He was horrified. Could this be something that the technocracy had specially created to deal with the human domain? If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. There were too many of them, and Lu Yin could not sense the strength of the ants that he had merged with. They were all mechanical and did not have any star energy, domains, or battle force. They could not even speak. This was strange. That was strange. How could something like that be assimilated? Someone had definitely created this many mechanical ants. Right now, Lu Yin just wanted to find the person who had created them. It did not matter even if the person in front of him was an envoy-level powerhouse. He wanted to see just where this place was. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed. Time was up, and he was dragged back. By the time Lu Yin could see his surroundings again, he had already returned to the planet he had landed on. There were vortexes as far as the eye could see. The shock in Lu Yin's eyes did not fade. The scene that had just occurred was like a dream, but he was sure that it was real. There really were countless powerful mechanical ants here. Who had created these mechanical ants, and what was their purpose? He did not dare to think about it, as there were just too many of them. He kept this matter firmly in his heart, as he would definitely report it to Master Yuan when he returned. Right now, he recovered his die and continued to roll it, hoping that he could get another 6 pips. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1008. His luck wasn't as good this time, and he rolled 5 points, borrowing innate gift. This point was the most useless to him, as he couldn't roll it in front of others. The time limit for borrowing an innate gift was too long, and there were very few people who could touch someone with an innate gift within 10 seconds. He had wasted 1 chance, but he still had 2 more. Lu Yin sighed and continued shaking his head. While Lu Yin was trapped in the technocracy, in the Innerverse, Night King Jinwu walked out of the sword sect with a faint smile on his face. Star Sibyl was by his side. Congratulations, Lu Tianmu has agreed. Star Sibyl smiled. Night King Jinwu was in a good mood. Of the 10 arbiters, Lu Tianmu was the most difficult to get along with, but she was also the most powerful. If she had not agreed, it would have been impossible for Night King Jinwu to become the head of the 10 arbiters. Fortunately, Star Sibyl had helped him and used a special method to get Lu Tianmu to agree. He looked at Star Sibyl. Only Xing Kai, Lan Si, Wine Tycoon, and Si He are left. Star Sibyl confidently replied, "There's no need to look for Xing Kai. He's already surpassed the age limit of the younger generation, and whoever becomes the leader of the 10 arbiters has nothing to do with him." "But he won't back down so easily," Night King Jinwu replied. Star Sibyl smiled. "That's under the premise that the other arbiters don't care. If the other arbiters express their stance, then he will have no choice but to retreat. It's impossible for them to express their stance. Everyone's almost at the critical point, including myself. No one wants to withdraw from the 10 Arbiters Council just because of their age. Xing Kai is the first person to exceed the age limit as one of the 10 Arbiters. Now, we'll have to see how we handle this. If we don't handle it well, then the other 10 Arbiters might resent us," Night King Jinwu said. "That has nothing to do with you. Just make sure that Xing Kai doesn't oppose you this time," Star Sibyl said. Night King Jinwu's gaze trembled. Lan Si is in the Outerverse, so there's no need to worry about him. The only ones left are Wine's Piper and Curly Lotus. Wine's Piper doesn't matter, but that woman is always drunk and doesn't know anything. She doesn't object to anything either. Only Curly Lotus is more troublesome. When Su He was mentioned, even Star Sibyl became cautious. That person is very frightening, and it's as if he's hiding himself too deeply. No one knows what he's thinking, but I have a handle on him that can guarantee that he'll agree to you becoming the head of the 10 Arbiters. Night King Jinwu glanced at Star Sibyl, as his heart was filled with dread towards this woman. All of the 10 Arbiters had agreed to let Lu Yin become the head of the 10 Arbiters, and most of the credit went to this woman. She knew too many things, and since she knew about other people's matters, did she also know about Lu Yin's matters? Thinking of this, he subconsciously touched his heart, then walked forward without a care. Star Sibyl had a faint smile on her face the entire time, and she followed behind Night King Jinwu as if she was truly submitting to him. Not long after Lu Yin left the sword sect, he received a message from his personal terminal. He glanced at it, and his face lit up with joy. The Star Tower is about to open, and it'll only take about a year or so. Star Sibyl looked up. "Congratulations, everything is progressing in your favor. If everything goes well, you will become one of the 5 astral children, and one of the other 10 arbiters might become one as well. At that time, we'll welcome the return of the 3rd Night King, and the Day-Night clan will become the greatest power in the entire Innerverse. We'll be able to look down on the Neoverse. Night King Jinwu was ecstatic. Not only that, but he would also obtain the Night's End, Daybreak, which would double his strength. Coupled with the Arrow progenitor's inheritance, no one in the younger generation would be his match. Once he became an Enlighter, he would be able to sweep through the Dao Source 3 skies. Advancing from the Hunter realm to the Enlighter realm was different from cultivating before. The deeper one's foundation as a hunter, the stronger one would be when they became an Enlighter. Night King Jinwu was confident that if everything went well, he would be able to fight against a powerhouse with a power level of 400,000 once he became an Enlighter. Let alone the younger generation, even the older generation would be shocked. That would be the moment when Night King Jinwu would truly reign supreme over the universe. Once Night King Jinwu received the news, the others naturally received it as well. The 10 arbiters, Xia Tian, Taiyuan Jun, and the other kings, as well as Qiu Shi and Gu Shaoer from the Neoverse, received the news as well. The competition for the Star Tower inheritance was one of the greatest events in the Neoverse. At that time, the 5 strongest people in the entire human domain would be determined, and they would obtain the progenitor's inheritance. In the Sword Sect, Lu Tianmu's expression was calm, but her eyes burned with passion. She wondered who would be able to withstand the 12th sword in the competition for the Star Tower inheritance, and she was looking forward to it. In the Lingling clan, Ling Ke had already returned, but he had been punished by Ling Gong. He looked sullen. I didn't do anything wrong. Why can't I run when I run into one of the Dao Source 3 skies? Ling Ke was dissatisfied. Ling Gong walked out. Lu Yin didn't run, so why did you run? You disgrace. Ling Ke bared his teeth. How can I compare to him? He's a freak. During the battle at the Cosmic Sea, no one besides him was able to harm Ziyi. You can't either. It's a pity that he was played to death by Night King Jinwu, and even his reputation has been tarnished. Ling Gong had a complicated look in her eyes. She would never believe that Lu Yin had colluded with Ziyi, but the universe was cruel. Without any evidence, Night King Jinwu could use the Day-Night clan's influence to smear Lu Yin's reputation. If not for Leon's Armada, the Astral Combat Academy, and the Lockbreaker Society restraining him, Lu Yin's reputation would have been ruined, and he might have gone down in history as an infamous figure. However, things were not much better now. At the very least, the entire Day-Night flow zone was cursing him, as was the Blazing Mist flow zone. However, that was Night King Jinwu's business, and she could not control it. At most, she could prevent the Lingling clan from participating. When she thought about Lu Yin, she felt that it was a pity. That person's innate gift was too high, so high that it was terrifying. If he had continued to grow, he would have definitely been one of the 10 arbiters. In the future, he might have even surpassed them and become the leader. Oh fuck, did you get wine from? Hurry up and play with us. Once you're done, I'll buy more for you. The woman was confused, and her face turned red. No, no wine. Shut the fuck up and play with us. The pirate grabbed the woman and was about to force her to the ground. The woman pouted. I thought that you bastards would be lucky enough to get some good wine. Since it's fake, then I'll squeeze you dry. Brother, this woman wants to squeeze you dry. Come on, the surrounding pirates jeered. The woman burped, and her eyes suddenly turned cold. An indescribably strange atmosphere descended, and the bodies of the pirates suddenly froze. Soon after, the leader's body shriveled up. First, it was his hands, then his legs. The process was very slow, but it could not be stopped. He was gradually turning to ash. The leader's face turned pale as he stared in horror at his hands that had turned to ash. Then, his entire body crashed to the ground, and his legs were gone. "Help! Help! Help! Help!" The surrounding pirates were so frightened that they fell to the ground and looked at the woman in horror. The woman burped again. "I said I'd squeeze you dry, hee." "Run!" one of the pirates shouted and tried to escape, but his legs suddenly turned to ash as well. Half of his body smashed into the wall, and the other pirates did not dare to move. They could only watch as their bodies shriveled up and then disappeared. Not long after, the woman staggered out of the ship, her face still red. Many of the pirates were envious, but no one knew what had happened inside the ship. If they did, they would have fled long ago. A bunch of trash. Leon's armada isn't anything good. Pirates aren't anything good, the woman said drunkenly. No one knew what she said, but she staggered off into the distance. Suddenly, her gadget rang. The woman glanced at it and was shocked. The Star Tower contest is about to begin. There's still about a year left. I can still drink for a year. In a year. The woman paused for a moment, then cheered loudly, "I'm going to the Neoverse to drink." She then disappeared. This scene shook the pirate port, and all the pirates knew that this woman was not simple. As for the pirates who had taken her away, their whereabouts were unknown. Because the Star Tower was about to open in the Interverse, it caused a stir in many circles, and it was the same in the Neoverse. In the unfamiliar starry sky, a towering mountain slowly floated around dozens of stars. Flames burned at the very top, and from a distance, they looked like cigarette butts that would be extinguished every few seconds. Then, they would burn again, filling the sky with smoke. This was Smoke Gulp Mountain, one of the Neoverse powers. Within Smoke Gulp Mountain, Gu Shao had a miserable expression. "What does this have to do with me? I tried my best, but even that woman Chosher couldn't get the stage." "Dad, you're too unreasonable. Bastard, you still dare to quibble. It's all because you're useless. Smoke Gulp Mountain's smoke is invincible. From today onwards, you'll smoke until you can turn into smoke. Smoking is harmful to your health. Shut up. I haven't settled the score with you for losing the Sirius gong. I already said that it was stolen. No one can steal from Smoke Gulp Mountain. If you're itching for a beating, I'll beat you to death. Save me." The Star Tower contest is about to begin. "Shao, come, I'll give you some special treatment. Save me." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1009. In the Sirius sect, Hua Xiao and Mu Ziying sat across from each other, their expressions downcast. After the Sixth Mainland's invasion, their former pride had been destroyed. It wasn't because of the Sixth Mainland, but because of the Interverse's 10 arbiters. In their eyes, the Interverse was a barren land of resources, but those 10 monsters had appeared. Eldest senior sister didn't gain any advantage either. The birth of the 10 arbiters was a stroke of fate that never happened before and never will happen again. We can only say that we were unlucky to be born in the same era as those monsters, Hua Xiao said helplessly. Mu Ziying looked up. "You're underestimating eldest senior sister. She's known as the 4 ultimate beauties, but she's never been serious about anyone." Hua Xiao frowned. "Actually, I've always been curious. Who gave her the title of 4 ultimate beauties? You and I have never met before." Mu Ziying shook her head. "I don't know." At that moment, there was a ding, and the two looked at their gadgets at the same time. They then looked at each other in shock. The Star Tower contest is about to begin. This time, it's different from the past. The universe's 10 arbiters entitled kings can all participate, especially Knight King Jinwu, who monopolized one of the inheritances. We can only fight for the remaining 4 inheritances. Hua Xiao smiled bitterly. I never thought that there would be a day where we would be trampled on. Knight King Jinwu has hidden himself too well. It's just a pity that Lu Yin is a genius. He was able to injure the Dao Source 3 Skies as a cruiser. He's the only one who's done that in the entire campaign. Don't worry about him. There's no need to talk about the dead. We'll be working together this time. Of course. Right, do you want to discuss this with eldest senior sister? Forget it. Eldest senior sister won't join us. In a certain region of the Interverse, an ancient warship lay in space. This was Astral 10. During the 6th Mainland's invasion, the Astral Combat Academy had displayed an incomparably terrifying strength. Although Astral 10 had the fewest mentors and students, the crazy headmaster had caused a huge commotion. On this day, a woman arrived at Astral 10 to look for Xiao Luo. At Astral 10's space station, Xiao Luo looked at the woman in front of him. I guessed that you would come looking for me. Standing in front of Xiao Luo was Starsabil, but not the same generation as the 10 arbiters. Instead, she was the leader of the Astral Academy, who had participated in the Astral Combat Tournament. The contest for the Star Tower is about to begin. You should be going back, right? Starsabil asked. Xiao Luo smiled. Of course. After waiting for so long, it's finally about to begin. The 6th Mainland is invading, and your classmate Lu Yin is famous throughout the universe, Starsabil said. Xiao Luo sighed. He's too high profile. Arbiter Jinwu is meticulous and vicious, so there's no way he'll let him live. However, I never thought that Knight King Jinwu wouldn't even spare his reputation. It looks like he's planning on intimidating the Interverse with this and paving the way for him to become the head of the 10 arbiters. Is that what you want? Starsabil's eyes flickered. I don't really have any expectations. I'm just going with the flow. The Interverse needs a leader after all. Xiao Luo smiled. If you say so, then so be it. Starsabil looked at Xiao Luo, and her eyes grew brighter. I can feel your fighting spirit. The 6th Mainland has invaded, and the stars are shining brightly. Lu Yin's name has spread throughout the universe, and he's battling the Dao Source 3 Skies. It seems like you can't sit still any longer. Xiao Luo stretched his back lazily. That's right. You stopped singing and I went up on stage. It's time for us to make a move. You, me, the 3 dark hands, the Hall of Honor on the surface, Mavis and the others to make a move. Although this war is a farce, the Sea King did one thing right and restored our skies. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken for us to truly make a move. Starsabil had a strange look in her eyes. We've already waited for so many years, so it doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. However, now is the time. She then turned to leave, but before she left, she suddenly asked, if it's possible, will you take revenge for Lu Yin? Xiao Luo's eyes trembled. I'll give it a try. Starsabil's eyes flashed, and she left Astral 10. Xiao Luo retracted his gaze and sank into deep thought. This generation was different from the past. The birth of the 10 arbiters had given the Interverse the ability to compete with the Neoverse. Even Xiao Luo could not say that he could suppress the 10 arbiters. The Neoverse had its own plans for the future, and so did the Interverse. Otherwise, the 10 arbiters would not have been born. Lu Yin looked out into space, and the future seemed to have changed. Although he did not know too many secrets, he had a feeling that the innerverse had already broken away from the neoverse's control. The appearance of the 10 arbiters was the best example, and all of this definitely had something to do with the Starsibyl sect. Xiao Luo sighed and looked back at Astral 10. He then lifted his foot and left. This time, he might never return. On the other side, in the technocracy, Lu Yin helplessly put away his die. He had used up all of his uses and could not roll enhance. He could not find his way back to the outerverse for the time being. The technocracy was strictly monitored, and no one could trespass. This planet was very close to Dolan, so he could walk around for a bit. However, if he strayed too far away, he might be discovered and be hunted down by the technocracy's experts. It seemed that he could only wait for his next die roll or force his way in. However, even if he wanted to force his way in, he had to figure out the direction first. Otherwise, he would only get deeper and deeper. There were envoy-level powerhouses in the technocracy, and any one of them would be enough to kill him. For safety's sake, he put on his universal armor first. Circulating the arcane art of life and death allowed his injuries to recover significantly. Lu Yin decided to wait for a month. If he did not roll enhance by then and found the star chart, then he would head north. That should be the right direction. A few days later, while Lu Yin was recuperating and silently reciting the Stonewall scriptures, a vast amount of star energy swept past him like a violent hurricane that almost overturned the heavens. The planet that Lu Yin was on shook a few times, and the cyclones and poisonous gas on the planet's surface were directly dispersed. This allowed Lu Yin to clearly see the heavens for the first time on this planet, and he also saw a figure rushing towards the east. There were no rune lines in the technocracy, so Lu Yin did not know how strong this person was. However, he was certain that this person had a terrifying strength that far exceeded his own. Just the star energy pressure caused by this person's speed alone was not something that Lu Yin could withstand. Lu Yin did not dare to reveal himself and obediently stayed on the planet. That person might be a powerhouse from the technocracy, or at least an envoy-level powerhouse. Not long after, the cyclones on the planet returned to normal, and the planet returned to its original state. Lu Yin sat down cross-legged and was about to continue reciting the Stonewall scriptures when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around and saw a pair of eyes staring at him that were filled with joy and surprise. The eyes belonged to a bald old man. His clothes were tattered, and it was obvious that he had worn them for many years. Lu Yin's face paled, and he retreated several steps as he stared at the old man warily. He suddenly thought of Driftcharge Planet and the group of cannibalistic slaves. The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Don't be afraid, kid. Come to Grandpa Hui." Lu Yin's entire body tensed up, and 5 chains appeared in his hands. His power level of 300,000 was still not enough. He immediately took out his owl arrows and war arrows, as well as his futon. He was prepared to flee at any moment. The people from the 6th mainland could use their futons to enter the Daosaur Sect's ruins, which meant that the 5th mainland's Daosaur Sect's ruins were not restricted by region. Right after the Bloodburn realm had invaded the Outerverse, Wang San and Yen Xiaojing had also entered the Daosaur Sect's ruins, and Lu Yin had knocked them unconscious. The two of them should have been in the technocracy at the time. The technocracy could enter the Daosaur Sect's ruins. When the bald old man saw Lu Yin take out so many things, he bared his teeth. "What are you afraid of, kid? Grandpa Hui doesn't eat people." Lu Yin became even more afraid when he heard this, and he retreated a few more steps. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, you're really interesting. Come to Grandpa Hui. Grandpa Hui won't hurt you, but no one has spoken to me in many years." All that's left are mechanical puppets or those lunatics whose brains are filled with technology. With you here, Grandpa Hui won't be lonely anymore. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and the monkey's voice rang out. Seventh bro, it's over. That old fart. Senior, this junior unintentionally passed by and disturbed senior's cultivation. This junior will leave now, and he won't dare to disturb senior again. Lu Yin leaped up and tried to tear through the void to leave. However, he was unable to tear through the void. Even with his current strength that rivaled an enlighter's, he was still unable to do so. This was because the void had been locked down by the bald old man. The old man had used star energy, or rather, the power of a powerhouse at the emissary level or above to lock down the void, preventing Lu Yin from escaping. Lu Yin's face was pale, and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead as he stared at the old man warily. The old man helplessly scratched his head. Kid, you're too timid. What are you afraid of? Grandpa won't hurt you. Come, talk to Grandpa. He then waved at Lu Yin again, and this time, Lu Yin's body was pulled over uncontrollably. He tried to resist, but it was useless. The old man was astonished. Kid, your physical fitness isn't bad. It's rare for a 5-cycle cruiser to have such a physique. BZZT, BZZT. Your star energy reserves are also enormous. Kid, who's your master? Lu Yin was pulled over to the old man's side, and he didn't even dare to move. When he heard the old man's question, he subconsciously answered, It's Master Yuan, a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 from the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin couldn't bring himself to say Mr. Mu, as he didn't know if this old man even knew him. However, Master Yuan was different, and anyone who had lived for a long time should know who he was. Master Yuan also had a good reputation, and he might have even taught this old man before. Master Yuan's disciples could be found throughout the universe. The old man was astonished. Master Yuan. Your master is that Master Yuan from the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin looked into the old man's eyes, but there was no hatred in them, only surprise. That's right, it's Master Yuan. The old man grunted. You can be considered an old friend. Don't worry, kid, Grandpa doesn't plan on harming you. If I really wanted to, even your master wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Lu Yin's face changed, as the old man's meaning couldn't be any clearer. This old man was definitely a powerhouse with a power level of over 1,000,000. How could he have met such a freak? Kid, are you from the Hall of Honor? The old man asked. Lu Yin obediently answered, This junior is Fotsy from the Hall of Honor. The bald old man grunted in acknowledgement. Although the Hall of Honor is a hypocrite, it's still the best of the human domain. Every generation's Fotsy is the strongest of their generation, and you're even more amazing, kid. For a cruiser to have your strength, even Grandpa has to praise you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1010. Senior, are you not from the technocracy? Lu Yin probed. Sway, dreamed, shao said //. Suimenji the bald old man shook his head. No, I'm not like those mechanical monsters. The old man then looked at Lu Yin strangely. Kid, how did you get in here? Grandpa has been in the technocracy for countless years, and you're the first human to come in and live to this day. Those fellows in the past all forced their way in and then forced their way out. I was set up by a traitor and was severely injured. I managed to evade the technocracy's detection with my near-dead body, Lu Yin answered. The bald elder had a strange look in his eyes. Grandpa understands the methods of the technocracy very well. Even the slightest sign of life cannot escape their detection. You're not being honest, and you want to trick Grandpa. Ha ha ha, but that's fine. The path of cultivation is too cruel, and who doesn't have secrets? It's good to be on guard against each other, ha ha ha. The bald old man was very cheerful, as he did not believe Lu Yin's words. However, he was certain that Lu Yin did not belong to the technocracy. He told Lu Yin many things, most of which were about his experiences in the technocracy over the past few years. He said that there was a technological city in the technocracy, and the technology there was incredible. It could do things that many people could not imagine. Unfortunately, he had destroyed it. He had said that there was a research team in the technocracy that was researching immortality, and they had actually managed to discover something about it. It was a pity that he had destroyed their research results and destroyed the research team while he was at it. He said that the technocracy also had their own internal competition. When he was bored, he even forced himself to become a judge. Then, he killed all the participants and was hunted down by the technocracy for over 1,000 years. And so on and so forth. The bald old man said many things. He had not spoken to anyone for many years, or rather, he had not spoken to anyone from his hometown. In the technocracy, anyone from the human domain was considered a native. We've talked for so long, but I still don't know Senior's name. I'm Lu Yin from the human domain's outerverse Frostwave Weave, Lu Yin said respectfully. He had thought things through, and there was no need for him to be on guard. With the old man's strength, Lu Yin would not be able to guard against him. The bald old man was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously touched his bald head. Title. His eyes were filled with confusion. It's been so many years since anyone asked about Grandpa's name. What's Grandpa's name again? What's his name again? Lu Yin pursed his lips. Your surname is Hui. Just now, this old man called himself Grandpa Hui. The bald old man slapped his forehead. Right, Hui. Grandpa's surname is Hui. I almost forgot. Ha ha ha. Hui Kong. Grandpa's name is Hui Kong. Lu Yin nodded. Hui. What a strange surname. The bald old man, Hui Kong, was very happy that Lu Yin had appeared. Even though Lu Yin was a junior and they didn't have much in common, he was still happy. He talked to himself, laughing as he spoke, as if he was meeting an old friend. As time passed, Lu Yin gradually relaxed. He didn't care what the old man's cultivation was, but he could feel that the old man had no one to confide in after all these years. Thus, he decided to open up and chat with the old man. They talked about everything from cultivation and battles to interesting anecdotes. Even if it was just a small matter, the two of them were able to chat happily. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and took out some wine and food from his cosmic ring. This was something he had prepared just in case. Who knew where he would be trapped in the future, but it was now useful. Senior Hui, have a taste of my hometown's wine. Hui Kong's eyes were filled with excitement. He reached out his trembling hand and swallowed his saliva. He carefully picked up the wine bottle and took a big gulp. He let out a long sigh. Awesome, awesome, ha 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 ha. Lu Yin smiled. Cheers. Ha 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 ha, cheers. Hui Kong laughed. The two of them drank and chatted on a strange planet, just like Lu Yin, Kai Jinxiang, and Zi Rong had in the past. However, this time, there was an additional sense of uncertainty about the future. Lu Yin had prepared a lot of food and wine in his cosmic ring, but Hui Kong was reluctant to drink and said that he wanted to take it slow. Lu Yin let him be and was willing to talk freely with him. Hui Kong spoke a lot and was very cheerful. He looked at Lu Yin with more and more admiration. After living for so long, one could see things more clearly. Although they hadn't met for long, he had already determined Lu Yin's character. Although Lu Yin had some ambition and his methods were fierce, he had a bottom line. Having a bottom line was good. A bottom line was a shackle that bound oneself, and it could make one a human being. He had seen too many powerful cultivators who couldn't even be considered human. They disregarded human lives and were no different from animals. He himself couldn't be considered kind, but he also had a bottom line. For several days, the two of them didn't stop talking. Hui Kong had endless things to say, and it was as if he wanted to pour out everything that he had said for so many years. Even though Lu Yin was prepared, he still felt dizzy. "Little kid Lu, tell Grandpa Hui, how did you get here?" Hui Kong asked curiously. He was really just curious, because even he himself had forced his way in. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "I'm telling you the truth. I'm someone who has died once." Hui Kong was astonished and looked into Lu Yin's eyes. After a while, he looked away and muttered to himself, "You've died before, but you can still survive? Is there such a thing? Even Grandpa can't do that." Lu Yin shrugged. "I was lucky." Then, his heart skipped a beat and he looked at Hui Kong. "Senior, have you heard of the arcane art of life and death?" Hui Kong's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Yin. "You didn't succeed in cultivating it, did you?" Lu Yin nodded. "It's because of the arcane art of life and death that I survived." Hui Kong sighed. "This art is very evil and widespread. Countless people want to cultivate it, but no one has succeeded. You actually survived because of it. That explains it." Lu Yin asked, "Does Senior know if there are any drawbacks to the arcane art of life and death?" This was why Lu Yin had told him about the art. He trusted the elder from Driftcharge Planet very much, as the elder had secretly suppressed Lu Yin and forced him to go to the Neoverse to fulfill his promise. However, the elder had removed the restriction and even cut off the path for Lu Yin. Lu Yin was grateful to the elder from the bottom of his heart, but the arcane art of life and death had been cultivated from the very beginning, and it had not been created by the elder himself. Who knew if there were any drawbacks? Hui Kong shook his head. "This art's appearance is very strange. Everyone knew about it overnight, but no one has succeeded in cultivating it. I don't know if there are any drawbacks." "Ha ha ha, don't think too much about it, little kid. Coming back from the dead is a joyous occasion. To be able to enter the technocracy and live to see Grandpa means that we are fated. How about this? You don't have to call me Senior anymore. Just call me Big Brother Hui, and I'll call you Little Brother Lu. What do you think?" Lu Yin was delighted. "It's my honor to hear Senior say that. Still calling me Senior. Big Brother Hui. Ha 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 ha, Little Brother Lu, come, cheers. Cheers. Don't, keep it. Drink slowly. There's still a long way to go. Alright, drink slowly." Lu Yin was drunk. He had already forgotten how many times he had been drunk. If they wanted to, they could drink continuously for a year without getting drunk, but drinking like that was still, what was the point of drinking? Rumble, the earth trembled, and Lu Yin slowly opened his eyes. They were blurry, and then there was another rumble. He rubbed his eyes and looked up, but his pupils shrank when he saw an incomparably large mechanical arm coming down from the planet. His scalp tingled, and he hurriedly got up to flee. "Ha ha ha ha, Little Brother Lu, you're awake. Don't be afraid, Big Brother is here." Hui Kong laughed from above, clenched his fist, and punched out. The mechanical arm that was comparable to the size of a planet immediately shattered, and the fragments were swept away by the wind. All of this happened in an instant. It happened so quickly that Luin thought it was a dream. It wasn't until Hui Kong landed and patted him that he woke up. "Bro, big brother, what was that?" Luin asked blankly. Hui Kong grinned. "It's just a toy. Don't mind it. Don't mind it." How could that be? Although he couldn't see the rune lines, Luin was sure that the power of that punch could definitely reduce him to dust. Even if he wore his universal armor, it would be useless. How could that be considered a toy? Well, to someone like Hui Kong, it was indeed a toy. "Big brother, have we been discovered?" Luin asked. Hui Kong sat down cross-legged and patted the dust off his body. "Big brother has implicated you. Big brother is as obvious as the sun in the darkness, and the entire technocracy is watching Big brother. Ha 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 ha, they send that thing to cause trouble every once in a while. To Big brother, it's just a pastime. With Big brother's strength, you should be able to return to the human domain, right?" Luin was puzzled. Hui Kong looked up with a complicated expression. "I'm not going back. If I can't find the answer I want, I definitely won't go." Luin didn't ask any further. Hui Kong patted Lu Yin's shoulder. "Big brother knows that you want to go back. You're young, after all, and you care about many things. If you want to go back, then go back. Big brother will think of a way to send you off." Luin was delighted. "Thank you, Big brother." Hui Kong laughed. "But you have to stay with Big brother for a few more days. You can't leave after just a few days." "Of course, I'll do as Big brother says," Luin said excitedly, as he saw hope of returning home. Hui Kong smiled. "Although we've only known each other for a few days, Big brother admires you. If it weren't for some special reason, Big brother would be willing to become sworn brothers with you. Although we can't become sworn brothers now, Big brother acknowledges you as a little brother." Ha ha ha. Luin laughed as well, as all of his frustrations during this period of time had been cleared away. He now had such a powerful older brother. Although this older brother might stay in the technocracy forever, it was still not bad. 10 days later, Hui Kong still had endless things to say. Luin knew that if he didn't let Hui Kong speak his fill, then he wouldn't be able to leave. At that moment, an incomparably large spacecraft appeared on the planet. Luin looked over, and his expression changed slightly. He had seen this type of spacecraft before, and it was exactly the same as the one that the Bloodburn realm had used to invade the Outerverse. Someone's here to cause trouble. Hui Kong put down a giant roasted beast leg and then leapt into outer space. Luin pursed his lips, as he wasn't worried about his safety. He looked to the side and saw that a giant astral beast's corpse had already turned cold, and its leg had already been roasted. This astral beast had the strength of an enlighter, and Luin didn't know where Hui Kong had caught it, but it tasted pretty good. In outer space, the spacecraft's hatch opened, and countless miniature machines flew out. There were all kinds of them, and they were densely packed together as they flew towards Hui Kong. Hui Kong raised a hand and slapped out. Not only did he shatter these miniature machines that had the strength of a hunter, but he also nearly sent the spacecraft flying. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 10-11. Within the spacecraft, a group of cyborgs clung to the wall and finally managed to stabilize themselves. A woman rushed out of the spacecraft. She looked human and was quite pretty, but her eyes and hair were mechanical. She glared fiercely at Hui Kong. "Damn Baldy, you have to compensate us." Hui Kong was disdainful. "Get lost, kid. Damn Baldy, if you have the ability to suppress your realm, then let's fight. I'll kick your Baldy around like a ball. Kid, go home and drink milk. Damn Baldy, you're pissing me off. Hui Kong laughed. On the planet, Luin had a strange expression. Hui Kong had not killed this group, and they were not afraid of him either. This was strange. After a long time, the spacecraft wobbled and left, disappearing with a whoosh. Hui Kong landed and laughed. Luin was curious. Bro, who are those people? Oh, they're from the technocracy, a family of cyborgs. They're part of a research team. Luin was puzzled. They dare to cause trouble for you. Hui Kong smiled. Actually, the technocracy and the human domain are not mortal enemies. You'll find out about this in the future. Luin nodded. Right, bro, those people said that they want you to compensate them. What are they compensating for? Hui Kong laughed dryly. Nothing much. Actually, when you're hungry, you can eat some of their treasures. Sometimes, when there's a conflict, it's understandable if you accidentally destroy something. Those people are too stingy. Luin was speechless. A few days later, another enormous monster charged at Hui Kong, but he easily smashed it into scrap and tossed it to Luin. How about? Luin shook his head. It can't fit. Hui Kong thought about it and then left. The next day, he tossed a cosmic ring to Luin. Luin glanced at it and gaped. This cosmic ring was 100 times bigger than his own. This was too exaggerated. He looked at Hui Kong in shock. Bro, what's this? I borrowed it, Hui Kong said indifferently. Luin blinked. Do you want to return it? Hui Kong thought about it seriously. In my lifetime. He suddenly understood why that group of people had flown into a rage and risked their lives to demand payment. Hui Kong had definitely not simply broken something. This cosmic ring was extremely valuable, and he guessed that even a powerhouse at the level of an emissary might not be able to possess it. This old bandit was too terrifying, but he liked it. With this gigantic cosmic ring, Luin unceremoniously stored away the mechanical monster that Hui Kong had dismantled. To be able to be used to deal with Hui Kong, even if its combat power did not reach 1,000,000, it was at least at the level of an emissary. To create a mechanical monster of this level, the materials were definitely very rare and super good. He did not mind having more materials. Every once in a while, a mechanical monster would attack Hui Kong. According to Hui Kong, he had previously smashed these mechanical monsters into smithereens, but now, he was holding back and doing his best to preserve materials for Luin. Luin was very grateful and accepted the gifts even more happily. Just like that, more than a month passed. Hui Kong looked up at the starry sky with nostalgia in his eyes. Brother, are you homesick? Luin asked. Hui Kong smiled. No, your immediate family is probably all dead. I don't even know how many generations the survivors have passed down. Where are you from, brother? Luin asked. This was the first time he had asked this question. He had not asked in the past because he was afraid of being rude, but now that they had been together for almost 2 months, they were very familiar with each other. Hui Kong did not hide anything. The Neoverse. Brother, you're from the Neoverse. Can you tell me more about it? Luin was very interested. Hui Kong was astonished. You've never been to the Neoverse. Luin shook his head. Okay, I'll tell you about the Neoverse, but what I know is a situation from a very long time ago. I don't know what the current situation is, but I don't think there will be many changes. Hui Kong paused and looked at Luin. When he saw that Luin was listening attentively, he continued, the universe we live in is called the fifth mainland. It is divided into three major star domains, the human domain, the technocracy, and the astral beast domain. The human domain is also divided into the outerverse, the innerverse, the cosmic sea, and the neoverse. You're from the outerverse, so there's no need to say more. The innerverse has the most powers, and it's very complicated. I don't know much about it, and I don't need to because the core of the entire human domain is in the neoverse. The neoverse is the central region of the human domain. The most elite of the human domain is gathered there, and the Hall of Honor is at the peak. The Hall of Honor rules over the entire human domain and has a half-martial ancestor. They also have several powerhouses with a battle power level of over 1 million. No one knows if there are any stronger powerhouses among them because no one knows the true strength of the Hall of Honor. The Hall of Honor is the most powerful organization, and below it are the Mavis family, the Sirius sect, the Home of the Gods, and the Aurora Company. These organizations have influence throughout the entire human domain, but they are only known to the public. There are also the three Dark Hands, which are the Neo-Human Alliance, the Seven Courts, and the Burial Garden. Since you've cultivated to your current level of strength, you should have more or less heard of these situations. Outside of these organizations, there are also some hidden organizations that have never been exposed, such as Eversky Island. Lu Yin was astonished. There were more. Hui Kong's expression turned serious. If you have the chance to go to the Neoverse one day, don't underestimate anyone, even if you're already invincible among your peers. The fifth mainland doesn't just contain the power of a single continent, but rather a fusion of 5. The simplest example is one of the three Dark Hands, the Seven Courts. They have 7 families that came from the 5 shattered continents, and they all have their own secret techniques. Lu Yin had never underestimated these people. Even if the 6th mainland had invaded and the 5th mainland seemed to be in imminent danger, some people still hadn't shown themselves. Bro, what's the purpose of the Neoverse existence? Lu Yin asked. Hui Kong looked deeply at Lu Yin. Do you know something? Lu Yin told him about the 6th mainland's invasion. Hui Kong was shocked. Something like that actually happened? The sky has been restored. That brat called the Sea King has guts. Ha ha ha, I admire him. Bro, the 6th mainland is invading, and the 5th mainland is about to be destroyed, but the 3 Dark Hands still haven't made a move. Also, that everlasting island, the Mavis family, and so on. They don't seem to have done much either. Lu Yin was puzzled. Hui Kong shook his head. You'll find out about this in the future. The 6th mainland isn't the real enemy, and this war is just a farce. That brat called the Sea King messed up the Neoverse deployment, but he's very brave. It's useless to tell you. The two chatted for a long time, and Hui Kong was very curious about the 6th mainland's fighting style. In his own words, he had not been born in time for the war between the 2 mainlands, and even now, he had been trapped in the technocracy. When he heard that the 6th mainland's main cultivation method was imprinted, Hui Kong's face filled with disdain. Idiots. Those idiots have been deceived. Deceived? Lu Yin was puzzled. Hui Kong replied, the older generation once said that the 6th mainland had been deceived by something. It seems that it's not just in terms of war, but also in terms of their entire cultivation system. Lu Yin suddenly recalled the words he had heard at the rune technology ruins. They had also said that the 6th mainland had been deceived, and that the ones who had deceived them were monsters. What kind of monsters were these? Lu Yin really wanted to learn some secrets from Hui Kong, as he had a feeling that Hui Kong definitely knew something. However, Hui Kong was very tight-lipped, and no matter what Lu Yin did, it was useless. Hui Kong patted Lu Yin's shoulder and sighed. Alright, brother. Don't try to trick me. There are some things that you'll naturally have the qualifications to know once you reach a certain level. Knowing them in advance might not be beneficial, and you might even collapse. Ha ha ha. Lu Yin raised his head. Brother, my willpower is very firm. I can see that brother admires you. Ha 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 ha. Hui Kong laughed. He was very cheerful. Lu Yin looked at Hui Kong. This old man seemed to be very talkative, but he was really good at hiding his secrets. Brother, there's a question that I've been wanting to know for a long time. Hui Kong grinned. I'm hungry. Wait for me. Brother will go hunt. We'll talk while we eat. He then soared into the sky and disappeared. Not long after, a giant shadow crashed down and cracked the ground with a boom. It was a terrifying astral beast that was completely dead. Lu Yin tried to bombard it with overlaying stacks, but he couldn't break through its defense. Hui Kong laughed. Not bad physical strength. Interesting, but why is it only 100 stacks? With your physical strength, you can at least use 150 stacks. Lu Yin shrugged. I won't be able to do the rest. Hui Kong nodded. Unfortunately, brother doesn't know overlaying stacks, or I could teach you. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Brother, do you know how to deduce? With brother's strength, it shouldn't be difficult to deduce more than 100 stacks. Hui Kong laughed. Why are you asking others to deduce? Can't you deduce it yourself? This sentence stunned Lu Yin. His mind roared violently, and he broke through the clouds. Yes, did he not know how to deduce it himself? When he was still a sentinel, the Rain Master of the Astral Combat Academy had deduced overlaying stacks. At that time, it was only a few stacks. With his current strength, he didn't need to deduce it at all. He could directly use his physical strength to teach others. Since he could deduce overlaying stacks with several stacks, why couldn't he deduce overlaying stacks with more stacks? Lu Yin sat down cross-legged and quietly visualized. Hui Kong smiled and shook his head. Interesting. After a few days, Hui Kong had eaten a small portion of the enormous astral beast. Lu Yin opened his eyes. His gaze was confused and perplexed, but also filled with anticipation for the future. How is it? Did you deduce it? Hui Kong asked. Lu Yin shook his head. It's not that easy. I can only deduce 20 stacks at most. That's because you don't have enough experience. Read more books and find some heavenly treasures that can brighten your eyes and nourish your spirit. You might be able to deduce more. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you for the advice. Hui Kong laughed. There's nothing to advise. I'm just lazy. Otherwise, I could help you deduce it, but you can't always rely on others to deduce it. When you deduce 100 stacks one day, this power will be even stronger. For the same 100 stacks, your own deduction will always be stronger than inheriting someone else's. Lu Yin deeply agreed. Thank you. The rest of my life is only for you. Brother's reward, I'll give it to you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 10-12. Here, eat something. Hui Kong tossed a giant beast leg to Lu Yin. Lu Yin caught it and ate it without hesitation. A pile of bones was left on the ground, and Lu Yin patted his stomach. Had he gotten fatter? Oh no, I forgot something. Hui Kong suddenly slapped his head, giving Lu Yin a fright. Lu Yin stared at him blankly. Hui Kong lowered his head and thought for a moment before replying in annoyance. How could I have forgotten about him? What is it, bro? Lu Yin asked. Hui Kong looked bitter and apologetic. I'm sorry, bro, but I might not be able to send you back to the Outerverse. How about you wait another 100 years? Lu Yin blinked. Bro, don't joke around. Hui Kong sighed. I'm not joking. Ever since I barged into this broken place, I've caused a lot of damage. Do you really think that the technocracy only relies on those mechanical monsters to deal with me? That's too naive. To restrain you, the technocracy's mainframe will send an absolute powerhouse to deal with you every once in a while. Usually, they'll fight for 100 years. I had originally planned to send you away, but there might not be enough time. Lu Yin's heart sank, as he did not want to stay in the technocracy for 100 years. After that, it would be too late. Bro, is there no other way? With your strength, crossing the technocracy is only a matter of time. Hui Kong smiled bitterly. In the human domain, crossing the universe is indeed very fast, but the technocracy is different. This place is filled with mechanical defenses, and wherever you go, the defenses will be infinitely strengthened. There's an inescapable net around you, and even the void has been frozen. Let me put it this way, for the next 100 years, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Lu Yin paled. If he could not leave, then what could he do? After 100 years, the situation in the Outerverse would definitely change, let alone the Innerverse. The powers that had been forcefully recruited by the Great Eastern Alliance would crumble, and they might even turn against the Great Yu Empire. There were also unstable elements within the Great Eastern Alliance, such as Undying Yushan. No one knew if he was dead or alive, and there were also hidden organizations. Of course, the most important thing was, what about Ming Yen? Should he make her wait for him for 100 years? By the time he returned after 100 years, it would be too late. Bro, when will that powerhouse deal with you arrive? Lu Yin asked. Hui Kong thought. Anytime. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Hui Kong said bitterly, I've let you down. I wanted to keep you here to talk for a while longer, but I didn't expect to delay you. I didn't do it on purpose. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, I know you didn't do it on purpose. Hui Kong sighed helplessly. If you want to stay, then stay. It'll be good for you to watch me fight for 100 years. After 100 years, with your aptitude, you'll definitely become an enlighter. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about resources. I'll snatch them for you even if I have to. Rob. Lu Yin's eyes brightened. Bro, do you know anything about the technocracy? Hui Kong patted his chest. What a joke. How many years have I been fighting here? Lu Yin hurriedly took out the star chart that he had obtained from Endless Borders and handed it over to Hui Kong. Do you know of this place? Hui Kong looked around and was puzzled. This place is not far away. What's wrong? Why do you have the technocracy star chart? Lu Yin was delighted. Bro, this star chart was discovered by Endless Borders. It can be used to travel from the Outerverse to the Innerverse. Is that so? There shouldn't be any loopholes in the technocracy's detection system. Hui Kong was puzzled. Lu Yin explained, Endless Borders exploration team successfully passed through this route. Although the weather was strange and dangerous, they really did reach the Innerverse. Hui Kong looked at Lu Yin. Bro, you want me to send you back to the Outerverse through this route? Lu Yin nodded. Hui Kong thought about it. If this route is real, then there's no problem. But if there's a problem with the route, then you might die. Think carefully. Lu Yin was helpless. Bro, I really can't wait another 100 years. To be honest, you were framed and fell into the inner verse. Whether or not you can take revenge is a matter of the future. If you don't go back now, then your family's business will be gone. Hui Kong frowned. Your family's business isn't as important as your life. I promise you that I'll let countless generations of the Hui family's descendants help you. You're from the outerverse, and while they might not live up to your expectations, they can still help you seize a few weaves. Lu Yin blinked. You've already unified half of the outerverse. Hui Kong stared at him blankly. How did you do it? The Innerverse, Neoverse, and Hall of Honor just watched. The weather has changed, and the energy level has skyrocketed. The Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated, Lu Yin said. Hui Kong understood. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that had allowed the Innerverse and Outerverse to be separated. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for anyone to unify half of the Outerverse under normal circumstances. Even if the Hall of Honor agreed, the Innerverse's great powers would not have agreed. I've underestimated you. Alright, I'll send you there. Whether you live or die is up to fate. Tell me who your enemy is. If you die this time, I'll take revenge for you when I get out. Lu Yin did not hesitate and carved Night King Jinwu's name on the ground. His greatest enemy was Night King Jinwu. Hui Kong was astonished. Night King. So you offended the Day-Night clan, and you're a descendant of a Night King. He wanted to say something else, but his expression suddenly changed. Not good, the enemy is here. He grabbed Lu Yin and disappeared from the planet. Just as Hui Kong left, a cyborg appeared on the planet. He swept his gaze across the ground and then similarly tore through the void to leave. Lu Yin felt his body being sliced apart, and in the next moment, a cyclone appeared in front of him that swept through the heavens. Hui Kong stood there and grabbed Lu Yin. Bro, I can only send you this far. This is the path you spoke of. I'll send you on your last journey. Lu Yin's entire body tensed up, and he immediately put on his universal armor. Bro, will we ever meet again? Hui Kong laughed heartily. Of course there is, no one can kill me. After he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force and threw Lu Yin out. He just so happened to land on the cyclone and was swept towards the north by the cyclone. Just as Lu Yin was thrown out, the cyborg appeared in outer space and stared at Hui Kong. Hui Kong turned around. Ha 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 ha, we can have a good fight now. The next moment, the heavens collapsed. Lu Yin was thrown out by Hui Kong's enormous strength, and his breathing stopped. His entire body was under extreme pressure, and when the cyclone swept past him, he felt the world spin. After a while, when he opened his eyes, the cyclone had already disappeared, and he appeared in an unfamiliar space. This was where the flight route had been. Lu Yin did not know how to determine the direction of the flight route, but he could use his gadget. Not long after, he determined the direction and rushed off. This flight route was one of the few loopholes in the technocracy, and it was not within the technocracy's detection range. As long as he could avoid the terrifying celestial phenomenon, he could return to the outerverse. This trip to the innerverse had been like a dream. Lu Yin had never thought that he would be able to make this trip, and he had even become famous again after so many years. However, his deepest impression was naturally his battle with Night King Jinwu. The heart arrow technique was impossible to guard against, and anyone who fought Night King Jinwu could have been hit by the technique. With Night King Jinwu's vigilance, it was impossible for him to have exposed himself in advance. He had also successfully cultivated the Night King heaven-splitting technique and had even captured Jue Day-Night. This person had originally possessed the greatest inheritance of the Night King bloodline, and he had also obtained the 6th mainland's arrow progenitor's inheritance. After snatching the general appointment platform, there was a 90% chance that he would become one of the 5 astral children and obtain the 5th mainland's progenitor's inheritance. If everything went smoothly, he might actually become invincible among his peers, and even the 6th mainland's Tao Source 3 skies might not be a match for him. Night King Jinwu was like a proud son of the heavens. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and he had been blessed by the heavens. However, the only thing that he had not accomplished was to kill Lu Yin. Lu Yin clenched his fists, and his gaze turned cold. The number of the Dayan was 50, and 49 of them were used. Only the evasive one was used. Lu Yin was the evasive one, and he had been blessed by the heavens. However, there would always be a chance for others to survive. It would not be long before they met again with Night King Jinwu. Suddenly, Lu Yin remembered that he had forgotten to ask Hui Kong about something, but he had been interrupted by Hui Kong. He had wanted to ask about the primeval surnames, and with Hui Kong's age, he might know, but he had actually forgotten. 7th bro, are we returning to the Outerverse now? The monkey asked. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. The monkey fell silent for a moment before asking, 7th bro, have you heard of the surname Hui? Lu Yin did not understand. No, have you? Within the 7 courts, there's a family with the surname Hui, the monkey said. Lu Yin was stunned, but then he calmly said, no wonder they're so powerful. So they're from the 7 courts. There's one more thing that you might not know about, 7th bro. Perhaps you might have heard of it, but you didn't pay too much attention to it. The monkey paused for a moment before continuing, the technocracy was born from progenitor Hui. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, as he felt like he had heard of this before. Do you remember when the Tong family and the Eyeless clan attacked the Outerverse, and when Master Yuan used a progenitor item to resist Ancestor Eyeless? The monkey slowly asked. Lu Yin recalled that when Master Yuan had used progenitor Wushang's hide to resist the Tong family's ancestor and Ancestor Eyeless had said, progenitor Hui, the creator of technology. The technocracy was born from progenitor Hui. Lu Yin was astonished. The monkey replied, that should be the case. Otherwise, who could create such a huge astral domain out of thin air? The technocracy was originally known as the Lost Technocracy, which means that it was abandoned. It's very likely that progenitor Hui's inheritance is here. Progenitor Hui, could the 7 courts Hui family be from the same bloodline? Lu Yin muttered. Hui Kong might not have stayed in the technocracy for a simple reason. He might be trying to find progenitor Hui's inheritance. Lu Yin nodded. That might be the case. I hope that you can find it. The monkey was puzzled. Hope. 7th bro, he's from the 7 courts Hui family, and he might even be the ancestor of the Hui family. The Hui family is one of the 3 dark hands. Lu Yin smiled. So what? He's my older brother, and he's the one who sent me here. He's also the one who reminded me to deduce my own overlaying stacks. He's also the one who told me a lot of things. The monkey fell silent. Humans were humans, and they could not remain rational forever. Hui Kong had treated Lu Yin quite well, as he had not done anything to Lu Yin, nor had he tried to pry information from Lu Yin. He had not taken the initiative to ask any questions, and everything seemed very natural. Regardless of whether it was the 3 dark hands or the Hall of Honor, Lu Yin could not make an enemy out of Hui Kong. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.